Good morning, everybody. Thank you so much for your patience as we are now set to get underway from St. Louis, Missouri with the 2025 Word Cup brought to you in partnership between WGPO and the Collins Coalition. I, of course, am Will Anderson. Thank you all so much for joining us. And for our morning block of our Collins games, I am joined by Ottawa Scrabble Club director, Twitch streamer, Scrabble veteran Heidi Robertson. Heidi, good morning. Thank you so much for joining me.
Hey, everybody. Excited to be here. Thanks, Will. I'm wearing my Wigpo earrings in honor. Yeah, and it's great to see so many people here waiting patiently for the first round to start. So we can get into it anytime.
Yep, we've got a great, shockingly good matchup. I think it says a lot that this is our round one matchup between Jeff Thevenot and Wasim Khatri. The players are standing by, so we needn't delay any longer. Let's get into the action between these two super experts, Heidi. Wasim, I think, a 12-time Pakistan Scrabble champion, which is
Wow.
astounding, especially given the incredibly strong youth culture. He is still the elder statesman over in Pakistan, and we are delighted to have him back in North America. He does make a habit of coming to these events, Heidi, and he does very, very well every time he does.
Yeah, it's good to see it. And I'm excited because this is the first time I'm seeing Jeff play, but I know that he's a very, very good player. I got to annotate Wasim at the Las Vegas one of the Las Vegas tournaments. So that was fun. I get to see how he played. And yeah, very, very good players. It's going to be a great match.
Yeah, Jeff, also just a stalwart on the scene for quite a while. He did one of the craziest things I can remember in one of his very first North American Scrabble championships that he competed in. He made the finals, which is just astounding to think of somebody coming onto the scene and being that good from the get-go. But that was what Jeff accomplished in the 2000s, and he has definitely been a fixture at the very top of the rankings ever since that time. And he's going to have the first move. Heidi, he sees an S as his first
Yep.
tile. That always feels nice as your
Oh,
first
three
tile.
T's.
Oh my gosh.
Two T's. Oh,
But it
man.
only gets worse from there. Yikes. Well, this feels like it started off with ST and then devolved immediately into what seems like an exchange.
Yeah. Have you played Jeff very often yourself?
I have, yeah, I've played him a handful of times. Definitely a tough opponent. Very, very strong word knowledge. That is definitely my take on Jeff. In fact, he has word knowledge of some of the longer words in the dictionary that really only is rivaled by somebody like Dave Wiegand or Nigel Richards. Jeff knows nines, he knows tens, he knows 11s. He really has
So
learned deep into the book.
he also knows all the long words that are not inexplicably in the lexicon yet, like
Yeah, and I think
bedwetting.
yes, the legendary somehow not valid word. It looks like both players are struggling to draw vowels to start. Jeff with just that O on his first rack, and
Oh
Wasim
man.
with only one vowel. And I do think his play of Gramp is definitely correct. It looks to be the only 5-letter word available on his rack. Gets the P on the double. Definitely what we like to see. I do think it's worth noting at this phase that I believe that word takes an A. So grandpa is a
Yes.
valid word. So that could be interesting to see. Yes, you could S hook it, but could you also see an A hook? And Jeff with a blank on his rack, I feel like he's going to bingo here. The question is where. There are some words that are kind of normal, like maybe crustily or casualty through the A.
Ooh,
But Heidi,
nice
there
one.
actually is a word that he would not only need to see what appears to be the only 7-letter word in this rack, he also needs to think of the Y hook to Gramp
Yes.
to
Yes.
play it.
I,
That's
I was
pretty
gonna
tough.
ask you if if Grampy was good, but yeah, I see that Muffin Tentacle says, yeah, slutchy would be a flex, he says.
Yeah, agreed that it would be. I think it's doubly tough because not only do you have to see the word slutchy, you also have to remember that that is an acceptable word and remember that Gramp can take a Y hook. So that is a lot of word knowledge that you would need to, as was mentioned in the chat, to flex on this one move. That would be
But
the star play.
I don't think you'd be surprised to see Jeff come up with it though, would you?
Not in the least. Yeah, I do feel like any word that we're likely to see come up in these games is theoretically in Jeff's range, and the same could really be said for Wasim. It would be it would be presumptuous to imagine. And look, there it
There he
goes
goes.
on the rack.
Oh, he's gonna go down. So no why.
Ooh. Okay. So the thing about this is surprisingly, it only costs him 1 point on the
Mm,
scoreboard because Slutchy with the Y
yeah.
hooking Gramp actually places the blank on the
Yes.
double letter score. So it's only a 1 point difference here. So if Jeff is at all uncertain of Grampy, this makes total sense to
Yeah.
sacrifice a point here to play the word he's sure of. And it looks like Wasim is going to go ahead and challenge this one. They don't have the challenge computer set up. So Wasim is going to be adjudicating it on his phone. That's what's going on just off camera. But it's going to be 85 points plus an additional 5 for the challenge, if I'm not mistaken. So great start for Jeff, 90 points. So Heidi, he's fully shaken off that opening rack draw there.
Yeah. I wonder too if playing Slushy down instead of like with down hooking grab the Y leaves the S floating out in space up at the top. So I wonder if that's a little bit more defensive, maybe
That is a really good
considering.
point. That's definitely another factor where Slutchy here, if we'll try out the Telestrator, as Heidi is saying, exposes that S, which is easily the best bingo tile to put out in space. So playing it downward, as you say, is definitely a little bit positionally safer. You're going to get hit with slightly fewer bingos as a response of that. So you do get some value there. And it looks like Jeff is poised to hit again with Karatoma through the M
Wow.
of Gramps if he's going to see that his word finding and knowledge are so solid. So will Wasim find a way to block that spot? It's possible that he will, Heidi, because again, he has just the one vowel. He may want to try to play something through the A of Gramps, which would inadvertently block Keratoma. We'll
Hmm.
see what he does. It could be tough for him to find a way to block it here.
Yeah, and he's got, yeah, like you say, all those consonants, and they don't necessarily go very well together. So I'm not even, yeah. What would you play here? What would you play?
This is a brutal situation just because, as you know, sitting in the booth, we know that playing through that A is paramount. Wasim can't possibly know that. It's definitely not key to this position. I would be tempted just to, yeah, it looks like he's going to potentially just keep his best bingo
Mm,
combination that he can and just play bump right here through the U. You don't love to expose the F in the triple lane, but something that players at this level kind of know is that, yeah, opening a triple isn't ideal, but actually your opponents at this level are going to be able to find good scores a lot of different places on the board. Sometimes it's okay to open up a triple, and maybe Wasim is thinking about that right
especially with an
now.
F, it's not going to be the greatest bingo tile.
Yeah, so bump does come down. I think this makes some sense, excuse me. Another option could have been bench through the C of slutchy. It would have used up his vowel, but no time wasted. Very, very impressive. This is Jeff Theveno to a T right here. He's got to be feeling really good, Heidi, with these first two plays on the stream.
Yeah, it would be nice to start out like this. And yeah, you don't have to worry about, playing from behind, which is always a struggle. When your opponent gets two bingos in a row early in the game, you can start to feel like, oh no. What am I gonna do? I don't know if that's as much of a factor at this level, or do people get seasoned and start just saying, yeah, it's very, very early, anything could happen in the game, so they don't necessarily worry as much as maybe intermediate players or beginner players might.
That's fair. It's a fair question to ask. I do feel like it is still too early. I was literally about to say, until Jeff drew the Z, which kind of saved his draw, I was about to say, if you're Wasim, you know that there's always a chance that Jeff can draw UUV out of the bag,
Yeah.
which will slow him down hugely. The Z is going to help him quite a bit to weather the storm on that draw. But yeah, that's, if you're Wasim, you're just going to stay the course. He has Honed set up that's going to play alongside Karatoma for a very good score right here. You also have
Nice.
to sort of take heart that this board is not completely closed down. I am a little bit worried about this G out in space, making it very difficult to parallel and open in space on this side of the board, but maybe you get an ING bingo. For example, if Wasim plays Honed, he's going to keep LN on his rack. Maybe he picks an I, draws an ING bingo, and he's back in business. So he definitely has very real pathways back into this game. So he's already seen that play. He's probably just thinking, what else do I have? He might be thinking, Heidi, am I missing something through that F of bump
Yes.
that's any better?
Yeah. He's not though, right?
I don't think he has, like, the best thing through that F is probably something like Enfold or Fondle, which score
Hmm.
33 points. This scores 41 points. And
Yeah.
again, the LN combination will start to become way better in a hurry if Wasim can pick an I and gun for that ING. So that's probably what he's going for. And now over to Jeff. Again, as I said, Heidi, the Z really make this rack look less horrible than it is. If you were to take that away, Jeff would be in a bit of trouble here.
Yeah. I'm just imagining like you never want to see UUVY, but then you get that Z, and all of a sudden you have a play like Yuzu, for example, that might, rescue the rack immediately if you could play that for a decent score. So yeah, it's funny that sometimes the most dire rack on the like it can look to be like the worst rack ever, but some crazy word saves you.
Yeah, so Yuzu, he has it now set up here. Isn't it funny? Like, there are a bunch of different ways that you can approach a Scrabble turn. One is to look at a spot on the board and say, I want to play in that spot, and I'm going to find the best word I can that plays there. And the other is to look at your tiles and say, if I could play any word from this rack, what would it be? The answer here, clearly Yuzu, but they're actually, the best place to play it is probably right here, something like Yuzu, either below or on top of the G, which
Yeah,
this might not be what Jeff wants to do here, to allow Wasim to play something to the
right,
triple, opening even more space on the board. It's possible that Jeff should just play something like Nuff, Nuff, through this F right here, just
right.
block off that scary spot and live to fight another turn. I'm not sure if he wants to play Yuzu here. So what do you think,
What
Heidi?
about
Would you?
Furzy? What about Furzy through the R?
Yeah, that's a good compromise. So Furzy through this R is kind of a nice compromise. Looks like Jeff is going to play Yuzu. Interesting decision as well to play it on top as opposed to below. I feel like it's a little bit easier now because you can end with an E here if Wasim has a good play, whereas you would not have been able to do that to play underneath. So not sure which of those two I favor, but I can't really fault Jeff for playing Yuzu here, Heidi. It definitely jumped out as the word to play
Yeah.
from that rack.
Yeah, like you were saying, you look at the rack and you're like, oh, I want to get rid of these letters, sometimes, and that certainly does it. It gets rid of a lot of clunky tiles at once. So rather than take a look for other options, sometimes you can just quickly decide, oh, this is what I need to do. We've had this discussion before about, dropping the Q as soon as you see it because it's such a loathed tile. But sometimes it's not the best option, right? If you just look for a minute, you might find better options. So.
Yeah, it is so easy, as you say, to sort of tunnel vision in on one key concept and just say, I have to do this on this turn, whatever that is. But really, the thing to learn about Scrabble is that every rule of the game can be broken given the right score, given the right game situation. You have to be flexible to imagine when you might need to break the rules that seem so obvious. So,
Yeah.
in this case, I really think compared to Nuff or whatever through the F, Yuzu definitely is comparable as a play. It does a lot of good things, getting those two U's out. Jeff has to be happy he's played them both because he's
Yeah.
drawn another. So he's probably thinking, good job by me to get rid of those two. And over to Wasim. Oh, I think as the score, I need to update because I didn't give Wasim his points. Hopefully, we get that updated. There we go. Okay, so Wasim's going to get a bunch more points with Hefe here, moving
Yeah.
up to 126. That seems pretty reasonable, Heidi. The only other option that he might have been considering was Haji off of this H for literally the same score. So if
Okay.
you're Wasim, maybe would you want to leave this F open to make Jeff sort of worry about it a little longer? That might be the argument for Haji at the top of the board. What do you think about that?
Yeah, that sounds good. I didn't even consider it, but and then he would get to keep one of his, well, he would keep both E's, but he would have E's which are slightly more bingo-y, right? So yeah, now he's wishing that he had an E. But
Yes.
yeah, I think, like, that F can be scarier because you could potentially bingo through it. Well, you can't bingo through the H, so I don't know. I think it's fair either way.
Yeah, it leaves a little bit more threatening of space. And now Jeff can play what looks like a really strong play of Hauf at the top of the board. He might normally worry a little bit about this F being a really damaging spot to play an 8 letter word, but after Hefe, that is no longer a concern. He can very, very safely play this word. And unfortunately for Wasim, no E finds its way out in space. That's not what he made. If I'm Wasim sitting there waiting for Jeff to play, it's not impossible that Jeff would have played something really good right under here, putting an E that lets me play airliner. That's definitely happening sometimes, but not in this situation. And Wasim is going to have to work through what I feel like, Heidi, are some of the most difficult racks in Scrabble.
It's true. Like, every time I see a rack like this, I just, what do I do? You can't score a lot. They're all one pointers. They're so close to bingos if you can get rid of one or two of those tiles and replace them with something better. And so it just becomes this crazy, like, struggle. Like, what do I do? What was my priority here? I don't know. Should I just fish? Should I play longer and, maybe try to get the other blank that's hanging out somewhere? I don't know. These are really tough because you're not going to score a lot, so you need to do something good with this turn.
Yeah, it looks like he is thinking about playing Real. There are actually two places to play it. You could play it through this Y or this Y, both of which score the same number of points and do kind of similar things. Playing through this Y allows Wasim to threaten 7 letter bingos here, and playing through this Y allows him to threaten bingos along the bottom row of the board. So if he plays that word, I am kind of curious to see which positioning he'll go for, or will he try to play something shorter to keep more of his tiles together? A play like
Right.
Rainy into this
Hmm.
Y looks kind of nice, but it does kind of bad things to the board by placing this right angle here. It makes a lot of the board very difficult to access without an S, or I guess maybe an H, to pluralize UG. So I feel like thematically, he's not going to want to play Rainy or maybe Rainily. That opens up a triple back to Jeff. So this is a very difficult turn. I guess I'm kind of leaning towards Real here. I feel like this is maybe the best
Yeah.
way to, maybe sometimes you block a good play for Jeff going underneath that Y by just putting the A there, and you create a spot that maybe you can get a bingo on a subsequent turn, but that's very underwhelming. This is not going to be a turn where Wasim triumphantly slaps something onto the board. He's going to wince and moan and groan,
Yes.
Heidi.
Yeah, you just gotta close your eyes sometimes and play something, right? But these turns can take up a lot of time, a lot of valuable time, and then in the end, there's no really good, satisfying solution. So sometimes you just gotta pull the trigger and play something without burning valuable time that you're gonna need later, right?
Yeah, and Wasim normally a fast player, so I think he is, and this is almost always the case, at least for me. When you're trailing by a ton of points in a game, that is when time starts to slip away the most because you're
Mhm.
coming up with really creative ways to get back in the game. You can't just play the usual plays that might work for you in an even game. You have to adjust quite a bit given your deficit. So it's not surprising to see Wasim a little bit down on the clock, whereas Jeff is in a great position thanks to his two bingos of Slutchy and Karatoma. If he sees a good scoring play, he doesn't really have to think that hard about what it does to the board. He can just keep that pressure on, and it's going to probably work out well for him. So I am
Right.
curious to see. It looks like Wasim is back to Real. Is he going to?
Yeah.
This is the play that I
Okay.
probably would make here. It makes sense to me. Again, Heidi, you're not feeling great about this, but let's see what Wasim can draw going forward here.
Yeah. And I did want to ask you, like, what do you think about Rainley when he is sort of pretty far back? It's still pretty early in the game, but is opening that triple too scary because your opponent's just going to take it, or do you take those risks when you're down? This I don't know. I don't know if this is enough of a deficit to do that. You know?
It's a great question. So you're asking for Wasim on his previous turn. What about Rainily extending down into this Y, which creates a threat? You could make that play for sure. And the reason that you would do it is you're playing 6 tiles. You're trying to get your hands on that second blank. And you're hoping, frankly, for kind of a rack exactly like what Jeff has. You're hoping for him to have a consonant heavy rack that might make it difficult for him to play productively through this R. It turns out that in this case, he probably just plays Vrows through that R instantly, scoring a ton of points. But
Right.
if he didn't have a play like that, it could be really tough for him to play productively through that R. That was definitely a reasonable option there for sure, but you do run the risk of the game getting out of reach for you in a hurry. If Jeff just has a good scoring play up there, it's going to score so much better than you got for
Right. And
playing Rainily. So yeah.
that R there right beside that double is gonna be hit a lot of the time, right? Because there's so many consonants that go before R. Um, B, R, G, R, F, R. They all work very well with the R. So maybe not. Maybe it depends on the tiles you have when you're opening up that triple.
Yeah, for sure. So now it does put Jeff into a little bit of a tricky situation with all of his consonants. He has that S that maybe he'll try to play something that pluralizes here. I mean, he might be considering something like locks in that spot. There are ways for him to score a decent number of points without using the S, but really a lot of the top options here involve him cashing that S in. Maybe without a scoring play that is that much better. So I think the top scoring play, again, is just playing locks right here, burning your S to get all the Hef Ace points again. If 38 points is the best he can do in the scoreboard, maybe he will look to play something very defensive instead, knowing that he's not going to be sacrificing that many points to do it at this score. This is frankly a pretty tough turn as well for Jeff. I'm not 100% sure which way I would go. The best way to not use your S and score some points is to play the weird looking Quill through the Y. This seems like a non-starter to open the base of the board. So I just am not 100% sure. It's possible, Heidi, that just playing something like show right here might be the best
Oh, that's
way
fancy.
to score nicely and not open anything else and force Wasim to play on this difficult board. What do you think about that play?
That looks great to me, and it's a play that I sometimes can see and sometimes just will totally whiff on that. But if I see that, I think I'm definitely playing that. It's just, it does all the things that I like to do, which is, fun, many overlaps at once or whatever. It's a very simple word that everybody can play, but it takes a good board vision to see it. So yeah, I like that play, and it scores a lot. So
Scores 36, which is quite comparable to the best plays. And here, okay, so this
Ooh.
is very much a defensive choice. So this word, admittedly, this looks very weird, swollen with this spelling. It is a valid word. This definitely represents Jeff playing some defense here. What he's doing with his S is preventing Wasim from going any further down this newly created line. So this
Hmm.
play is very, very good to restrict that open bingo lane. He is sacrificing a fair number of points to do it, but I think there is, and he almost has his own name, Heidi. Look at that.
Nice.
I Theveno. A lot of the same letters you could see right there.
Yeah.
That's kind of cool. But that is an interesting choice. It seemed like he was aware of that choice from the get-go. He had those letters lined up, and he was thinking about playing that shortly. But yeah, it's interesting because will he ever regret if Wasim manages to get a bingo down? Will Jeff regret spending his S for only 25 points at some point? That would be the only flaw in a play like that. So we move on to Wasim, and I feel like in his shoes with this lane now blocked by Jeff's
Yes.
play, I would really want to play through this A to open more space at the top and bottom of the board. He has a few ways of doing it, Heidi. Assinar, Radian, or perhaps the best of all, Cardin, if he knows it. Those look like what I'd be trying to do here.
Yeah, I think he has to do that, right? He has to open the board. Again, with these, he's only got a couple of vowels there, and yeah, they again, he's like so close. He's got a lot of nice tiles, but they're just not working together. So he's got to make space, and he's got to try to go for that other blank, which he can't know is on Jeff's rack already. So yeah, I like that play. Cardin looks good.
Yeah, if you're Wasim, you can't. This is actually another sort of Scrabble mindset thing. If you're Wasim and this is the score, which is the updated and accurate score, you have to be playing as if the second blank is still in the bag. It's almost certain that you're going to need it to come back in this game. So you shouldn't even imagine the possibility that Jeff already has it on his rack. You're trying to win the game. You need to play as if you're going to draw it. And improving your chance to draw it also would be playing 5 tiles through this A. That's another big upside of a 5-tile play there is you get a lot of cracks to pluck that blank out of the bag. So I feel like Wasim's already seen, I think, based on the way he had his tiles arranged, he already had, I thought,
Oh,
Assinar, but he's going to go with Ord. The reasoning for this is the rest of his tiles are very, very strong for bingoing. I just worry about where on the board is he going to do that, especially if Jeff manages to play something defensive in this area. The board is going to be extremely inhospitable to bingos, whereas it would have opened up again after a play here. So I think I understand the logic of this. We'll see how it plays out, but it's back over to Jeff, who is not going to be able to play his own name, but he actually does have one playable bingo here, Heidi. Not sure if you're seeing it yet, or should I spoil it for you?
oh, I think chat's already spoiled it. They're saying he's overthinking whatever. Or
Yes.
Jeff's over thin or whatever. So yes, over thin. I guess that's playing through that R and Riles.
Yep, right here. So this would be another masterclass by Jeff, who's already played Slutchy, which is definitely not a simple find. Followed up with Keratoma, and he now has a chance to play this, which you could easily imagine if this bingo slotted a letter here, you might actually balk at playing it
Hmm.
because the triple possibility coming back for Wasim might be too risky to actually go forward, but over thin playing right here doesn't really open a ton back in terms of worst case scenarios to Wasim. So if Jeff spots this, it's pretty safe to play. So he should be able to go ahead with it without much concern. The only question is, will he see it? And Heidi, it's possible that because the board, you might not even be thinking about, excuse me, you might not even be thinking about looking at this R. He's probably looking down here at these letters,
Yeah.
and there isn't anything there. The R is kind of off the beaten path, so he might not have graduated up to that point of looking through that letter.
Yeah.
That's another factor for sure.
Yeah, which I'm sure that if he actually had an E on his rack instead of the blank, he would probably see it right away over thin, see that possibility, and then look for an R on the board. But as it is, you're looking at your tiles, you see that H and the V, and you want to score with them, but you're not necessarily thinking of bingos the way that this board is. And I think it would be easy to miss that spot with the R. There's no premium squares there. Your eye tends to naturally go to where the premium squares are on the board. So yeah, a lot of things that could make you miss this word for sure. And also the fact that there's so many overwords. I don't expect this of Jeff, knowing that he's such a good player, but I don't know, for every other mortal player, like how do you manage to remember which overwords are good and which are not?
Well, you actually mentioned that last year at the Scrabble Players Championship, you annotated Wasim a bunch of times. One of the games you annotated was myself against Wasim, in which I played a phony overword. So to your point, even the experts can make mistakes on
Yeah.
which words are valid and which are not. So it looks
What was
like
the
Jeff
phony?
just well, I don't want to pollute everyone's brain with it, but it was over lean. I'm not sure how I
Oh man.
possibly messed that up. One of my sad moments in my career to have played that in an annotated game. But it looks like Jeff, okay, he's going to play Vino there.
Hmm.
This is actually going to give Wasim a bingo back. I was thinking he was getting set to play Viney with that VIN combination through the
Hmm.
Y, putting that V out in space and restricting a little bit of Wasim's options. But this actually creates a spot where Wasim can now play Ocarina or Conaria, whichever one of those he wants to play alongside. And down goes Ocarina. This is sort of a ray of hope. And look at Jeff's
Yes.
draw, Heidi.
Wow.
Not the best with that cue. It's going to slow him up even more. So we're going to see, I guess, what can Wasim draw. He's definitely gotten closer here on the scoreboard. Jeff still has that blank and an S, so he's still in really good shape. But maybe Wasim can figure out a way, because Jeff's not going to have a good move here. He's going to have to dump his cue for not that many points. And can Wasim possibly draw something miraculous out of the bag to keep
Well,
this interesting?
does Jeff need to drop his cue right away? This is what I was talking about before, right? Maybe there's another play that's better with, like WTH or something. Like maybe he gets rid of the WH instead and can bingo with that blank in the Q and the T, like they do all.
Oh, to your point, that's a great call out. He could play something like Witch right here, and if he draws an A, he'll come back with a massive Q play on top. So
Right.
that is very much off the beaten path as an idea, but that would be pretty crazy to see Witch be played. I'm not sure that's the right play, but it's very beautiful to set up your Q in this way with 3 A's lurking in the bag for you to hammer your Q in response. I do feel like, as fun of a play as that is, I would probably be looking to dump my Q here. You do just have FIQH right here, which is a pretty simple way of getting rid of it and holding on to that blank. So a couple options seem reasonable, but which is, to your exact point, Heidi, that is off the beaten path, and it is very much a play worth considering.
I wonder too, like when he played Vino, did Wasim have a place to bingo before he played that? Probably not,
He
eh?
he did not. Yeah, so
Yeah.
that is the downside of a play like Vino, which on first glance, If you don't see over thin, which was the star play for Jeff there, it looks great to you're holding the blank. So you would think, yeah, this benefits me, right? I'm going to make a lane where I can play a
Mm-hmm.
blank bingo next turn. But given the game situation, I do feel that it was called for him to play something a little bit tighter, such as Viney. This V out in space restricts the options here. And
Yeah.
Jeff is going to play Chi. So this again, an aggressive choice, and Jeff could easily benefit from this if he draws some of the many vowels. Look at this,
Yeah.
18 vowels to 16 consonants. If he draws 2 vowels, he could be playing an 100-point bingo.
Yeah.
And there you
Nice.
see, that's exactly what he is now in danger of doing.
Very nice.
So an aggressive choice by him, and Wasim really has no choice. But this is a great play
Yes.
by him. Livido. That
Nice.
seems like he played it instantly. Great job by him to spot that. But Jeff is for sure now going to be putting the finishing touches on this game. The only question, Heidi, is can he put an H or a W on this square? I think the answer is yes. Not sure if you out there in the chat. I'm seeing a couple people spotting plays
Stars.
like that.
Yeah.
Thoughers, if you know it. 101 points. There's no way Jeff is missing that in this situation.
Uh, it's so funny because when you're playing these games and again you catch a break like Vino where you get to play your bingo that otherwise didn't play, and you start to think, oh, maybe I can get back in this, maybe I could draw the blank, maybe I could do, I'm a lot closer now, the game is within reach, and then you play. And yeah, and he does that cheap play, which makes you again feel like even more confident, and then yeah, now he's gonna get hammered with this play, and it's just so devastating when you're in that seat.
So we know what Jeff has, but as you say, you're totally right, Heidi. Look at that score line. If you're Wasim, you're saying to yourself, wow, I did it. I fought my way back into this even game, exactly as you're saying. He doesn't know that his hopes are about to be dashed here by a massive bingo, but he's got to be feeling pretty darn good. I've drawn the X. I can
Yeah.
play XED or maybe something even better somewhere else. And maybe I get that blank and I'm going to win an epic game on the stream.
Yeah.
So for us, we know that is not the case. Maybe we'll get a look at Wasim's body language as Jeff lays down eventually what I think. So even if he doesn't see Thars, he's going to play wreaths or wealths or
Yeah. Yeah.
watches or any
Right.
number of 90-point bingos. So yeah, we know the truth. And
I predict that we
Wasim,
won't see there will be a barely perceptible change in Wasim's manner when the play goes down.
I would agree. Yeah, he's been around. He knows how Scrabble works. This didn't really feel like it was Wasim's game. I really don't feel like there were any moves that I strongly disagreed with from him. This is just how it goes in Scrabble, and you're totally right. Stone faced on his part, no reaction, which is at this level, that's kind of how you want to be, even if it's
Yes.
a little bit inhuman. It feels inhuman to
Yeah.
not emote or to not go, shucks, when somebody
Yeah.
does that. But at
Yeah.
this level, that energy, that toxic energy is kind of wasted.
Yes.
I can tell you also, Jeff designated that blank as a D. Swathed is the play from Jeff Deveneaux here. So
Swathed? Isn't it swathed?
swathed. Okay, swathed.
I don't
I'm
know.
not sure. I could be wrong. I would defer to you on anything pronunciation or word related. So yeah, it is a D though. So that's what that letter is.
There's that
Horrible
common
draw.
trope. Sorry.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead.
I was just gonna say that common trope of people who read a lot, and they always mispronounce the words because they never hear them out loud. They just have only
Yes.
ever seen them written out. So yeah, I'm definitely in that camp. I would not know actually whether this was supposed to be pronounced swathed or swathed or what.
I couldn't relate to that more. There's definitely a whole bunch of words that fit that bill for me where I've has said them out loud and been ridiculed for them. One of them is the word kiosk. I
Oh wow.
never I never I never heard that said, and I guess for many years I pronounced it as kiosk. When I said
Oh wow.
kiosk, everybody started laughing at me, and I was like, what did I say? What did I do? And then they clued me in that I was wrong all those in my head all those years. So, oh well, now I know.
Hilarious. But I'm surprised that he went with Suaved here. That's so funny because then he got the T on the double, and like it seemed like the other options. Well, actually, I don't know. Maybe was Thars the only one that got one of those higher point tiles on the double?
Yes, in fact, which is
Okay.
what makes it so the only thing I would say is you could get a few more points by placing the W here. And it
Right.
seemed like he
Right.
had watched or watches, I should say
Yes.
watches because it's a real S. I think he had that lined up. So not sure his thinking there. But either way, 92 points is going to be more than enough to put this game
Yeah.
not completely out of reach given how poor his draw is. Look at all those vowels, right? If you're Wasim, you're down by over 100, but you're about to, if you want, you're about to get 40 points for your X in one of two
Hmm.
places, and the board isn't totally dead. Maybe you can fit a bingo through this V or at the base of the board.
Hmm.
It's not completely hopeless, but it's pretty close to hopeless, I would say. Yeah, I mean, he's probably into that like 1% territory, Heidi. But what that means is if you play if you play 100 games where you get down to 1% win correctly, you're going to win one of those. That's
Yeah.
how math works.
Yeah.
And Wasim's going to keep fighting for sure.
Yes. And if you look at the tile pool, it looks like very possible that you could draw into a bingo. Like those tiles don't look very scary. There's nothing really horrible or clunky in there, right?
I totally agree. Yeah, if you actually you're making that point where these tiles, the highest point tile is the P. There's no whammy tiles. The pool is now thanks to Jeff's draw of all of those vowels, Wasim can reasonably expect a lot of these good bingo consonants to come out of the bag. So if he keeps a decent leave and draws that S, for example, we could definitely see him threatening a bingo here. So it's not totally hopeless. I think he's thinking about playing G'd. Maybe he's trying to set up his X here.
Mm,
Is that an idea? I mean, he could just play it now, but the thing about just playing the X now is if Jeff has the last O, which he does, you're going
right.
to potentially give XO parallel plays that score decently.
Right.
So maybe he's balking at that. Not really sure what the pathway. I would certainly feel like I want to get rid of my X and try for a bingo because I feel at this
Yes.
score, a bingo is going to need to happen. And it's going to be tough to do it with an X in hand. But he's going to play
Interesting.
gived at the top of the board. And the thing that worries me about this is it uses up any possibility of a bingo ever
Right.
going down at the top of the board. So I'm not sure what I would have picked here, but I probably would not have picked that just to force Jeff to continue to think about that V at the top of the board, I guess. So
Yeah, and at first I thought, oh, he's opening up a triple, but there's not even enough room up there for a bingo now. So yeah, I thought maybe he was just trying to give himself more chances, right? But no, there's only six 6 spots for above that play. So
yeah, so it's almost, but not quite.
yeah, yeah.
Anyway, there is still some space on the board, but again, with that X in hand, it's going to be difficult for Wasim. Jeff playing Iota with all those vowels looks like a nice way to score a solid number of points. I really feel like Wasim now has a ton of incentive to just plop his X
Yes.
down there. That seems like it's absolutely warranted, and I can't imagine what else he might do. I guess if he wants, he could play text at the top of the board for a somewhat of a
Hmm.
similar score. Maybe that has some merit because you leave a little bit more possibility of playing a bingo through this E. But either way, we're into very grim territory for
Yeah.
Wasim Khatri here.
Yeah. Jeff has 4 E's on his rack. So.
Yeah. This is a good time for him to have these terrible tiles. He's definitely in good shape. All right, down comes the X play that we could probably have predicted for Wasim. And now I feel like the board being as it is, just anything that is remotely defensive in this area of the board should probably wrap
Hmm.
things up pretty nicely
Yeah.
for Jeff here. Alternatively, he could play pieces through this
Yes.
C and score enough points that he might outrun a lot of bingos, but he's got to be careful. Maybe, oh, look at that. So good tiles here for Wasim.
Yeah.
Not sure if I don't think, oddly, this play of X blocks him from being able to fit Battler on the board through this
Yeah.
E. It doesn't quite fit anymore. Let me get Wasim's points updated for you guys. I think this is accurate now. Hold on. Maybe not. I don't see it updating yet. Wasim should have 350. So I'm trying to get that updated for y'all. Anyway, the defensive play we expected does go down there. Sorry, Heidi.
Yeah. Oh, I was just going to say, somebody in the chat noting that babysitter also not in Collins. Somebody asked, what are the most common words not in Collins? And Matthew O'Connor says babysitter. Is that correct? That's crazy.
Wow, babysitter? That's crazy. Yeah. Well, all right, there we go. Sorry, we got the score finally updated. Okay, so the nice thing about this play by Jeff is that there were 3 tiles in the bag. So if Jeff is somehow wrong about the board being ironclad against bingos, he probably is still going to win the game because he'll have another play in the end game, especially holding on to that S. He should be able to score enough points through this C to maybe squeak out a lot of those games anyway. So it makes total sense. And at this point, I would think now is the time for Wasim to throw in the towel and just come up with as good of a scoring play that sets him up in the end game as best he can. Maybe not. I don't know. I guess you know what? If I'm in his shoes, I'm probably going to go for some crazy win if I can. The game is close enough that if I get a bingo down and I catch Jeff with a bunch of tiles, maybe I can still win. So I guess I might still try, maybe play one tile somewhere. Not sure where that would be.
So what could you even do though? Like, where can he play if he draws something? How would he, like, do you even see a possible way that he could?
Not so at this point. I think you're probably looking at 9-letter words, right?
Yeah.
So maybe, so for example, could you somehow find something through AD? Or if I'm Wasim and I play just a T right here, can I draw a 9-letter word through TO? That would be what I'm looking at here, and hope that you know, I can figure out some way to steal this. I think the score is close enough that, contrary to my first instinct, I would want to try to keep fighting as opposed to just play Barite or something through this Y to score as many points as I can. But in full knowledge that it's almost certain not to work out, and it might cost you some spread points in the process.
Right. And we know that there's a lot of good players, so spread's going to matter most likely, right? So you probably want to minimize that spread whenever possible.
Yeah. So that is the approach that Wasim has taken. Let me see. I messed something up. What did I do wrong to have the tile bag be barking at me with the quackle here? Anyway, I'll figure that out. For some reason, it's telling me that I have too many ends, which doesn't seem possible. Are there?
Is it because you didn't give it to Jeff?
It is. I think that is exactly. Oh, no, it's not. I-N. Oh, no, you're right. That is exactly why. All right. So Wasim went out with GOR, And that should end the game. Nieces for 34 points for Jeff. Gore was the best outplay for Wasim, who avoids going overtime. And after all is said and done, it looks like what we have as the final score is 455 to 395. Opening round victory for Jeff. There's the handshake. And all things considered, Heidi, Wasim losing by 60, not bad. I think he did a good job to fight his way back.
Yeah. Yeah. The only thing I questioned there was jived. It didn't really seem to do anything. And in fact probably hurt him. So that was my only complaint, I guess, for that game. Otherwise he played very well, I thought.
So chat is saying that we might have a tile bag with the wrong distribution. So
Oh no.
let's take a look.
Wow.
One of ease. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Was there one on Jeff's rack? Where am I missing one? 13 E's and 8 I's. Am I missing one on the board? Was there one on the chat? Help us out here. Was there an unplayed E on a player's rack? It seems like a bunch of people are saying 13th E wasn't played. Okay. They're counting it now.
Are we missing an I then? Check
There
the
was
eyes.
There it is right here. It's right off screen. There it is. There's the 13th E. 1 and then 12 on board.
Are they checking it now?
Yeah, there
Like,
is.
I mistracked. I thought you had, or whatever. I don't know. 1, 2.
Well,
3, 4, 5.
it didn't seem to affect anything. So if that's going to happen,
So I
game
think they have
1
an
is
extra
yeah.
E over an I. I think they're missing an I.
Okay, is that why my quackle was barking at me?
I think so.
I think it was there. Yeah. So all right, there you go. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13.
Crazy.
All right.
Can you count the eyes to make sure to see if there's the right
Sure.
number or?
So we got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, there you go. Well, hey, if you were to tell a Scrabble player, Heidi, we're going to swap out one of your I's and change it into an E, I feel like most of us would be like, sure, sign me up. That sounds great. Is that, strictly speaking, kosher to the rules? Not exactly. But yeah, I wouldn't be complaining. So anyway, I'm sure we're going to get that corrected.
Crazy.
Yes.
We'll get it corrected more often than you think, Muffin says.
Yeah, that's probably true. So for those curious, the stream game next round, insane, Heidi, to think this is the round 2 game from the World Cup 2025. WESPA president and former world championship finalist Chris Lipe against former world Scrabble champion Wellington Jighere.
Yay!
That's round 2. Always love watching Wellington on the stream. One of the most creative and entertaining players you could ever hope to watch. Looks like the players are smiling at the goofy tile distribution there. But that's a really fantastic game. And yeah, we're both, I mean, I'm definitely a Chris Lipe fan, but I know we're both huge Wellington fans.
Yeah, it's funny when we were talking about Wasim being stone-faced during that Swats play. Wellington is another one who just very, very serious as soon as he starts playing. And then as soon as he's like going to the challenge computer or something, big smiles, just that big, bright, beautiful smile. It's so funny to see the transformation right over the board. It's just all business. But as soon as he's off, he's just the most delightful, warm person ever.
Yeah, the smile comes back, the 1,000,000-watt smile that he has over the board. He is not going to emote. He is full focus on the game,
Yeah.
as you suggest, and that's impressive to flip the
Yeah.
switch like that, I think, because
Yes.
Scrabble is a game that lends itself to kind of emotion, swings, and you draw what you need and you want to jump for joy, or more likely you don't and you want to cry or
Yeah.
moan. But
Yeah.
yeah, at that level, there's no question that that type of attitude is important to being a world champion like Wellington is. So
For sure.
so we'll get the next game sort of set with the scores. It's going to be Chris Lipe going first against Wellington. We do see Wellington standing by. I'm not sure if we are going to take a quick break to get set, or I think we're fine. It looks like Wellington is. We can just keep the stream warm and wait for Chris to get started, and we'll just chat a little bit. There is Chris in the backdrop, in fact, so no need to wait too long. But Heidi, that was game one, and there are 31 games in this event in total. So this is a marathon, not a sprint, wouldn't you say?
Yeah, for sure, for sure. And it's always funny, like these long tournaments. They, for some people, they can be very, very exhausting. When I just played one myself in Albany, and by the end, I was like, let's play 8 more games, you know. So, but it definitely takes stamina. You know, you're using up a lot of brain power for these games, and especially if you have a slog, right? If you're having a tournament where you're just, your tiles are middling and there's no easy turns, or very few easy turns, it can be a lot more tiring than if, you're drawing bingos out of the bag and every turn is like, it's obvious what you need to do. So yeah, 31 games is a lot.
Yeah, it really is. It's it's just crazy because, as you say, it is somewhat dependent on the type of games that you are dealt. 31 games one year could be a little bit easier on you than a following year, right? There might be a year
Yeah.
where it isn't just in your favor, too. There might be a bunch of games where you're totally out of it from
Yeah.
turn 2 or 3, or where you're totally crushing from turn 2 or 3.
Yeah.
And if you just happen to get a bunch of those, then your stamina might be better off for it, as opposed to with every game is a grinded out pre-end game and end game
Yeah.
situation. That takes a toll for sure. So managing your energy, getting some physical exercise, I feel like
Yes.
I've found that that is so underrated as something that
Eating
really helps.
properly, which is
Yes.
definitely difficult at these tournaments sometimes.
Very much so. So all of those things play a role. I've heard it said that, you keep hearing this anecdote about chess players burning thousands of calories, that I feel like that can't be true. Like, they can't be burning the number of calories that the whatever reports say that they do. But I do feel like it is surprisingly taxing to be sitting, butt in your chair over the course of the whole day, but yet how are you so exhausted at the end anyway?
Yeah, I mean, your brain takes up a lot of energy, right? I don't know what the percentage is, but it's definitely a lot of the resources that your body consumes. So I can definitely see how if you're just agonizing over every play, for example, it's gonna cost you a lot of energy for sure. And it's funny, like, this the whole debate about whether Scrabble is a sport or not, but then you think about how you need to sleep properly, you need to eat properly, you need to exercise regularly to do it well. Then it starts to become a little bit more obvious that, it's definitely something that requires stamina and endurance and all of these things. So
Yeah, you can look no further at some of the champion level players. Most of them look pretty trim. Nigel Richards himself, known to bike for incredibly long periods of time. The physical component is, I think, it is underappreciated a little bit, which makes sense because this is a quote unquote mind sport. It is a, mental game for sure. But yeah, the mind is
I would
part of the
say
body.
I would say also too the level of neurodivergence in this community, and I think we know that a lot of people who are neurodiverse or whatever tend to not remember to eat when they get hyper focused on things. They tend to
I,
like not be attuned to their bodily cues and be like, "Oh, I'm hungry. I better eat something." They just are like so into whatever they're doing. I'm studying these words, or I'm thinking about these plays or whatever. So yeah, that could be that too.
Yeah, I'm as guilty as anybody of that. I would say getting in the zone and forgetting to nourish myself. Hopefully, as we do commentary throughout the day, I'll remember to get some good meals in.
Yeah.
Which, yeah, sitting at home instead of being on site. Originally, it was my hope to play in this event, but the next best thing, of course, is to be here providing commentary. And I really appreciate Heidi, you as well for commentating alongside for this morning block. We've got all kinds of great commentators as well to be filling in over the course of the event. And just procedurally, just want to note that, again, it is going to be the Collins division in the mornings because I feel like that's a little bit easier for our friends in the UK and Nigeria and other parts of the world to tune in and watch the lexicon they're familiar with. But then we will be switching over to the WoW division in the afternoons. And I can basically promise you, for those of you waiting with bated breath, when are we going to see the bearded one? We'll see how much beard he actually has. Maybe not that much. When are we going to see him on the stream? This being Nigel Richards, of course. We're sure to get him on at least once or twice this afternoon. So you got to be patient. And that's going to be fantastic, Heidi, to see Nigel compete live. That's kind of a milestone for us within the last few years. Hasn't been to North American soil to compete, so it is very exciting for us.
Oh my God, so exciting, so exciting. He's just such a brilliant, brilliant person. Unbelievable. Like I was telling somebody just the other day, it's you can't even fathom how this person's mind works. So we've got to look at his brain, posthumously or whatever, because like it's just incredible what he's able to do to outplay computers and just to learn how to play in other languages, like just by memorizing their word lists or whatever. Like he's got all those putting all of those skills together that you need to play a decent game of Scrabble. There's so many things to do besides just learning the words, and so it's just incredible. And then to top it off, you talk to him and he's not like some weirdo. He just is a very charismatic, funny, sweet person to talk to. So it's just incredible, like just a different cat for sure. And I've got to say this too, I'm also excited about the variety of commentators that we're going to have over the course of this stream. Um, so yeah, I'll be watching after I'm done commentary for sure.
Yeah, it is very exciting. We are getting word that the players are ready to start the next game. Those two players, of course, being Chris Lipe and Wellington Jighere. Also getting word that we've checked and double checked the tile distribution. So no more snafus with the E's and I's. We've got the right number of tiles. So let's cut over to the board whenever we can. And we're going to get you game 2 between these two fantastic players. Here we go. And it is going to be Chris with the first move. Looks like he's standing by, ready to get seated there. Wellington already ready to rock in his chair, going second in this game. So, yeah, we talked a little bit about Wellington and his style of play. Famously, he has told me and others that his aspiration is to have no style. He wants to be flexible.
Yes.
He wants to be surprising. So the idea that he is a defensive or offensive player, he wants to defy that expectation, whatever it may be. And I really feel like he is incredibly entertaining to watch for that reason, because you just can't know for sure what he's going to do next. And that is by design.
Yeah, it's true. Likes to be unexpected. And he's so good at playing whatever style he wants to, right? So he doesn't lose anything when he's not playing a certain way over another. He's a very, very versatile, very brilliant person to watch. And I love Wellington. I got to annotate him. I felt like his personal annotator after the SPC Scrabble Players Championship in Las Vegas a couple of years ago. I must have annotated 8 games by his side or something like that. So I got to learn a lot, and I got to see how he plays, and just I was snowed by his brilliance. Awesome.
So meanwhile, Chris with the first move drew way too many vowels, and he exchanges AEE, leaving the very strong rate as a leave. That looks absolutely warranted. So it makes a ton of sense for him to start the game. Chris, in his own right, I feel like Chris is one of those players, when I play him, I always have an extremely difficult time with him. I have a terrible record against him. And part of that is that he has won a few games against me with absolutely brilliant plays down the stretch of a game. Very, very creative, resourceful player. He once won a game against me by bingoing out with a 10-letter word through GOR. He bingoed out with allegorist against me. An absolutely insane way to lose a game, which was, I had to tip my cap. I actually wasn't even that mad. When something like that happens, you just got to say, great job to your opponent. So Chris, one of the strongest players in the scene without question. And he's got overeat on his rack. So it looks like with Veely coming down for Wellington, we are going to be seeing over late come down through the L, and we're not going to see it come down over late. It's going to come down instantly, Heidi. I'm guessing.
Guessing the same thing. Yeah. So it's nice. It's nice to have these easy turns, like I say, out of the gate. You know what you're going to do. Although I didn't see what he drew for the first, like what extra vowels he drew, but he very swiftly decided he needed to get rid of them, and then he was rewarded for it. Sometimes you don't get rewarded. Sometimes you draw the same letters back.
Yeah, very true. His opening rack in this particular case was AAEEERT. So he exchanged AEE, leaving rate. And the reason that you like those good bingo leaves is because you can draw weird combinations like VOE and still have a bingo afterwards.
Yeah.
That's what makes these good leaves so good, is that even with some weird combinations, they're going to turn into something nice. Chris bingoing for 94 points, hitting 2 double word scores in one go. But as we saw last game from Wasim, Wellington is not even close. I actually feel like Wellington is one of the most patient players of anyone at a deficit. He is going to be completely unflappable here. He's going to continue to play his game, and he is definitely not bothered by this early deficit.
Yeah, and it's true, and by the same token, or the flip side of that, I mean, is when you're like leading a game and you feel super confident, and then you stop. Maybe you don't stop, but you feel confident and you're not worried about losing the game. You think, I'm up by so much, what could possibly happen? And then your bingo draws 2 bingos in a row at the end of the game or something, and suddenly, or plays a 10 to go out, and suddenly you've lost the game. It's I don't think you can ever take anything for granted in the game. You just have to keep trying, and because that luck factor is so huge, you never know what's going to happen. So
yeah, for sure. The luck can swing so much in a game as well, that the opening barrage of bingos can dry up. Your opponent can get that cue and then play it for 10 points and then draw 3 U's out of the bag. There are a lot of crazy things that can happen. It looks like Wellington was getting set to play FOB, FOB. I'm pretty sure he was thinking about playing that here. Instead, he has opted for many more points by playing barf for 29, 8 additional points over playing fob at a cost of keeping the O instead of the A, and maybe blocking a little bit more of the board. Not that much. I don't think the board position is a huge factor there, but those plays were really, really close, and Wellington's done well to pick one of them and move on to turns that are going to matter a little bit more. And it looks like he has pretty good bingo tiles. In fact, if it stays open, motioned or demotion will potentially go down for Wellington at the top of the board. So he's hoping for that O to stay open right now. Is Chris going to figure out a way to block it? I'm not sure. It does feel like a lot of his good plays here, Heidi, put the H in this square. So I'm not sure if he's going to think to do that.
But he's got 2 O's himself. So even if he plays something, maybe it won't fit. Never mind. Visual spatial challenges. I was going to say, even if he plays something like ooh, he's throwing another O out there, but it's not in the right spot. So.
Well, yeah, I mean, he would if he plays
emotion. Yeah, right.
If he plays ooh right here, there will still be room for Wellington to bingo. So a lot of the moves that Chris can make, maybe the most quote unquote standard would be the archaic whoer right
Yeah.
here. And if he does that, then you will still see a bingo from Wellington in response. So interesting swing. It does feel like there is almost no way that Chris can avoid getting hit with the bingo from Wellington next turn. And he is going to play
Yeah.
Hooer. I mean, this is, this is kind of instructive. If you're Chris, you might be thinking to yourself, wow, I'm playing a former world champion. I can't possibly open up a triple against him, right? Well, you can, right? There's definitely an argument to be made that this is the best play and that Wellington is likely to be able to find some good points no matter what.
Yeah.
And yeah, so we're going to see Wellington bingo. The crazy thing, Heidi, is the bingo is going to go here through this O for 76 points and create a crazy board after.
Yes. It's funny that you say that about the opening up the triple, because I think that a lot of newer players over index on not wanting to open a triple or taking it whenever it becomes available, no matter what the point sacrifice is, right? Oh, I've got to block off this triple. So I think that's a lesson to be learned for some of the newer players who worry overly much about opening up those lanes or leaving them open.
Yeah, totally agreed. At this level, again, as we were saying in the first game, players are resourceful. They're going to find a way to score a lot of points, even on boards where triple word scores aren't open. And Wellington plays his highest scoring bingo of motioned and is going to briefly take the lead. But man, look at this. Chris with the first blank. He is
Uh-oh.
definitely going to be looking through this D for something incredibly powerful that hits both triple word scores. But we, Heidi, can know from our omniscient state in the commentary booth, there is no 8-letter word with a D in second position here available for Chris. It feels like he is likely to play something up here, and that D is going to sit open for at least one more turn.
I think at least the saving grace is that D in that second spot there is not super easy to bingo triple with anyways, and so you might not spend a lot of time looking through it. You might just very quickly decide you don't have anything. But I'm just wondering, like, how long do you think it would take you in game to decide that, oh, there's nothing there, especially when you have the blank?
I do think it's a great point that you can very reasonably assume that it's unlikely that you're going to have something. The D, of course, prefers to be later in the word, especially the last letter in a word for that ED suffix. But if I'm Chris, there's no way that I'm going to let this turn go by without at least thinking for a split second about every letter in the alphabet combined with that D and just make sure that I don't whiff on something that could be completely game changing. So I would probably spend 1 minute of time looking at that D. And if something pops out at me, I'm hoping that it's going to pop out fast. That's the whole point of your preparation of
Yeah.
why you study words. You want those words to pop into your mind really fast when you think about the relevant letters. And if I don't see it, I'm going to trust my instincts and play something like retired or retried on top of the M of
Yeah.
motioned, which is still going to be a fantastic play. So that's how
Yeah.
I'm going with that.
Yeah. It's good. I think a lot of times players can spend too much time, and so I think a good thing to do in those situations, like you say, is like give yourself a time limit. Like if I don't see anything in a minute, move on. Especially when you have equally good, like, well, maybe not equally good, but very good options otherwise. So you could just pick something else that's going to be good anyway, right?
Yeah, for sure. So yeah, it is interesting to think, is it possible as well that if I'm Chris, would you ever consider playing something from the V? I don't think so. I think you want to cover this spot for the reasons that you mentioned, Heidi, which is that this is actually kind of unwieldy and difficult to use. There might be situations where if this was a different letter, I might consider, right? If this is an R,
Hmm.
maybe I would consider playing from the V to give myself a chance of hitting one of the two triples next turn. But this spot is easily the biggest and baddest spot on the board. So I'm going to want to use it right now if I'm Chris and force Wellington to have a much more specific word through the D. And I'm pretty sure that's the direction he's going to go as he continues to have a think about his options here. I think for the exact reason, there is a factor too, Heidi, of he's on stream. If he
Yes.
wasn't on stream, there might
Yep.
be, I might succumb to this as well. I might double check the alphabet because I'm
Yeah.
on stream and I'm extra worried about, I don't want to miss a move on stream. I
Yeah.
hope I would not worry about that. You want to spend as little time thinking about being on stream when you're actually on stream as possible. You don't want that to get into your decision making in any way, but we're only human. It can happen.
Yeah, for sure, for sure. It can be daunting, right? And also, I don't know, when I'm streaming, I always worry about, when I'm taking too long on a turn, it's like, oh, this is not entertaining for the audience, and or oh no, I'm missing something super obvious that everybody else can see. It's pretty easy to get inside your own head like that, but you really have to. I think that the players at this level are maybe better at putting certain things aside, like if they can manage their emotions and not get riled up when they're behind or whatever, or get too excited when they're when they're ahead. I think that kind of regulation sort of is transferable to these types of situations too, when you're on stream and you could just be like, okay, just play your game.
Yeah, that's definitely what we would aspire to, is to just, when you're on stream, don't even think about it and just play your game. And that includes, there are moves in Scrabble, Heidi, that you make and you sort of know. There are times where I'll make a move in a game and kind of be thankful that nobody's watching because it's really weird. Like if I'm making a really outside the box move, I'll say to myself, God, I'm glad nobody's watching this because this is kind of crazy. You don't have that luxury on stream. You have to have the confidence to still make moves that you believe are correct, but that might not look correct to others.
Well, and it's
So
funny because obviously if you're making that move that you think is a little bit weird, there's a reason why you're making it. And if it turns out the way you are hoping that it does, then you feel like a hero when it does, because it's off the beaten path and you found it and you did it. So then you
yeah.
hope somebody was watching.
Exactly. So that's the optimistic way of thinking about it. So kudos to you for consistently having that optimistic viewpoint, which Scrabble sometimes can be tough to be optimistic when things are not going well. So
Yeah.
Chris has spent many minutes on this. So I think this is a point where I would be starting to say, all right,
Hmm.
if I'm not seeing it through the
Hmm.
D, I just need to play something. Admittedly, now is the time to spend your clock when you have that blank. It's, this is proper clock management, to use a little extra clock. But remember too, Heidi, as you probably know from watching a lot of Wellington's games up close and personal as his annotator, he can shift into lightning speed at any time. His default playing pace is very fast. I have every expectation he's going to speed up here, sensing blood in the water with this big time advantage.
Does he do that? I didn't remark that because I'm always looking for the best in people. So I don't think about them doing mean things to their opponent. But would he start just playing fast just to pressure Chris here?
Well, he's done it to me. He's definitely done it to me. So, he has done that to me. I definitely felt it very much. I played a match against Wellington on the Let's Play Scrabble YouTube channel at one point, and as soon as he started sensing a time advantage, I definitely felt that his level of speed picked up quite a bit. So let me just see. I'm pretty sure this is going to be, and it is an M for merited. That is going to be co-best with a ton of other plays that score 89 points in that spot. So Chris finally getting to move on from that difficult rack. And it's back over to Wellington, who just as he took the lead, he has it snatched away by Chris with the first blank. So
Yeah, it's Penumbra in the chat there reminding me that it's not mean, it's strategy. I understand, but I have to
yeah,
get better.
I mean, there certainly start to become a fine line between things that you can do to influence the outcome of the game in your favor and things that start to border on, things that are inappropriate. But speeding up your play definitely does not fall into any kind of unethical, like that is totally justified and legitimate. There's no issue with
Yeah.
that. All
Yeah.
right, and here you go. Wellington quickly spotting Sauce for 27. This looks like about as good of a play as he has available. Spotting it really quickly. Looks kind
Yeah.
of weird at first glance to use your S like this, Heidi, but he has another one in reserve,
Yeah.
so it's expendable, and he can't really get that many more points here. So I'm very
Yeah.
impressed that he spotted this so quickly.
And also, there aren't a lot of S spots on the board. Um, so, but yeah, I
True.
think again, a lot of new players don't want to spend their S if they, even if they have two, it gets hard to just spend one for not a lot of extra points. So these things, um, help us to see, what kinds of decisions are better and what can help you become a champion. Like that's why we watch these streams, right? To get better and to learn from other people's mistakes and really great strategies. So yeah.
Yeah, I mean, there's definitely a huge component of watching these streams and seeing what the best Scrabble players in the world do. I find I learn a ton doing commentary and watching these
Mm.
amazing players, and I feel like, I'm a strong player myself, but I definitely find myself learning every single time I do one of these streams. That's a testament to how good the players are, a testament to how deep of a game Scrabble is. So there's definitely that element to it. And then there's just a simple entertainment factor, that crazy stuff. These players are playing awesome words, really fun words, amazing board vision and strategy on display, which that's our job to translate that to all of you. So if we're doing a good job, you should not only find this instructive, you should also be finding it extremely entertaining. At least that is our hope, as Chris just plays off his F by
Oh,
itself for 27 points. Oddly, there really isn't anything that's that much better than that play. I'm not sure I see the upside for the J. I would make this play more readily if I was gunning for a J play that made me feel really optimistic. I
right.
don't really see a play like that, so I would have been tempted to play some other stuff, like maybe Ink right here looks
Hmm.
solid. Maybe the more standard play is just Kif right here
Yeah.
to get rid of multiple high scoring letters. But maybe Chris has a plan for the J that I'm not seeing, or one of you in the chat, or you, Heidi, see.
Well, I don't see it, but as you say, he's a very creative player. He maybe he has something in mind, but it does look weird to me to keep all of those funky tiles and just play one F off your rack in this situation. I don't know. It's interesting. We'll have to see what happens.
I think we should also recognize that part of the thinking there might have been, this isn't going to be horribly bad of a play, and I need to make plays quickly, right? He needs
Mm,
to make his next few plays quickly. So he
right.
spotted something that's going to be comparable to anything else that's available, although I'm not sure it was the quote unquote best option. Playing
Hmm.
it really, really fast could have been on his mind here. So back over to Wellington. Some tricky ways to go here. You made the point, Heidi, that the S is not as good as it could usually be. Over late is an adjective. The V of Vili cuts off space here, doesn't take an S hook. It's going to be very difficult to slot an S under here with the very specific overlaps. So this is not a very good S board, and it's not that good of, well, I guess you do have some hope in these letters for bingoing. Maybe you get one from the M, but I would be very tempted if I'm Wellington to just grab a boatload of points up here right now with something like Hade,
Yeah.
Hade, that scores 38. Yes, it
Yeah.
leaves Slug, which is not a good leave, but that's a lot of points in a tough position here.
It's a huge amount of points, and then it doesn't change the state of the board really either, except taking out the E and D potential bingo lines. So yeah, I think it's seems to be the best play to me. Scores a lot of points. Doesn't it takes out those lanes. I don't know what else you want to do here. It looks pretty good.
Yeah, so Hade, the play that we're evaluating. Another option, so Wellington has Galed lined up, which would go right in here. That's an interesting choice as well. It scores pretty well, comparable, 35 points, whereas this one scores 38. So I do feel like there is some merit to that. Now he has nudges set up, which that is a beautiful play,
Mm,
Heidi. Off of the N of motioned, this would be as strong an acknowledgement as we have that the S is not something Wellington values on this board.
right,
He would get 37 points for that play. So a lot of other options. I also want to call out Nug in this spot. If you want to go to maximize your bingo chance, you could just play Nug here with Org, leaving leads as a leave, which
right,
actually combines pretty well with the T and the E. All these plays are really close between
right.
Hade, Nudges, Galed, and Nug. Do you have any favorite from among those four that feels so close, Heidi?
Well, it's funny because I was just saying, yeah, I love the Haid, but then I looked at the score and I'm like, oh, well, he's behind, so maybe he doesn't want to close down bingo lines or whatever. So, and when you pointed out that nudges play, again, I love plays like that that are just a little bit sneaky, right? Clever. So, yeah, he did go with Gale. Like you say, they're also close.
Yeah, seems very reasonable. That spot is certainly something that could be really damaging with the right overlaps in that spot. You could easily see a really big
Right,
scoring play go down, but it would
right.
require an E to go here. There's no other vowel that can go under the R. So that limits the flexibility somewhat compared to another consonant. So it's back over to Chris. He's got a play that stands out really, really high from the pack of Jink right here.
Yes.
That seems to be quite warranted for him. Yes, you are exposing the J in the triple lane, but it seems like a small price to pay to get 44 points and shed both the J and the K from the rack. So I do
Yeah.
feel like he's going to need to play this here almost certainly.
Yeah. And then you have those moments as a player sometimes where you're like, ah, damn, if I only played this other word, he wouldn't have had that,
Yeah,
you know?
exactly. Yes. I had played any of these other plays that I had been considering. If you're Wellington, he probably doesn't have anything quite so strong. But down comes the J. Yes, if you're Chris, you are worried about a 6-letter J play that would potentially reopen the board. But Wellington, with his draw after
Hmm.
Gale, he left US on his rack and drew AAOOC, which is not what he wanted to see here by a long shot.
No, no.
So he'll have a very clear issue to deal with all those vowels. He has a play that looks solid to accomplish that of just Anoa right here. He can get rid
Hmm.
of his two A's and one of his two O's if he wants it. So that is definitely an option for him. Not sure what else he might consider. Maybe just a do through the D of motioned. He has OOS set
Yeah, I
up
think
on
he's
his
looking
rack.
under Jank, maybe?
Yeah, this is where he's thinking about, oh no, four. Yeah, mono. That's right. So this is an M, just remember. So mono
Yeah,
would go here. So that would score pretty well. And again, as we've been talking about, Heidi, the S is not so powerful here. That play would
yeah,
also obstruct the J from Chris's ability to get a 6-letter play down from it. So there
yeah,
are some things that are nice about that play, but I kind of like Anoa here just
yeah,
because you keep a little better balance going into next turn. Who knows? Maybe you're the one that gets the nice J play or a bingo through the T or E of overlate.
yeah. And he's pretty far back right now, too, so might not want to. But of course you also need to score, right? So, but Noah scores. What's the score for Noah? 20 points versus.
Ooh, is that an it looks like an exchange. So
Oh
Wellington
wow.
exchanges. I am very surprised. I do feel like there
Um,
were some plays that I would have liked to play if I'm Wellington, but he keeps his very best tiles on the rack, exchanging AOOU. That was his choice. That's surprising. As you said,
yeah,
Heidi, he's down by a lot. Every little point he can get here would have been helpful to sort of stay in touch in the scoreboard in the game. So yeah, I feel like there's nothing super wrong with a Noah, and Chris immediately just playing Chi. This is
Yeah.
to your point, is it possible? I don't think you can pull the trigger on a play like Ritz here with a
Mm.
Y unseen. So I do feel like Chi is a little more sane of an option than something like that. But the leave, oh, look what he's run into now.
Yeah.
So that was
Yeah.
a tough one. He had to make that play quickly again because his clock was
Right.
pretty low. But now Wellington's is kind of low too.
I was just gonna say, yeah, he spent a bit of time there. Um, I didn't notice that he had spent so much of his clock. Was that all on the last turn? Well, obviously it wasn't all on, but you know what I mean. Did he
I
actually
think
take that long for that
Wellington,
time?
yeah, he really went into the tank a little bit. He played Sauce instantly almost, and
Right.
he took a while to evaluate Gale
Yes.
because there were
Yes.
so many really close plays on that turn. So now he's thinking about playing Jawans off of this J for 51 points, which he badly needs.
Yeah.
And the only other play, which is definitely worth consideration here, would be a Daw through this
Right.
D, keeping the S. But again, we keep saying it, maybe not as important to keep that S, although now we do have a spot to play it, I guess, but that's not even that good of a spot. I think a Daw is tempting. Wellington going with Jawans, which is definitely very close. And now look at this. This is exactly the situation Wellington needs, Heidi. Chris
Yes.
to have 7 consonants. He can almost not do anything. And Wellington draws horribly as well.
No. Oh man. Um, yeah, these wrecks are interesting to me because I tend to play through a lot of wrecks. I know Wellington usually does too. He's not a big fan of exchanges. But what does Chris do? Do you have to play something here? Do you consider exchanging? I don't know. It's
Yeah,
weird.
I think this is tough. If you exchange, what do you keep? That's
Yeah.
another factor. I feel like in this situation, keeping the Z is a must because
Yes.
it plays so easily with any vowel in this spot, right? So you can
Yeah.
play all of your 2-letter Z words right here. So you got to keep the Z in play in case that spot stays open because you're going to hammer it for a ton of points. Maybe you even get to play Hayes up there, or Ghazi or something like that, right? So Chris is
Yeah.
going to exchange down to RTZ. Seems reasonable. I might have gone a little bit harder to try to draw Ghazi or something huge in that
Hmm.
spot there, just because the R and the T are not really helping you achieve that goal. I think I would have
Right.
exchanged down to just the Z, but I don't really quibble with this that much. So Chris
Yeah.
exchanging and draws a few vowels. So he's got something for that corner. But what the heck does Wellington do here? I have no idea. Let me just get this exchange correct first. So RTZ means he exchanged this. And yeah, this is not at all what Wellington hoped to draw. I have no idea what he's going to elect to do
Hmm.
here.
Yeah.
That second blank is still lurking, so playing some, as many tiles as he can is probably appealing. He also has to be thinking Chris just exchanged, so there's what could he have exchanged? Something clunky back into the bag, and he is going to play pie, eyes in the back of his head, potentially
Mm,
feeling like I need to cover up that spot right now.
right.
And it's very timely because it's going to be much tougher for Chris. Well, actually, he has Woots, I
Yeah.
should say.
That's a lot.
It's going to be a huge amount in 2 different places, too.
Yeah.
Oh, look at
Yeah.
that. Crusher. Nice play. So
Yeah.
Heidi, he had that play alongside over late as well. And if
Yeah.
you didn't look carefully, you might not see that it actually scores 3 more points and is much more defensive to not put the
Yes.
Z in the triple lane there. Very nice play by Chris.
Although I will say that I think your eye does gravitate towards that spot just because of you have the W and you have woo, right? So
Yeah.
it just makes sense to want to put your W on that triple letter score, and play down. So I think that was an easier spot anyway. I think you're going to see that one before you see alongside overlay.
That is a good point for sure. So yeah, because of that triple being right here, you are thinking about those overlaps. And you can see that's going to be a really lucrative way to also hit the Z on the triple too, to get 30 extra points for that. So yeah, it
What
does
do you
make
think of
sense.
holding back the Z there?
um, Interesting. Holding it back, that's actually really crazy because it probably is comparable. The thing about it though is I would be playing it there every time for the simple reason that you're keeping RS as your leave when you
Right.
play it, which
Yeah.
leads to bingos through this E or T way
Right.
more often than if
Right.
you keep the Z in reserve and get ready to use the spot.
Right.
So the 1-2 punch of getting the extra points now and then the many, many, many extra bingos that you get probably make it worth playing. But a really
Right.
clever idea by you. If you just leave this off, you're then scoring 32 or 30 something, and then you're almost guaranteeing, unless Wellington blocks it, you're going to get another 70 next turn. So it makes sense. Nice. Oh, filing. Very
Uh-oh.
cool. Is that valid though? Is this a valid word? Hold on. I think I know file is a word.
Is
It
he even holding?
looks like filing
Uh,
is not. I can't
no.
tell,
It's drawing.
but if this word is valid, it looks fantastic to score
Yeah.
a really nice number of points. 32 points.
It's, everybody's questioning it. I don't think it's not showing up. So, oh, there it is. It is showing up.
Well,
Filing.
I put that in
Oh, did you
there
put it in? Oh, you
and
put it in.
told it not to
Oh,
challenge. Yeah,
oh
so
no. Right.
it gave me the error message that it's not a
Okay.
word. So,
Getting
yeah,
away with it and drawing the blank. Good
wow.
for Wellington.
So this play, if it is not challenged, and it certainly looks like Chris is not going through any kind of motion that he's considering challenging it,
No.
this play is fantastic for
Yeah.
Wellington. It scores a bunch more points than he could get. As you say, he's now drawn that second blank. He is still down by 60 points plus whatever Chris is about to score. So that's not ideal. So even if Wellington gets a bingo down, he's still going to be sort of chasing on the scoreboard. But
Yeah.
he definitely has non-zero chances here once again. So if he's able to pull
So,
this out, that's going to be world champion status here
yeah.
from him.
Do you think this was intentional or a mistake? Like chat pointing at the file is a noun. Do you think, like, for somebody of Wellington's caliber, it's so, and I think it is so daring to play a phony in Collins when it's only 5 points to challenge. You don't lose your turn, you know, if you're wrong when you challenge. So yeah, it just seems like you would think the incidence of phonying would be lower. But I mean, of course, we're human beings and we make mistakes. But then also because you know it's only 5 points to challenge is the psychology that, oh, he wouldn't play this unless he knew it was good.
Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. You're leveraging that, right? You're leveraging the fact that the game situation is dire enough. This looks kind of like a word. And if I'm Wellington, I feel like it's a little bit aspirational. It's like this
Right,
kind of has to be a
right.
word if I'm going to have realistic chances here. So I'm going to play this. And as the famous quote, who said this? Richard Nixon. It's not or someone affiliated with politics. It's not a lie if you believe it. It's not a phony if you believe it, right? Like
Well,
it's
true. I believe that actually because yeah, I've played a lot of words that I think are good and they're just not. And so, but I also have played words where I think this should be a word, but I'm not sure if it's actually valid.
sure.
So then there's that. But
So
Muffin
yeah,
saying that, you there's definitely a gray area there between phony and between intentional and not intentional, right? And you can convince yourself. And so, yeah, like you said, the game situation can sometimes dictate. Do I need this to be a word? I'm going to
yeah.
try it if I need to. Yeah.
Very, very much so. So game situation definitely suggesting that if this word is valid, you actually are getting a solid chunk of winning percentage that you would not otherwise get. And Wellington may be thinking about playing just G. Sorry, I was about to draw a Q. GI right here. Is that what he could be considering? This would very aggressively open up a triple. And if he can catch Chris without an N or an S to hook Chi, this could be extremely annoying to deal with. And as we see, that is exactly the case right now.
Right.
So to me, what I'm imagining if I'm Wellington is playing my play right here, hoping against hope that Chris cannot hook this word, and either drawing a hook or maybe I get a massive bingo from this
Right.
V. This is my lifeline if I'm Wellington, getting a huge 90+ point bingo from this V and creating a diversion to keep that open. I feel like
Yeah.
there are actually surprisingly many eights that I could think of that might actually play from that V with these letters like viricide and stuff like
Ooh.
that. Oh man, he's close. He is really close. It turns out that I don't think just one different letter in
Oh,
there and he'd be threatening something gigantic from that V. But it looks like he's close, but no cigar, unfortunately for Wellington, and very fortunately for Chris.
yeah. Some David in the chat saying, I was in a game where I was down by 60 with no tiles left in the bag. I thought about super live, but then decided, oh, that's too stupid. I'll just give up. And it's valid.
Oh no. Yep.
But
See,
yeah.
that's what Scrabble does to you. But
Oh yeah,
look at
harsh.
how this played out. Chris
Oh man. Yep.
had oboe
Yeah.
available for 31 points, but felt
Wow.
sufficiently scared by Wellington's opening that he instead just plays bow for a fraction of the points, to basically giving Wellington credit for, if he's playing G, he almost certainly has NS or something like
Yeah.
that. He didn't. But for Wellington, yes, it's frustrating that that spot got blocked, but that's still a win for him to induce Chris to play such a low scoring move, only 10 points on his previous turn. That's kind of a win for Wellington, even though the spot got blocked.
Yeah, for sure. He doesn't have anything alongside Boots, does he? I don't know all my bangos or
Incredibly,
anything, but does he?
it's a great question, but incredibly, he
Oh.
has no playable bingos at all with these
Uh
beautiful letters. If I'm Wellington, I'm concerned. Now I have only 5 minutes on my clock. I've been fighting so hard to stay in this game. If I had a lot of time, I'd be looking through EN and TI for 9-letter words. I'd be looking really hard for cool overlaps alongside
mhm.
whoops, as you allude to, but he just doesn't have time to permute
Right.
like that, in addition to this V, which is what he really wants here.
Right. Oh,
So
rough
what to
one.
do? Yeah, what to do?
Because that I feel like this rack would take a long time to figure out if you have anything or not. So it's rough when you have under 5 minutes, and yeah, just that time's ticking down. You know you need to bingo. Your tiles look beautiful. It's rough situation.
Amazingly, he has what appears to be the engine's favorite play set up
Wow.
here. So he's been able to come up and look at this beautiful overlap. You were talking about it in game one, Heidi, these nice
Yeah.
overlapping plays, making a bunch of 3-letter words, very
Yeah.
aesthetically pleasing. He has it set up. He might leave the E off to improve his bingo percentage. He could tack it on and get a few more points. Another difficult nuance to work through, and he just doesn't have a ton of time. There's going to be a few more moves in this game, some of which are likely to be complicated. So he's got to figure out what to do. He's going to play just 2E, leaving that
Okay.
E
Yeah.
to pump up his bingo chances. I think it makes a lot of sense.
Mhm.
Wow, crazy game. If Wellington pulls this out, my God, I will have to
Yeah.
say that will be an epic comeback here. But look, another rack for Chris. It's going to be pretty brutal, and he also doesn't have much time to work it out.
Right.
Huge draw coming for Wellington here. Oof.
Uh,
Okay.
charm.
Charmed. I mean, things like charmed will play right here
Yeah.
if Chris doesn't
So,
end up
and
blocking.
Chris definitely gonna try to block, right? Any viable bingo lane
I
or
would
what?
think, yeah. I mean,
Yeah.
something like Euro seems
Yeah.
nice for him here. I'm not sure if that gives anything back to Wellington.
Yeah.
Little scary to open up this double lane like that, but it's very difficult to actually hit. So this is very tough for
Yes.
Chris. I don't think Euro is like an automatic play. Maybe he'll
Right.
play something different. Um, there he has it set up. Where is he going to play it? There's a couple spots. I certainly don't think he's going to play it here for 3 more points, opening up a giant
Yeah.
hook. Wow, look
Okay.
at this. He saved himself a world of hurt. Oh, no, he hasn't. Charmed still fits. Oh, my God. Insta play. Wow. Okay, so blocking the initial positioning for this word, but oh
Oh
my
my
gosh,
God, I
Heidi, look
love
at
it.
this. Let's see what Wellington calls that blank. He calls it an A. He could have called it an I for churmed as
Oh
well, but
wow.
a 93-point play for Wellington, and all of a sudden he is back in the lead. Is it just temporary as Chris now this empties the bag?
Oh
So
wow.
there are going to be 6 tiles on Wellington's rack. So I feel like Wellington had very little choice but to go ahead and play this. But I do feel like Chris should be okay in this end game to squeak out the win anyway.
Yeah. Chow was also pointing out, by the way, that Be Charmed also could have played. So
Oh, that's crazy. Be charmed off of BE. I would not have thought about that.
uh,
Of course, that is fewer points by a
yeah.
lot. This is
Yeah.
91 points. And it definitely, I feel like there were surely some draws that
Hmm.
Wellington could have here that would threaten a win. Because you know what? Chris's draw of the N is actually really clutch because now he
Yeah.
can just play something like Boney here for a
Right.
huge
Right.
score. That feels like it should be enough to weather the storm, whatever Wellington would plan on doing with his X. So amazing work by Wellington to
Yeah.
make this interesting at all. But I do feel like Chris has done enough to
Yes.
hold on here. Crazy game, Heidi.
Yeah. Very crazy. So good to watch. Fun to watch. Interesting. Instructive. It's just amazing.
Yeah. So if I'm Chris, I guess what am I thinking about in terms of what is the worst that Wellington can do with his X? I'm scanning the board. I don't have a lot of time to do it, but I don't really see an obvious spot. Look at how clustered everything is. The bottom
Hmm.
3 rows of the board are totally untouched. This is kind of a weird,
Yeah.
looks kind of like a Space Invader or
Yeah. I was
something.
just gonna say that. Oh my
Were you?
gosh. Yeah.
We love our Scrabble board shapes, of course. But yeah, what to do? The X doesn't really feel like, okay, it looks like Bonally is another. I guess if you play Bonally, you would have to be 100% sure of that word. Oh my God,
Mhm.
is it not? Oh man, wait a second. That's not a word.
Oh man, what is gonna happen?
Oh my God.
Will he play
Wait a
it? This
second.
is why. Oh
If
what?
he plays this here,
Yeah.
Bonally.
This is so crazy. Scrabble is
Oh
so
my
crazy.
God.
Come on.
Oh my God.
Oh
Oh,
man.
Wellington. Wellington has every incentive to challenge this. If it is a word, he cannot defeat it. I'm so curious to see what he's going to do. If he
Oh my
challenges the
god. Oh my
word
god. What?
off,
He's not even, is he looking? Did he
if,
look?
if he challenges this word off the board, he can win.
Is he holding? Ethan? Oh my god. Is he on hold?
We don't know. He's thinking. I'm not sure if he said
Oh.
anything. Oh,
Challenge. This is so
Wellington,
crazy. This is why Scrabble is so exciting. You just never know what is
he
gonna happen.
just got the win gifted to him
Oh my god.
on a silver platter. If he challenges this off,
Monitors, puppets.
all he has to do if he challenges this off is he's got any number of
Come
plays with
on.
his P right here, and then he can follow up with a play like tucks or something. Tucks here, couple different spots. He
So he's looking
definitely.
now to see if there's any way that he can win without challenging, right? Because
I
right?
mean, I feel like it should be pretty clear. So if we give
You think
Chris
it's
his
obvious that there's no win, he should just insta challenge then, right?
yeah, I think if there's any doubt, so I'm gonna give Chris his points for now. What did he
Come on,
just?
Lily.
The clock is. Ah, I thought the clock was stopped.
Come on, come on.
It's not stopped. Oh my God, the drama,
Maybe
the
he didn't.
win.
Maybe he didn't even say hold. It's just the end of the game, right? So there's no like. Of course, Chris is not drawing tiles. There's no tiles to be drawn. So
So
yeah.
this word,
But
45 points.
does he have as long as he needs to challenge at the end of the game when the bag is empty? Like, could
I
he
I
still
am
challenge
I
if he
am
didn't
not
say hold?
sure. I am not sure by rule what I think there. Yeah, as long as he says hold, I think it's still within his right to challenge. Now he has to worry about if he
Okay.
does challenge, is he going to have enough time to execute a winning endgame, which there are many. But oh
I'm
man,
pretty
it
sure he's
feels
not
like
challenging
he's
though.
not. I agree with you.
Yeah.
I agree with you at this point, and that
That's
is a
too bad. Oh
great.
my god.
That's insane. And obviously, bonally, right? How, of
Yes.
course, that word could be good. There are so many
Yes.
crazier looking words ending in
Yes.
ILY than this.
Yeah.
Bonally, my arms jut out bonally. I mean, come on. It's like, whatever. There are definitely. Oh,
Ours says empty bag can challenge anytime.
this is it. Here comes the challenge. Oh my God. So this is going to come off.
Oh my god, this is so crazy.
This is going to come off the board, and Wellington has 35 seconds. Maybe Wellington has already decided what he's going to do. Wowzers. Oh my God. Wow.
God, all he had
Insane.
to do was play Boney. Yeah, yeah. Oh my god, this is so insane.
So he probably has all of this worked
Yes.
out.
Yeah.
It should be challenged off the board. I'm getting the
Oh
score
my
right
god.
again. Wellington playing sex for 34, leaving 2 spots for his outplay. And now not even the valid play of Boney in this spot, which is the best play and would have won Chris the game.
Right.
That is not going to be enough here.
The
As
slow play, eh?
that is insane.
The Nigerians do that sometimes too to freak you out.
Yeah. Definitely. There is that like gamesmanship element where for Wellington, for maximum psychological damage, not challenging until 20 seconds left on his clock. And now Chris, my heart goes out to him here.
Oh
That
my
is
god.
brutal. That is so brutal
It is brutal. It is freaking brutal.
for Chris
Oh.
with the game wrapped up. This is insane.
Oh man.
What a win.
Oh Lord.
I can't believe it. Wellington's going to win. And Bonier,
So
this
he must
would have
not be seeing Boney weirdly. Why would you see Bonally and not Boney?
maybe he's not thinking that's a valid spelling of it with
Yeah, yeah,
EY.
yeah.
Wellington with his best follow-up endgame
Oh
move
my
of
god.
put, and Wellington winds up. It'll update shortly, I believe. Final score 493 to 453. Can't say I've seen a crazier one than that in a while, Heidi.
It's insane. Oh my god. I love it. Somebody keeps talking about this Ritz play. What with the blank? What did they want? What are they going on about? Earlier. Yeah.
Ritz would have been earlier in the game when Chris played his Q. When
Okay.
he played Chi, there was some idea that playing Ritz here or maybe in a different spot that I'm not remembering, there was a Y unseen, which is a little scary.
No,
Um,
no, I don't think it's that one. I think they're talking about Ritz with the blank. Somebody mentioned that a little bit ago. Anyways,
Ritz with a
sorry to
blank.
distract. I know. Maybe I'm confused. I made a joke about Ritz. Okay, somebody made a joke about Ritz. That just
Oh,
misspoke.
okay. Either way, insane, totally insane game.
Yeah.
Wellington just manifested the crap
Oh
out
my
of this
God.
win between filing, which makes total sense to try. That was so much better than any other option that he
Yeah,
had. It stayed on the board, and he just made it close enough to give Chris a chance to make a mistake. And that is exactly what happened. And that happens, right? If you're
yeah,
at this level, if you're Wellington, you're going to win some games where your opponent makes a mistake you don't
yeah,
expect. That's
yeah,
why the best players are the best. They play really, really well. They're not the ones making those mistakes. Chris is a fantastic player.
yeah.
I definitely feel like this is out of character for him to make a move that he's not 1,000,000% sure of in the end game.
Right.
But he went with Bonally, and it cost him dearly. Great win by Wellington Jighere here, Heidi.
That was amazing. We don't have any overhead cam, do we? Or mic? Overhead mic?
I'm not sure. I mean, I definitely
I
would
mean,
hesitate to talk to Chris after this, but I don't know if Wellington wants to weigh in.
I was just thinking like Wellington doesn't usually do a lot of post board anyway, I don't think, eh?
Yeah, I mean, he's in focus mode right now, I
Yeah.
feel. So, yeah, anyway, crazy, crazy game. Hope you all
That's
enjoyed that as much as we did because, wow.
it's gotta be tilting though, what just happened to Chris. Like you think you're home free, and then like you say, it's 30 seconds, under 30 seconds, and you get your word gets challenged off. It's so crazy. And look at this time left, 31 seconds to 13 seconds. They took all of their time there. It just wow. I can't imagine being in Chris's shoes for the last moments of that game.
Yeah. That and Heidi, as we know, when your clock gets down to that 2 or 1 minute zone, it plays
Mm,
tricks on your brain. You do
yes.
things that you wouldn't normally. You make gambles or do plays or words that you would if you had 10 minutes on your clock.
Yeah.
You would think to yourself, "Oh wait, is that a word after all?" And then you'd play something you're sure of. When you get
Yeah.
down to that minute remaining, your heart rate goes up, your brain starts to fog a little bit, and it's just really tough. And I hope for Chris's sake that he will shake that off and
Yeah.
have a great day. Look at these two champions right here. You see that in the backdrop? Wellington explaining to Nigel what just happened. Um, Muffin in the chat says Josh just sat down bonily. There you go, using it in a sentence. So the next game is going to be former Nigerian champion and fantastic player Enoch Nwali versus our beloved content creator Josh Sokol. Another absolute banger of a game in
Yeah.
store for us. These two are definitely going to bring some fireworks if the tiles cooperate as well. So another, I mean, this is round 3, Heidi.
Yes.
Couldn't this is a matchup you would normally expect to see way later.
Is this the last game I'm doing already? Oh man.
I know it's flown by.
Ah, brutal. And this is going to be such a fun one.
You're just hitting your stride, huh?
It's true. It's true.
Yeah. So we'll go
Takes me a while
to,
to get warmed up, you know.
I mean, this is the beauty of Scrabble is you get all these games every day, and I do feel like commentating is maybe the single best thing that I can do to inspire me to want to play more.
Yes.
It just gets your blood flowing so much. You just see how
Yeah.
beautiful game Scrabble can be. We're gonna get all these scores and stuff reset. Hopefully, there we go. I don't think we need to take much of a break. Do you want to take a short break before we let them get started, Heidi, or you're good
I
to go?
could use one actually. I drank a
Okay,
lot of liquids here.
all right, let's do that. Let's have the players. Are they about to start? Can is it still
I
is it
could
too
just I
late?
could just duck too. Like I mean,
Yeah, that's fine. I can hold the
just so
fort
quickly. Yeah,
for
sure.
a minute. Yeah, that's
Okay.
fine. Why don't we do that?
Okay.
So
I'll be right back.
Heidi will take a break for just a moment, and we can let the players get rolling here. Oh, okay. We cut to our break, I guess. Yeah, it's fine. Go. You're good. Well, all right. So yeah, not yeah, we're trying to let you go take a break. Let's cut back to the board. We'll let Heidi take her break. There we go. All right. Um, and I'll keep the seat warm for just a minute. I'm feeling good. So while we wait for Heidi to return, I'll just share that this is a pretty big stylistic battle here between these two. So Enoch, very aggressive, offensive minded player, and a player who has incredible word knowledge, extremely strong word knowledge for Enoch. Josh Sokol only converting into the Collins field after his North American Championship win a couple years ago. So he is still working on learning all those Collins words. You might see him miss a Collins bingo here and there that Enoch would not do. But Josh also has incredible resourcefulness, creativity, board control. He is one of the most entertaining players to watch. No surprise, of course, that he is one of our streamers and content creators. So great stylistic battle between these two. And it looks like maybe we're letting Josh get up and wait to start the game. They're doing some camera work over there. But yeah, Enoch 100% on Aerolith every day. Aerolith.org, our
Oh,
amazing
wow.
word study tool. I use it every day. Very, very useful for word study. And Enoch also using it, and his scores are fantastic on there. You can tell that he
Yeah,
is.
other players are also using Xerofin, which Chris Lipe, who we just saw, created, right? So that's another good one. A
Yeah,
lot of
it's
players are studying with that tool.
for sure a huge contribution from Chris, who, by the way, again, just to emphasize, Chris Lipe, not only a fantastic player, was a finalist at the World Championship in the mid 2010s, I think 2014 or 15, and also is the president of the World English Scrabble Players Association. So Chris giving back to the community in more ways than one,
Yeah.
and a great game by him until that fateful moment at the very end. Oh my
Which
gosh.
you can't even, I mean, it's so hard to call that a mistake. Like that, I don't know. Like you say, all the illy words that exist, and certainly seen many words more silly than bonily.
100%.
But
I can't
yeah.
believe, I mean, frankly, I can't believe that's not valid. So, all right, we got our players set. I would say the players can begin
Yeah.
anytime. We are ready to rock. Oh, we're cutting back to us. So, yeah, excited for this matchup. Heidi, you were saying that you are disappointed that your commentary stint is coming to an end after just three
Yes.
games, which I feel like that's a good sign. Hopefully, all of you are in the same boat where these three games have been fantastic to start, and that's just the beginning. So, what the heck are we in store for the rest of the
I
event if
know.
this is where we're at after games 1 and 2?
I don't know. I mean, you always think you're never going to have a game more exciting there than the last one, right? Like thinking about all these games that we've seen in the past where crazy, crazy things have happened, come down to the last minute, literally to the last second or whatever. And you think that's never going to happen again. And then it just keeps happening. So you have to watch you have to watch all the streams, you have to watch all the games, every move. That last one was just so, so fun to watch and just unexpected and crazy and fun. And yeah, you can't ask for more.
And maybe, as you say, could we possibly get a game crazier than that? We'll just have to find out. I feel like Josh is a human content machine. He is just always doing stuff. We know that he isn't getting to go first in this game, but we know when he does, he likes making those crazy plays that come one short of a triple. And is he going to get a chance to play that? But I don't know. Could Enoch exchange from this rack and give Josh a chance? There we go. He's got the good tiles. I
Oh
could
man,
easily see. I could easily
Daimios.
see.
Isn't that one of my favorite words?
That's right. Yes, he could play that there. So if Enoch elects to exchange AA, which is definitely very reasonable, could we see Josh figure out a way to entertain us? And that's what he does. He exchanges AA, a very defensible play. What can Josh do that will give us maximum enjoyment here? I'm not 100% sure there's anything, but he could definitely try to find a play. I don't know. I guess the only thing that's really like that is ladyism, which I don't know if he's going to see that. So I think he's going to go ahead and play dismay. Oh,
Dismays.
so let's see. He's going to make the blank an S. Dismays. I'm seeing him designated as an S. So very reasonable, standard opening play by Josh, but we're not going to get one of the Sokalisms that we love. That's all well and good, as we are about to see Wellington answer back with swatting.
Enoch is playing.
Oh, sorry. Did I say Wellington? I
Yeah.
apologize. I'm still in Welly mode. Yeah, Enoch for sure is going to play swatting right here for 80. And we're off to the races.
Yeah. Chat pointing out that that could be played with just D too, dismayed with no E in there. That's new
Yes.
for me.
That would be quite the flex to play that. And actually, it would have saved a little bit of damage here, too, if Josh knew that that could be a D. Wellington would, Enoch, I'll get there, everybody. Enoch would be forced to play swatting here in order to bingo, which would be fewer points and expose a triple just the way this positioning does. So,
Right.
not a big deal. But yeah, looks like a nice shootout in the offing here between these two.
A couple people also said dismail. Is that real or is that a troll?
That's also real. I know it's crazy. So this blank could have been an S, which it is. It also could have been a D for dismayed, archaic, and also an L, dismail, as all three of those. So yeah, it looks like Josh actually has a 7-letter word on his rack of venefic, but it does not fit anywhere on the board. Obviously, with a V and a C in the word, that's one that's going to be very difficult to find space for on the board. Very hard to overlap a 2-letter word with those letters. So that's not going to be an option for Josh here. He's going to have to improvise. Couple options I see would just be Fennec right here through this N, or maybe feeing to the G, leaving CV. So
yeah,
I don't know. Those are
that seems
both
crazy.
Yeah, seems tough. I think Fennec seems pretty solid, but is there any argument for playing shorter? A play like FE that seems kind of crazy. Maybe it's okay because you keep these nice letters and you can play something ending in ing some of the time. This is actually a deceptively kind of tricky position, but he's going to play Fennec, Heidi. I kind of like this with VI on the rack.
Yes.
He could easily follow up with Vice or something.
Yeah, I like that. And you know, if you're going to open up or leave a triple spot open, then you want to have one for yourself too. This one leaves 2, so I like that.
So this is a classic situation that speaks to something you were talking about before. So with the Q on his rack, Enoch is going to be very tempted to play off that Q somewhere. He has a couple of spots where Chi would go down, but look what he has set up on his rack. He's thinking about playing embolic into the C of Fennec, which would keep the Q. Normally you'd want to play it. That being said, Kibla right here, that might be worth it over embolic. It just scores a little bit enough. What do you think, embolic or Kibla? What is your instinct?
Well, you know, it's interesting. I think that if you can do two things at once, which is like you can get rid of your queue, score a lot of points, and also you're still leaving those two spots open so that you should be able to take one next turn, rather than take it now and then be left with the queue on your rack. I don't know. Oh, he's just gonna drop it. But I think I might have played Kibla there. Gets rid of a couple clunky tiles and scores and leaves the two scoring spots still open for next time. So
That is really crazy because I really did not think that this play of Chi was going to compare that favorably with Kibla or Embolic, but
mhm.
it actually is very well liked by the computer engine. And look at that. And Bowel finding its way onto his rack. So Enoch
Mm,
is definitely getting set to potentially, let me get my chicken scratch out of the way, as Josh hitting that C with Dick for a solid score, leaving VIR blank. So he's got to be feeling pretty
yeah.
good. But and Bowel is going to come down in short order.
Mhm.
There we go. Parallel to Dismays. So, man, we really have quite the shootout in progress here. That looked like the best play that Josh had, and this is certainly the best play Enoch has.
Yeah.
And are we seeing a challenge? Yeah, I guess we're looking at a challenge too. Here
Wow.
we go. The word is valid, getting 5 extra points for Enoch.
Nice.
So action happening really fast, but yeah, this play of Chi was really favored by the engine. And I think part of it is you are making it much more difficult to play to this triple afterwards. So you're restricting some access here. Yes, you give up an S hook, but the S is already going to be useful. You're blocking ED, ER, all kinds of other bingo types that
Mhm.
play over
Mhm.
there. So there's that element to it. And the rest of the letters, if Enoch were to have redrawn an I, he would then get embolic next turn.
Right.
So there's a whole bunch of upside between that and potentially bingos. So I'm surprised by that, but
Yeah,
really nice
it's
play.
interesting, eh? And sometimes you don't get that really good sense until you see it, until you see a computer analyzer, and then you think, and then you can think a little bit deeper about it. But your instinct says that she is not the best play there, right? That you could do better. So I think that's why we use these analyzer tools, just to go beyond what our instincts say, and what we can think of ourselves.
Yeah, it's a great point. There is a lot to learn. I find myself learning quite a bit lately from the latest and greatest engine. I believe we have the Cesar del Solar in the chat somewhere. The Macondo game engine is teaching all of us a lot of great lessons about how to play Scrabble even better. So, yeah, it is. There's a lot to learn. It's a little scary when a machine can play that well. I think maybe we've seen, the videos of Best Spot, which
Yeah.
uses the Macondo engine against Mac Meller, who is an insanely strong human grandmaster player. And to see him, play so well, but the engine is just so scary strong. It's a little scary, but it's also gives me a little bit of hope, Heidi, that we can learn even more about this game.
Right. Well, right, because I guess the idea is, for people who don't know, like we had engines previously, and I think a lot of people think, oh, well, of course the computer is going to do better than a human, but we had engines before that were not very good, at doing some of those, figuring out some of those good plays. Like when we do have somebody like Nigel making plays that the engine wouldn't come up with, and now Macondo is finally getting there, but it's taking a while, right? Does that make sense?
Yeah, it is. I mean, it's part of it's taking a while is that the effort is coming from extremely motivated individuals within our community as opposed to like in chess Deep Blue, which was built by a team of engineers at IBM
Right.
working on that project. We don't have that luxury, of course. So,
Yet.
yet, right. So yeah, so Josh on turn, he had RIV blank, probably feeling very optimistic that he was going to get a bingo down and drew CDF, which is not good enough. So he's still knocking on the door of being able to bingo, and he's going to play diff. This makes a lot of sense. It scores 30 points. That's the most that he can get without burning his blank. CRV is kind of deceptively good. He can easily draw something through this O or through this E at the top of the board. So I like this play. Other options could have been Fervid or Vifda through this A. But I think Diff is a perfectly reasonable choice. Really, the only negative, Heidi, is it keeps that V on the rack. And, oh, here's another negative. Oh, my gosh. It gives a spot for a formerly homeless Epurate for Enoch, 75 points to pull even further ahead. I wasn't even thinking about that. I saw it on his rack, but I was not expecting it to play, but Diff giving him a spot. Wow, huge swing, Heidi.
Yes. Oh man, that's always, well, I don't know if he's noticed that, but it's always the worst when you make a play that, you know, gives your opponent something they otherwise wouldn't have. A bingo that was otherwise not playable before. But I don't think you can fall. I mean, you can't. You have to be able to not think of Scrabble that way, and it's hard because we're human beings, right? Oh, if only I'd done this. If only I'd done that. But you just have to, you know, say yes. Sometimes this is going to happen. Sometimes it's going to work out really great for me. So, and
Yeah,
not second guess yourself. Yeah.
totally agreed. And Scrabble is maddening in that way because sometimes the wrong move will have the better outcome than the right move. And that is something that is, you know, that's it's not unique to Scrabble, but it is definitely just something that is part of the game. Sometimes you're going to make a move that's a mistake and it works out much better for you. But the players that make the right, quote unquote, right moves more of the time are going to work out better in the long run. So Josh staying even with that big Z play. He did not leave any vowels after that play, I believe. And he's close, but he's still not quite there. And Enoch with the X, it's going to fit right here. It looks like he's considering playing Xi instead of Ox, which looked a lot safer to play this. It's way tougher to end in an E than it is to end in a whole bunch of other stuff, an E, an S, a T, all kinds of stuff like that. So a defensive choice, I think, makes a lot of sense. I like it. Would you ever consider Ox instead, Heidi, to get rid of the O instead of the I?
No, there's no reason to do Ox there in that spot. It's just too volatile. So I think, yeah, just play this. Scores so many points. Josh has to have an E there to take advantage. So yeah, definitely not considering Ox there.
Oh my God. Is that you? People in the chat are saying that clever dick is a valid word and that Josh could have burned his blank to play that or fish for it or something. Is that really true? Oh my God.
They must be. I've seen it a couple of times now. So what
Is,
could it even be?
it is valid. That would be craziest things ever. It no longer plays, just for the record. TIR is not valid. So that is a real shame. Knowing Josh, I feel like he probably knows that word somehow. He shouldn't. He should know all the 7s and 8s and you know, Collins 4s and 5s, but I bet he does somehow know that clever dick is a word, and maybe he's lamenting that.
I don't think that he does, because I feel like if he knew it, he's playing it 100% of the time.
Yeah. Did he have it available on the, no, he didn't quite have it on
he
the
didn't
previous.
have it? He didn't have it? Okay, I thought he did.
No E. He just drew an E.
Right, right, okay.
So yeah, brutal. That's sad for us. I feel like that's one of the few things that could have put this game into round 2 status, the Lipe Wellington game. If we saw Josh play clever dick, that would be pretty insane. Instead, he's in a much more difficult situation. He's probably looking and thinking to himself, how could I not have a bingo through this O or A? He doesn't, and it feels like a play like Vert is probably solid for him here, undoubling his R's. Yes, he would be using up his lone vowel, but there's almost no way he can get any points here without doing that. And he just lives to try to bingo another turn. That seems reasonable. I'm not sure what, if not that, would I play. I'm trying to come up with another option. Eruv Eruv, I should say, up
Mhm.
here. Nothing
Okay.
feels very good, Heidi. This is a tough turn.
Yeah, it is a tough turn. Um, yeah, I don't even see anything. I don't even think that I would see that vert play, to be honest. So I don't know. I'd be looking like up in the corner. Can I maybe stick something there? But with that one vowel, lone vowel, I guess I'd probably play like clover or something through that. Oh, maybe I don't know. It's probably what I would do, even if it's not not the best play. I think I'd be too. Sometimes you get impatient, right? Like, okay, I'm tired of looking at these letters. They have to hit, and just decide to get rid of them. The CV, he's kept on his rack quite a while now.
Clover is a reasonable play, except for its
Oh yeah, it
positioning on
stops
the
just
board.
short.
This would normally be fine, right? Like you could even consider Velcro instead of Clover
Oh,
to
nice.
open up more of the board if you don't want to do that. If Josh does play Clover here, he's going to get hit very hard with the Y hook that Enoch has on
Yeah.
his rack. Clovery, a valid word. He'll do any number of things with impunity. Goonie and Clovery is going to score a boatload. So I really feel like it's vert or bust for Josh here as far as what is the correct play. But even then, there's not a huge difference between that and a ton of other, like, silver and bronze medalist plays. There we go. Nicely spotted. So
Yeah.
he probably feels like this is a concession, that maybe he's missing a
Yeah.
bingo, but we know it's a pretty solid play, Heidi.
Yeah. Good job. Good job, Josh.
So
He's
yeah,
he doesn't miss a lot of stuff, eh? When he knows the words. Like you say, maybe there's some Collins words that are still out of reach for now, but yeah, he's so creative, and he looks at the whole board and always finds creative opportunities to score, right? That are off the beaten path and stuff. This isn't one of those, but just saying, generally speaking, yeah,
yeah,
he's fun to watch.
I totally agree with that assessment of Josh's play finding ability. I do feel now with this set of tiles, he should now find coplanar or cropland
Wow.
in through this A. It seems like Enoch already had lined up a very, very solid play of gooby. That's kind of a funny word through this B. I think he already has identified it as a good play. I'm not sure if he's thinking about something else here, but I do expect Josh to find one of his 2 8-letter words to the A of dismays, and that's going to keep him in this game, especially if Enoch really does hit that spot hard. Um, I don't know. I I thought he was going to play Gooby really fast because he had those
Mm,
letters arranged on his rack. Now he just has the G O and Y. Is he thinking about just playing Gobi instead? That would be a little worse.
yeah, and I guess he just wants to keep a vowel with those three consonants. But yeah, Gooby seems good. I I wish I could retain all these new words that I see when I'm watching screen. Like that would be so handy to
There's a
remember
lot of
that.
them. All right,
Yeah.
there he goes. This looks
Okay.
fantastic. 42 points instead of the 26 he would have gotten for
Yeah.
Gobi. Maybe he has some doubt about this word. It is valid. So nicely spotted. Oh, it is gonna get the
Yeah.
challenge. So an extra 5 points in the bargain for Enoch here. And now it's up to Josh to come up with cropland or coplanar. But frankly, what about clop?
Ooh.
Clop
Ooh, yeah. Oh yeah.
is 46
Oh,
points.
definitely. That's definitely the kind of play that I make a lot. It's like there's a bingo, but I'm like, well, I could just do this and score a lot of points and keep my blank. That sometimes will backfire on you, and then you never get to bingo. But I'm sure that's what I would do here. Is play clop.
It's a ton of points. You keep that blank. There's still a good amount of space to play some good stuff on this board. You still have this A. I guess I'm. I just want to point out that crop is probably slightly better than clop
Oh yeah.
because of this Y. Keeping the L
Okay. Yeah.
with the
Yes.
blank is likely going to pay off because with that L in hand, it really puts this Y in
Hmm.
play more so as a lane for eights. I feel like Josh is fantastic at noticing nuances like that, but I do feel like keeping the L is going to slightly improve his bingo chances
But if
here.
you watch his streams, he always says, if there's a Y in the bingo, I'll always miss it.
Yeah, I don't know, maybe that's wrong. I mean, if you think about it, the R is just a much better bingo tile in general
Mhm. Mhm.
than the L, so maybe what I'm saying isn't correct. So there are pros and cons to it. The two plays are probably very, very, very close. So yeah, we'll see what he elects to do. I couldn't fault him that much either, Heidi, for just playing coplanar or
Mhm.
cropland here and just get the
Yeah.
blank off while you have it, especially given the realistic nature of the game scenario. The longer you keep the blank,
Yes.
what's to say that he's not going to draw a really tough rack
Mhm.
next turn to have to contend with that blank? The blank leeches time like no other
Yeah.
tile. So maybe he'll want to just play it now if he sees a spot for it.
Yeah. Oh, he's
All right,
going for this. Yep.
here we go. Clop or crop. He has the L in hand. Oh,
Yes, thinking.
all
Good.
right. He thought about it. I think this is reasonable. As I think about it, the R still combines decently with this Y, and it's just a better bingo tile in general. So
Mhm.
I don't quibble with his play of Clop. Seems good to me. You were saying, Heidi, you like it as,
I do like
scoring a
it.
ton of points and keeping that blank, getting that
Yes.
flow from one turn to the next.
Yes.
So there we go.
Yeah, look at this. Yeah, looks great. Um, People say, yes, coplanar did fit, but he opted for this 46 points or whatever play, and kept the blank and R, and now he's drawn beautiful tiles to go with it. So I like that decision.
Yeah, he's drawn great tiles, but in particular, he has overhang from this O. So
Mm-hmm.
Enoch has some J plays that are going to get in the way of that. And there we go. There is just such
Mm,
a play that prevents Josh from playing overhang double double off of the O of Gooby just in time. Nice play by
yeah.
Enoch here. Jitney for 32, pushing up his lead a little bit further. Surely Josh is going to bingo here, but the only question is where. And for the sharp eyed people in the audience, he has, oh, look at this. He has it lined up, Heidi. Look at the way he has his letters.
Oh my goodness.
Nuragi.
Oh my gosh.
Fitz is the only 7-letter word ending in E. And
Wow.
that is, it looked like he had those letters lined up in the correct order. Is he going to be confident in that word? 93 points on offer at the bottom of the board. Oh my gosh.
Oh man. That's such a strange word, but I don't know. Surely he would have seen it, right? He's studying a lot more now than he used to, I think. So
It sounds like a sound you would make if you were punched in the gut or if you ate something that you didn't like the taste of, like um yeah, I feel like he saw it and is thinking about it now. He doesn't have a ton of time
yeah.
to waffle, but look over at Enoch's rack. He has reassail ready to go
Oh
down,
man.
hooking and bowels. So even if Josh does see it, Enoch is going to instantly retake the lead. He's going to reassail Josh with another bingo.
Man.
Sorry. Crazy game in progress again. These have been great.
Yeah.
It doesn't always work out that way, Heidi. Some of the games that we're going to see on stream are going to be blowouts, but
Yeah.
we've gotten 3 really fun games to follow so far.
Yeah. They've been super fun. I don't know, just they, I they're almost always fun when I commentate. I don't know how it works out like that, but I don't get a lot of like boring games. But maybe I just think everything is interesting. There's always something interesting about every game, right? So, yeah.
Well, that's true, but there are just games that aren't interesting because of the score differential early on in the game when somebody gets 3 bingos and
But
the other person exchanges.
then you get into player psychology, right? Like, and that's a
True.
huge part of the game is how do you deal with these situations when you're when you're in them, when you're way behind and there just seems like no chance. And then often we get rewarded by seeing like this, oh, hopeless game suddenly get turned around and snatched. It's like amazing. So yeah,
which we did see. So
yeah.
yeah. All right. So here we go. In gather, it seemed like Josh, I really feel like he saw that weird spelling of Nuragi.
Hmm.
Can barely even say it for 93 points at the base of the board. He's going to play in gather instead. This is definitely the runner up of a play of a bingo that's available. But
So,
we were
yeah,
just talking about it earlier in the game, Heidi. Sometimes you can make a mistake and it works
yes,
out better for you. That's
yes,
exactly what's happened here. Talk about it.
yes. Yeah, so I mean, he can't play reassail now, but I was going to ask you these letters again. They look so so promising. Is can he play anything else instead? I mean, doesn't seem likely through that R, but I don't have enough. I don't know enough. Doesn't look like it, eh?
Yeah, nothing through the R, but if you also look at the board shape now after the play of in gather, you have to
Hmm.
think to yourself, where are bingos even going to
Yes.
fit anymore? The real estate is really pretty grim. What are you going to do?
Yeah.
Bingo through the J? There's almost nowhere in this area of the board that allows you to
Yeah.
get an 7 or 8 letter bingo. So, yeah, if I'm Enoch though, I feel like it's a really difficult situation because look at the letters he has here. He's found a fantastic scoring play of a lay for
Nice.
38 points. The scary thing, though, is you're leaving
Yes.
open the bottom of the board, too,
Yes.
which if Enoch had a good scoring play at the bottom of the board, he would be feeling really good right now
Hmm.
because he could score well and leave very little back for Josh to do. But it feels like he almost has to take his 38 points at the top of the board and just pray that Josh can't
Ugh.
do anything that good through the R or E of Ingather.
Yeah. Just trying to look at the pool from his perspective. Does it, I mean, yeah, scary enough, I guess. He could hit fairly hard, but I mean, if you've got 38 points on offer, it's so much better than anything else. I think you have to take it, like you say, and just hope.
To your point, as I look at the unseen tiles, they're actually, what are the good scoring tiles? Well, this is now from Josh's perspective, but a moment ago, from Enoch's perspective, there was an H and a V. Those were the highest scoring tiles available. Runner up is the B. So
Yeah.
that's not, those tiles
Yeah. So I'm
don't
thinking, but even
combine
something
well
like
in this
brave,
spot.
brave might like it's
Brave, yeah, for sure. Something
decent
like that
score.
would hit hard. So Enoch is definitely hoping to avoid a play like that here for sure. But I'm just saying, like, there's no F. That would be really bad to fit in that spot. There's no P. There's no, I don't know, KR is something you see from time to time. So a lot of the heavy hitting consonants, WR, right? There are
Yeah.
words like that. Not as many of those. The H and the
Hmm.
V do not fit that category. So the B is basically the biggest threat
Yeah.
in that square. So maybe Enoch can live with that risk. And Josh is now in a bit of a tricky situation. Oh my God. He has one crazy word through the J. I believe it is a newly added word to Collins. A very high scoring play of
Don't tell
Shujo.
them. Aw. I thought we were
Sorry,
going to
I'm
give somebody a
told.
chance to guess it.
40 points for this. I don't know if I would see this one. Sorry, I spoiled it, everybody. 40 points, which Josh is down by 29. So 40 is a big deal, but maybe it's just simpler. I think the simple play would just be to play ooh here. But then I worry a lot about what
Hmm.
happens if Enoch plays to the R, and then what do I even do on the subsequent board? So this is a tough situation. And he's going to
Sad
play.
you.
Oh, okay. So this is more of it doesn't score as well, but it defends the triple lane a bit better. And maybe it has the benefit, if I'm Josh, of making a bingo lane that's really difficult for Enoch to block while also scoring points.
Right.
So that could be the thinking there. I don't know. I mean, that seems like I would want to score more points if I could, but I definitely trust Josh's instincts here, Heidi.
He does have good instincts, and sometimes he'll do things where you're like, I don't know how I do that, and then it works out for him. So I mean, I could never fault him for any play that he makes. I just always assume he's seeing something that I'm not, or has something in mind that I'm not thinking of. But
Yeah,
yeah,
for sure. So, yeah, we'll see. He hasn't drawn well, has Josh, and Enoch is in a tricky situation. He's up by 5 points, needing to score with all 1-pointers on his rack. So I'm pretty sure
yeah,
Enoch is going to be well aware that it's okay for him to keep not the best bingo leave possible
hmm
here because the
yeah,
board is not that good for bingos. But all of a sudden, there
yeah,
is this one line right after Josh's play. So maybe Josh was really thinking about that line as something that he wanted to make for himself.
right.
Brutal. Man, this is a tough one. Um, so with the 2 S's that Enoch has, he could try to pluralize Saju and go
hmm
through this SR. And another crazy alternative would be to play Zooier off of Zoo
Hmm.
on the board there for 30
Right.
points.
Wow.
That's a sneaky way to get a bunch of points, and you preserve both of your 2 S's in case you need them for the future. Not ironclad, though. So this is a really
No.
tricky turn. Not sure which way I would go here. I feel like I kind of defer to the players. Let's see what they
Yeah.
do.
Yeah, and I mean that Dewey, you also have to see it, right? And maybe you've stopped looking in that spot by now, by this point in the game, right? I don't know. You're looking
It
at
is
those
way off.
triples and
It is way off the beaten path for
mhm,
sure. So there is also a slight vowel consonant imbalance. Vowels are starting to be a little bit at a premium.
yeah,
So the reason I say that is it looks like Enoch is getting set to play riser here to get a
right.
nice amount of points. That is going to score very well, 31 points with all 1-point tiles. It does put this R out here. So I feel like another option could have been Aesir, Aesir, but that might have spent too many vowels
Right.
for Enoch's comfort. So yeah, a ton of options there. Really not confident in any one of those as the obvious best play. But yeah, very tricky turn.
Mm-hmm. And yeah, that the R isn't actually going to be that dangerous anyways. Looking at Josh's rack, he's only got, and he doesn't have anything that can play there. I'm just thinking about what the tiles looked like from Enoch's perspective last turn. It didn't even seem to me that it did look very scary to leave the R out there. Didn't seem like there was a lot of things that could play. But I mean, of
That's
course, I don't have.
true.
Yeah.
Yeah. The threat of the R is not that much. I really feel like at this score, well, now that Enoch is up by almost 40, I feel like he can weather bingos right here with low
hmm
point tiles from Josh a lot of the time. Maybe not. It's hard. It's going to be really
Yeah.
close. If you were to tell me, so Josh is going to play Hove, by far his highest scoring play, his only way of really using the axe hook. NNL is definitely not the leave he wants, but you work with what you're given, and that
Yeah.
definitely seems like the best option for him. And we're definitely headed towards a very interesting end of this game. Look at the scores, Heidi. The score is 464 to
Oh my
460.
God. What a
Someone's
great game. Oh my
someone's
God.
gonna lose.
Yeah, I know. It's too bad. Or maybe they'll find a tie. Wouldn't that be amazing?
Your favorite.
My
A,
favorite.
a tie on the stream would be pretty epic.
Yeah.
So this is brutal because in my mind, if I'm Enoch, I really don't want to get into the trap of going for broke for a bingo. But
Right.
if I draw one, how does Josh even block? I guess he can, right? I guess he can play stuff here
Yeah. Yeah.
that scored
But also, look how
pretty
much
well.
time Enoch has. Like, he's got 12 minutes on
Yeah.
his clock.
Ample time for
Why is the
sure.
clock stopped? Are they checking scores?
They got to be just checking scores, which makes total sense in a game this close, that you would want to know exactly what you're dealing with as far as the score discrepancy, and it looks like they are satisfied. So yeah, as you say, Heidi, Enoch with ample time to suss this out, but this is a really tough decision because you have, if you're Enoch, you've got the ability to score decently well right here. You're down by
Mhm.
4 only,
Yeah.
3 tiles in the bag. This scores 24. I feel like this play is kind of hopeless because you allow Josh to out into you and probably win. So
Right.
even though that looks good, how else is Enoch expected to score points here without emptying the bag? I don't really see a way. So
Yeah.
it's weird. It's crazy a little bit to think, but a play like Oma
Mm,
might actually be really lethal for him here because he sets up the last S. There's no other hook to this word. If
right.
Enoch draws a bingo ending in S, it will fit here, but maybe he also draws something here, and there's going to be some
Right.
fog of war for Josh to not know what to block. So
Right.
there's some really tricky, I really don't know what to do here. This is really tough.
And Muffin says, he doesn't have any bingo through SGM. He already checked, so that's it.
Thank you for that. Nice to know that there are no 10-letter words here through S, G, and M. I wonder if there are any words in the entire dictionary that fit that pattern. Maybe there's one or two. So yeah, this is a really tough because you just feel like with the game so close, Heidi, I would want to score. I would want to try
Yeah.
to outrun, but that
Yeah.
doesn't necessarily seem to be possible.
Yeah. It's rough. Okay, there you
Wow.
go.
Very impressive. I don't know if I would have been able to come up with that. Oh, and not a great draw there though. No 7-letter
uh,
word available. I'm just trying to imagine, does Enoch have some other, I mean, it's also possible that if Josh does not score enough on the play he's about to make, that Enoch might be able to win a close endgame here too. So
right.
there's that element as well. So let me get the scores updated. Enoch is currently up by 1 point. And this is really anybody's game. I have no clue what Josh. I guess the nice thing, though, is look at this pool. Josh might be able to look at this and
Yeah.
say, there's no real threat, actually.
Yeah.
What are the
Yeah.
even 7-letter words that Enoch could have with that set of letters? I'm not even sure. I guess if the D is in the bag, tourista would play
Wow.
here.
Okay.
If that's the only threat, then Josh can just play something here and sort of cruise
Right.
to a win potentially.
Right.
That's kind of crazy.
And I think he'll definitely figure that out too. I mean, yeah.
Wow.
So as somebody noted in the chat, Josh is very, very good at defending.
Yes, he is. So it does feel like you have to honor that threat of the bingo here. He should be able to quickly look at this and trust his instinct that this is not a threat. So what can I play here? You can't just play the really appealing looking nub. You can't do
Hmm.
that because
Yeah.
Turista and snub still
Yeah.
fits. So you need something else. Rub, does that give up anything to the D? Like drub. I'm not sure there even is a word that lets you play something big with drub there. Maybe that works some of the time, except then your leave is really terrible going into the end
Mm.
game, and you might be struggling sometimes with that. So, oh my God.
Yeah.
Um, this is very tough. I'm sure there's maybe something like burned or something here. Can you be sure that you go out after that
Yeah.
play? This is really tough. I'm so curious. Look at this. One thing's for sure, though, Heidi. I don't think he can take a time penalty here, and I
Right,
think that's going
right.
to hurt him a lot in the end game. So I'm very, very curious to see. He's got not a lot of time to. Oh, sorry, burn doesn't fit with that blank. I
Oh, yeah,
apologize.
there's a blank there. I
Oh
didn't see it
no,
either. What
no,
did he
that's a
do?
phony. That's a
Oh,
phony.
oh, really?
No, Enoch
Will he
is
get away with it?
very likely to challenge this. Oh man.
I don't know. The fours are so hard. They all look the same, and there's so many similar words. Like,
That is not valid. This is the second straight game. If that was valid, it would be a great play, except that it allows Turista to beat you, but it does set you up very well in the end game. You would lose to Turista, but you'd probably beat everything else.
right?
But I can't believe this. Are we not seeing a
I
challenge
don't think
here?
it. Like, yeah, those words. They all look the same. Words like that. It's impossible to keep them straight. I guess some people can, but yeah,
I'm
seems very
hesitant.
inhuman to me.
It does seem human, especially because aboon and boona are both words, and
Mm,
aboona. So there's so many
yeah.
words that look like this, but I'm just astonished. Maybe Enoch has, we don't know. Maybe he's held and he's thinking, can I still win the game?
Well,
Right?
I think they said Josh drew.
He
So
did draw. He drew really fast. So I don't know. Let's just see. All right, we'll give him the points then. 22 points for that. And he
brutally,
has,
somebody's saying.
so it turns out that it just, according to the computer engine, it does not appear that Enoch can still win this game if that word stays on the board. But maybe the statute of limitations on him being able to challenge is over, and that's going to do it. If Enoch challenges that, I think he's in great shape.
Yeah, he would have had to call, I think, a director right away to say that Josh didn't give him enough time to hold the play.
Yeah.
So I don't think he can now
He doesn't
challenge.
look aggrieved. He
Yeah,
doesn't look like
yeah,
he's thinking about it being
yeah,
phony.
yeah,
It looks like he's just maybe trying to plan out his end games here. Like his, yeah, I think the only reason that Josh would draw fast there is that he has 40 seconds. He needs to start thinking about what
yeah.
he's going to do in the end
Hmm.
game. I don't think there
Hmm.
is any malice behind it.
No, I don't think so either.
Um, but yeah, wow, shocking, crazy, a second straight game. I feel, Heidi, we never see at this level. It is very rare for a phony word at this part of the game to be such a big swing.
Yes, yes. I thought you were going to say that we don't see them get played. We do get see them get played. We do see them not get challenged off. But yeah, like you say, when it's so late in the game where it matters so much, people usually are have much more uh, attention to what's being played and will challenge if it's it's going to risk costing them the game or whatever if they don't. So it is rare to see them stay on, I think, this late in the game, as we've seen twice in a row. Well, actually, the other one did come off, but yeah.
Yeah, just the fact that they were both played is so crazy. And
Mm.
amazingly, as has been pointed out by Scrabble in the chat, nice to see you, by the way, Runlet and Neutral, two outplays for Josh with his 6 tiles.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So there's
Mm.
nothing that Enoch can do to block both of those spots.
Yeah.
So at this point, he is sunk. He would have needed to challenge that play, and then a whole world of possibilities opens
Yeah.
up to him. But
Yeah.
now it seems like we're proceeding with the game, and Josh is about to pull a rabbit out of this hat.
But it's so close, right? Like you just, yeah. I don't think that he stole anything there. It was just that close that I mean, well, I guess he did with the phony, but I don't know that that was even
Yeah,
intentional.
I agree. I feel like from Josh's perspective, he played Hove to go up by a couple points, leaving NNL, right? Like he definitely was probably thinking, God, I don't know if I can pull this off, right? This could be tough.
Yeah. Yeah.
But he was able to do it, shockingly. Um,
Yeah.
you know that maybe he was thinking about with NNL, maybe he can draw like Dunno or something like that, right? That could have been a really
Yeah,
devastating play there. Um, Enoch playing stud at the top of the board, 29 points.
yeah,
Josh going to waste no time playing Runlet, his best play, and he's going to win this game 508 to 494. Imagine, Heidi, scoring
yeah,
494 points in a Scrabble
yeah,
game and coming up
and
on the wrong
losing.
end.
Yeah, crazy. Well, are they checking Boone now? Is that what they're looking at? Oh no.
Yeah, look at Josh. Look at his reaction. You can see his jaw just dropped.
So then, but why did you not just so like if he was? Oh my God, I'm just like I'm just. This is crazy. If he had an instinct that it was phony, why didn't he challenge? Maybe he thought that 5 points would make a difference.
It just might not have occurred to him. Yeah, so now he's going to be thinking, what happens if I
Right.
challenge it and just play stud? And I think the answer is he wins with ease.
But obviously he had some kind of thing in his mind, or else he wouldn't have looked up Boone right away, right? He must have had some inkling, some feeling
Sure.
that it wasn't good. So it's interesting that he left it on.
Oh, they're thinking about other stuff. If we have overhead mic, I'm not sure if it's that easy. We can see if we can
Yeah,
tune
I
into
think
what
they
the
said you
players are
do. So
saying.
yeah, can we switch? There we go.
Speaking of chance, boom. Wow. I'm sorry. I thought it was good. If I would have played this, if I had any doubt.
The moment there, I lost focus. So, maybe I didn't even look at the watch. I was
Because
thinking
it's
of an end game.
there's no way, like, it doesn't. Why would anyone play it?
I was saying something like IANIS, but then I looked like, oh wow, so good, and then it's already.
Yeah.
No, it's fine. So we are on 4.
But I think this should still win, right? Like,
Yeah, without this, right?
with this one. Like,
You mean
going up.
after this?
If I go here and then you go here, I think I still have enough.
Yeah.
Oh, I'm sorry. That's not a good way to.
It's a
Very stupid move.
16 versus 16. Probably it's 1
Yeah.
So, again.
Yeah. I guess that's the only way to beat you is to just take you by surprise.
Yeah.
It's the only way to beat you. This was a really weird play. Did you have both S's?
Yeah.
So you're probably like, what is it?
I was looking for something to play this way. Down here.
I just saw there's so many U's out, too many S's out. The H was nice, the timing was good, but I don't know.
It's nothing.
508494.
I changed my second one.
All right, I think we can throw back to us here as the players are wrapping up the post-mortem. Wow, you could hear the pain in Enoch's voice there, Heidi, I feel.
Yeah. And Josh too, like because Josh is a very empathetic person, right? And so I don't think he feels good about sort of stealing a game in a sense by playing a phony, even if it was unintentional, right? He's got a lot of empathy. So I think I feel like I heard it in his voice too, like, oh man, sorry about that.
I agree completely. You could hear in both of their voices because, it's easy to imagine. I feel like if you play enough Scrabble, there you go. He's trying to comfort him.
Yeah.
If you play enough Scrabble, you will have experienced all these situations from either side of it, right?
Yeah,
I feel
exactly.
like that's just how this game works. You try to play a lot of games. In fact, we're playing 31 games over the course of the 5 days here, and we are just getting started 3 games in, and we've already seen 3 absolute bangers. Um,
Yeah.
Definitely a good omen of things to come. And you mentioned, Heidi, that you are sad that this is the end of your stint here. Hopefully it's not directly tied to you, and that our other co-commentators come aboard and get similarly epic games. But it has been a treat for sure.
Yeah, but actually I'm ending not a minute too soon because my earbuds are finally dying. They're saying please charge. So I don't know if you're detecting anything in my sound, but yeah, they're dying now. So it's time for me to go.
Haven't detected that, but yes, it is time for lunch for all of the players and for us as well. So, yeah, just procedurally, what's going to happen is we are going to stay live and go to a break screen, but we should be back in about an hour and a half, and we are going to switch over into our WoW division. For those of you more familiar with North American lexicon play, that's going to be the lexicon you recognize. And yes, as we've been saying, it is very possible, likely even, that we are going to see a certain goated individual appearing on the stream at least once or twice this afternoon. So clear your schedules. And a final thank you to Heidi for joining me for these first 3 games of the day. Thank you so much. Any final words from you before we cut to our lunch break?
No, just thanks to everyone, and thanks for all the great streaming. It's awesome to be a part of it, and thanks for everybody who's here watching. And I'll be watching with you of those Nigel games and everything that's to come. So yeah, super fun, super great games. So glad I got to commentate some very, very interesting games this morning.
Right back at you. So with that, we're going to start our first lunch break from day 1 at the 2025 Word Cup, brought to you by WGPO and Collins Coalition. See you in about an hour and a half. All right, everybody. We are back. The players are fed, commentators are fed, and we are ready for round 4 at the Word Cup 2025 from St. Louis, Missouri, brought to you by WGPO in partnership with Collins Coalition. We had 3 games from the Collins division this morning, and for those of you who have been waiting, it is a momentous occasion. First time that Nigel Richards has been live streamed, certainly on my channel, and for many years. And his return to North American soil, we're going to get to see him go up against a very solid opponent, former school Scrabble champion, Cooper Komatsu. Cooper with the first move. I, of course, Will Anderson. And for the afternoon block, I am joined by longtime top expert, Doug Brockmeyer. Doug, thank you so much for hopping aboard with us. Very exciting to have you here for this special occasion.
I'm so thrilled to be here. This is just great for Scrabble, and I am just so happy to join you, Will, and this is great. So thank you.
Yep, it's going to be a treat. So, of course, we have to balance the need to show everybody Nigel, because he is so fun to watch, but also keep in mind that there are a ton of awesome storylines and great players in the WoW division. So we are not going to just show you Nigel every time. We're going to try to strike that balance. And Cooper with a shocking message, political message on his rack. No, I'm just kidding. He's probably thinking about those different plays. Looks like he has few set up, woke set up, and it looks like he is going to play few. I feel like this has the merit, Doug, of being very difficult to hook as opposed to woke, which hooks a lot of different letters. That could be what Cooper is thinking here.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, I feel like there's several choices in that rack. He could have played EFF for 18, keeping woke. The WK is kind of a awkward combination as a leave, and had he played woke, it does take the N back hook, it does take the A front hook, and maybe he thinks that defense is a better choice going forward in this game.
I definitely see a lot of players go into games with Nigel thinking very defensively from the get-go. I remember a story of one, I don't want to dox him on the stream, but actually a former world champion in a game with Nigel. He had Piranha as his opening rack going first, and he played PAH. And when asked about it afterwards, he said, "Oh my gosh, I didn't even think to look for a bingo. I just wanted to play something defensive to open the game."
Wow.
So can play tricks on you going up against this guy, as Pia is the play by Nigel with all those vowels on his rack. He had 3 eyes, but no really good way to use up 2 of the eyes in one move. So he goes into next turn, 2 eyes on the rack. That seemed uninspiring, but not much better, Doug, available for him there.
Yeah, I was looking at whip maybe myself to give him a nice S hook, although Pia does set up an S, not as quite a lucrative opening, keeping the board more tight. And unfortunately, when you have 3 eyes and no way to use 2 of those on this board, maybe that's either Pia or whip or something like that, or even maybe AHI. I didn't see a good way to overlap that though. So
yeah, Ahi definitely was calling out to be played from those letters for Nigel. Just no great place to play it without opening something really dangerous, whereas Pia leans into the defensive theme. And Cooper is going to play just calf right here. Again, a very defensive play. Something that I like about it is that he keeps an O on his rack. If he were to draw a 5-letter word ending in O, Cooper, with that O on his rack left over, is going to be able to play there, whereas it's very difficult for Nigel to do so, certainly impossible for him to do so without an O of his own. So I like this idea for Cooper to play very cagily. And look at that draw, though, for Cooper. Normally we love to see E's, Doug, but not 3 of them in a row with you already having one on your rack there.
Heck of a draw, huh?
Ouch.
I saw the K hook above Pia. He could have played calf in that spot as well.
True, or just something like okay on top
Or
with
okay.
Kiff would have been reasonable as well.
Yeah.
I do like the idea of grabbing a few extra points, but just playing okay in that spot was very solid as an option as well. So I feel like a couple different ways that Cooper could have gone here. Certainly hard to view calf as any kind of mistake. Feels very stylistic. And now for Nigel, what's he going to do? Is he going to continue to lean into defense? He could just play Via here, which looks especially good holding SH, Doug. This is a classic Nigel move, I feel.
Absolutely. Nice call, Will. That's a beautiful setup for his tiles he left on his rack, and probably Cooper won't be able to do anything there, not especially high scoring, unless he has, TH or something, or even SH himself, or an L underlapping the AA hook. Otherwise, this is a brilliant play by Nigel.
Yeah, at the L, as Doug points out, could also play right here. But if Cooper doesn't have any of the letters that go underneath AA, and there's not that many of them, this spot is extremely difficult to reparallel, if not impossible. And there you see Nigel with Harry's on his rack. Not only do you set up SH, you just set up your H too. So you're going to be able to play stuff when you have a bingo starting with H. Also plays up here. So Nigel looks poised to get the first bingo of the game down. And we've already gotten some vintage Nigelian plays out of it too, Doug.
I like the way you put that. Yes. Yeah.
So V, that seems all right to me. He's got so many E's. The rest of your leave is solid, if a little bit imbalanced with that extra E on the rack. But I feel like it's probably worth 12 points for Cooper to go ahead and play that, especially if maybe he's giving Nigel credit for having a combination like SH, or maybe something worse like PH would be really damaging. So he's sort of getting in the way of those type of setups by playing V as opposed to exchanging. But I do feel like, well, now Nigel has a bunch of extra options to play Harry's if he wants to. He has to think, Doug, is it worth playing Harry's and then you set up that big G hook if you play it with Veer, or do you just play it safe and play Harry's right here at a cost of exposing an E and S out in space? This is actually not the easiest decision to make for Nigel.
No, this is one of those tough decisions that I feel like may end up impacting the game quite heavily. I really like his play here. I don't really mind opening the G hook. That's not going to be that of a an easy spot for him to use necessarily, unless Cooper has the right word, and Nigel might get that spot himself. And this doesn't open up really much of anything else, so I'm happy with this play.
I agree. I feel like that G hook is not as salient a threat as if you just imagine Harry's going across the board, putting an E. Well, I put the E in the wrong spot, but the E and S out in space are arguably more dangerous than just having a random G hook out somewhere. You really could be improving Cooper's chance to bingo quite a bit by playing Harry's here. If you're trying to avoid creating that G hook, this is definitely not as much of a threat, but we could easily see it loom large later. Meanwhile, Cooper with a very nice play to dump a bunch of vowels with Aeon for 22. That looks like his clear best option, Doug.
Yeah. I am a little shaky on my four-letter words, so NIFF is
I think that's that's a relatively newly added word to
newer word, right?
Yeah, so it is valid. No shenanigans by Cooper. So yeah, nicely spotted by him.
Right.
But yeah, I think that was a solid choice. So even though Nigel gets the first bingo down, it's still very close. He's not up by that much, and he's not going to have a fantastic play here. So Cooper can keep fighting, and maybe if he gets the next bingo down, he will get right back in this game. So he's far too experienced to be too disturbed by his early deficit, which is quite minimal. But what does Nigel do here with seemingly a couple extra vowels than he might like? 4 vowels to 3 consonants. How does he balance his rack here? Is he willing to play something like oof through the H? That seems a little too aggressive. Instead, he plays poet. Very defensive option compared to some of the other ones. I like this from the standpoint of this gives nothing at all back to Cooper and even takes the sting out of the G hook of Gary's.
It's really a fascinating turn. I'm assuming that Nigel is going for his classic defense. He's taking out the line under AA for bingos. He's scoring some points. He's blocking the words that might hit like zither coming down for like 70 points. He's really keeping the board tight. And lo and behold, what does he do? He willed a bingo. But first, let's see how Cooper responds to this with kind of a junky rack of his own.
Yeah, this is a tricky one for sure. Something like Eosin has been pointed out through this S. I do feel like my eye is drawn to that, but even better is potentially onesie, which I think Cooper had that lined up. I'm pretty sure he's identified onesie as an option that plays through the S of Harry's. That seems like a very reasonable play for him to make, pretty much immediately solving his vowel problems. But as you can see, Nigel is ready to strike, probably thinking about playing Dungeon right here. Nigel will have to come up with something different, I think, if Cooper does play onesie. But I feel like I'm sure Nigel is going to have something available after this play, I would assume. Or maybe am I speaking too soon? Let's have a look. Anybody see anything that Nigel could still have? It feels like he should. If anybody's going to see it, it's him. But Doug, our omniscient status here in the commentary booth allows us to spoil it for the viewers and say that that play by Cooper actually blocked Nigel's ability to bingo. He has no playable bingos on this move. Pretty crazy.
It's kind of crazy. It's a little bit of an in-between rack without the blank. There's not much going on with this rack. And so he might have to, he did get the G. He might have to just do something short and play on that line over there on the left lower corner. He probably, that's probably my guess is what he would do. Or hooking
down
coming
there.
down. Mm-hmm.
So yeah, he's got that G. I'm sure he was thinking about it when he played Harry's. So just anything here like gun or new seems pretty solid. He has those tiles in hand. And there he goes. No problem. I wonder if there's any reason to play gun over GNU. Is there something that he's looking at that makes gun better than new? I'm curious because the computer likes gun, which I'm struggling to imagine. Maybe it's just a little bit. Maybe if you play the N here, it's possible to eventually play something with Viri more easily off of the N. Plays like Neri or something like that. Score a
Or
little
just
bit
Nyx.
better.
Maybe Nyx or something.
Nyx or Nixie.
Yeah.
Nixie. He's
Yeah, that would
probably
be actually
guarding
like-
against Nixie. That's amazing. God, these tiny details, he nails them every time. That is so crazy.
That's what makes him Nigel.
Yeah, that's got to be it, which is so subtle. What a subtle nuance that is, Doug. But I think he is correct to play gun over new.
I think you're right. And how will Cooper respond? He's down a bingo. The board is pretty average, kind of marginal for what he wants to do in terms of opening the board. He can't do a whole lot here, I feel like, this turn. But
yeah, it's pretty brutal. 2 Ys, 2 Ts. Unfortunately for him, that S can't play an S here in this lexicon. Otherwise, that would be so much nicer to keep the S in reserve and feel that your 7-letter bingos have a good chance of going down. He does have an S for sniff, but it's a little more difficult to start a word in S than certainly ending a word in S is what we all love to do as Scrabble players. So I just wonder, is he really stuck making a play like stagey here? I mean, that is so uninspiring, but what else would you do? Would you play nitty here, trying to open the board a little bit at a cost of leaving GSY? I feel like stagey, as weird as a play as that is, the ITY left over is actually not horrible. It's actually stacks up pretty well with some of the other leaves that you could get for some of the candidate plays here. I would hate playing stagey here, though, Doug.
I hate everything. Unfortunately, I feel like this board is kind of brutal at this point, especially with what Cooper has right now. And I feel like I might even exchange. I might just keep IST and try again next turn.
There's really nothing great to put on the board. It's being pointed out in the chat for the, I hesitate to say, like the Zoomers out there. We cannot yet play Giat here, which would be absolutely fantastic. But maybe, as is being said, maybe in a few updates from now, we'll be able to play that in Scrabble. Unfortunately, not yet for Cooper. He's going to have to, it looks like he is doing just as you said, exchanging. I think this is totally defensible, Doug, as you said.
Well, after stagey, it's very hard to open the top left quadrant of the board. And bingos through that S will be practically the most low scoring you could have. And I feel like this is a totally reasonable choice by Cooper.
Yeah, I agree. Dialist now finds its way onto his rack. Idealist would play through the E here of 1Z. I'm sure Cooper is going to see that, and he is really hoping that stays open. It seems like there's a decent chance that it will stay open as really maybe the best thing. And you can see from the way Nigel has his tiles, he might be getting ready to play Waxen here. That is exactly what's coming down. And that is a huge ray of hope to Cooper as he's going to get a bingo down, Doug.
That is good for Cooper. He's still going to be down. And Nigel, obviously, we know that he has the blank in hand, which is pretty tough for Cooper not to be able to draw it. And Waxen is a really beautiful play that scores decently. It blocks several lines. This is going to be a very interesting next few turns here to see what happens.
Whoa, we've got a legendary Nigel word, folks. Denialist. Cooper, I believe Cooper has seen it, and that is a word with history. So this word denialist, which I'm almost 100% sure Cooper sees it. He just had the D separate on his rack. That word was played against Nigel several years ago by Jackson Smylie, who is one of the other top competitors in this WoW division. But Nigel correctly reasoned that that word at the time was Collins only and challenged it off, which is insane. It has since been added to the dictionary. It is playable. So Cooper could play that, but if he knows that story, he may not know that, and he'll go for the safer option of idealist. But that is wild to see that come up again. Cooper's going to play it safe and go for idealist for 60. In fact, Doug, had Cooper played denialist, putting the T here with both blanks on Nigel's rack, it seems pretty clear that he would have tripled through that T anyway. So not the worst miss from Cooper here.
Potentially, yeah. He definitely would have had a bingo either way if you're Nigel. Denialist would have been an amazing play to see come down. Unfortunately, it's just a regular old bingo for Cooper. And now what's Nigel going to do? He's definitely got a few choices here.
A huge number of choices here. Let me get these scores updated. Currently 190 to 160. So Cooper fighting his way back. Not a terrible draw with good scoring letters for Cooper. I could imagine him playing something like MYC for a very good score next turn if Cooper wants to do that. So he's probably feeling pretty good to have fought his way back, but Nigel looks like not sure exactly where he wants to play this word. Certainly many, many words. Sorry for my complete failure to draw a straight line, but many words, pluralizing idealist, are possible. But maybe he's going to play something with sniff. That's another option for him. It's tough, though, Doug, because these are the highest scoring plays. But does Nigel want to give a triple back to Cooper by playing there is the big question.
Can he play anything that starts with a defensive tile, potentially? I see he could even do something really defensive like Goutiest, but that doesn't score quite as much, and I'm guessing he won't go for something like that.
This does look very defensive. Goutiest into that T, making the blanks a G and an S. So he's got a lot to think about with these two blanks.
Looks like he set up tedious, maybe.
Yeah, tedious. I wonder what makes that better than the other options. I feel like starting with a consonant is probably preferable to starting with a vowel like outvise. It's just too easy if you play outvise in this spot. You can end with literally all of the good letters, right? If this was an O instead of a T, you could end in an S, an R, a D, an E. At least with this play, it's a little bit more specific. You need a vowel and a consonant in these two spots if you're going to play too many overlaps there. But yeah, tedious, certainly the play here. And back up, Nigel goes by over 100, right as Cooper found his way back into the mix here. But it's still plenty of time, though, Doug. I feel like Nigel could draw something really bad. Cooper's going to play something here for a great score, and let's see what happens.
Yeah, if Cooper goes for MYC there, that's a lot of points. He's down over 100 now, so he's going to still have a lot of work to do ahead of him. He also has the Oxy hook there, which he could potentially use.
Yeah, that's a great point. I'm also thinking about the merits of cashing in your S, right? So if you just play MYC, you keep your S for scop, which is a valid word. So that's kind of nice, right? So if you're going to block the sniff hook by making an overlap, at least you set your S up as well. But cashing it here by just playing sniff now gets you 13 extra points, which is quite a lot. So I feel like given that the S is not particularly powerful on this board, I would be sorely tempted to tack it on. For 13 points is a lot. As I often say, Doug, on stream, when we're talking about point differentials between plays, I would do a lot of things for 13 points.
And it looks like Cooper's doing exactly what you said, and he's keeping a little bit closer by taking the points now and seeing what the bag will providentially give him, hopefully.
This is the exact type of draw that Cooper is hoping Nigel is dealing with here. It looks like Nigel is getting set to probably play Johns into this S, which does feel like it has some merit. If I'm Nigel, I would like to block that S of idealist. It is the best bingo lane for 8-letter words currently on the board by far. There is no other option. Of course, there are 7-letter bingos playable here, but at least you can block something pretty good long term by playing Johns here. But in the process, you're keeping QOV, which is that could continue to be an albatross for Nigel. So if I'm Cooper, I would be thrilled if I knew that Nigel had these letters. I just wish I would have drawn better than this to capitalize on it.
Yeah, I feel like Johns is probably correct. He could have played JO for 29, but the leave is just so bad. And for the reasons you stated, he's making a good choice here.
Yeah. An agonizing decision coming up for Cooper here too, just with such weak letters, only one vowel, duplicated D's. It's going to be very difficult for him to make a productive play here. Twin, which is maybe the best play that I see. It says a lot that this is the best play going down right here. I would hate to play this if I'm Cooper because this triple lane is such a lifeline to me. But what else can he even do, Doug? I mean, this is such a brutal situation.
Yeah, unfortunately, the way this board is unraveling, the defensive tightness is really limiting options for both players, especially as we're seeing right now. There really aren't a lot of places to go. I mean, Twin looks okay, not great. Does he have anything else that he can potentially?
He's thinking about Wild. What do you think of that, Doug? I kind of like this at the score where we're at right now.
Huh. That's interesting. I'm not a huge fan. It gets back.
It's a little crazy, yeah.
It's a little wild.
It's more than a little self-descriptive, yes, as you say. But I feel like the score differential in the game somewhat justifies it to try to delay Nigel, right? If you force him to play something through the W, maybe you can get away with him playing something that doesn't score that much, and it gives you a chance to draw into your desperately needed 7-letter bingo here, right? It's sort of a waiting move or a distraction move, but I cannot blame Cooper for playing this. This feels much more standard, and it's sort of a safer option. I just feel like if I'm sitting across from this particular player, I might feel some urgency to do something a little off the beaten path.
I could definitely sense how that would make good sense, and it would potentially open that side of the board a little bit. Although I feel like Nigel may just take the easy triple lane and block that better side anyway.
True.
Right.
Yeah, it's a good point. He, of anyone, is likely to sort of suss out the real threat of an opening, right? Like most of us would, after a play like Wild, we would look at this and say, oh gosh, I got to block this spot. Nigel might calmly look into the unseen pool and say, there's nothing that can really hurt me. I'm just going to go ahead and play in the spot I originally wanted to. And that's that. So interesting. He's going to go ahead and play Mog here. Very good score. Keeping the Q again, though, Doug. I do kind of like this from the sense of if you're going to play in this spot, it's nice to put the M here. Nigel's taken the opportunity to play this overlap and placed a word here that does not hook with an S. I kind of like that attribute of this play.
Good point. I love that about it. And he's keeping the tempo. He's playing 3 instead of just dinking the Q. He's got the QI above Gary's anytime he wants it. That spot's not getting played. He may just want to keep the board tight right now and keep a good lead and get the board so he can get this game over with as soon as possible.
Yeah, all true. Patience with the Q. He's probably thinking these 2 U's are still there to come help me at some point. Of course, neither player has drawn either of them, so they're still waiting. As you said, Doug, you've got this spot to dump, and if you draw the last I in the bag, you could even do better. All right, Jighere for Cooper. This seems very reasonable. A much more aggressive play than some of the others, like God in this spot would have been good just to keep a flexible leave, but it's very detrimental to the long-term openness of the board. Whereas this, you're now creating a lane in the triple lane and hooks that can go across here if you draw well enough. So I think this is another good. This has actually been kind of a masterclass from Cooper. He's played very, very well this game, well up to the standard of, an opponent for Nigel. So I'm impressed.
Yeah, absolutely. Cooper's a very strong player. He's holding his own for sure here.
So Vlog comes down for Nigel. I wonder if he at least thought about glove here, which I feel like glove looks a little bit more thematic of rather than open a V at the top of the board and an L, if I play glove, I'm opening very little. But potentially Nigel wanting to keep that E on the rack. I'm not sure if you can suss out, you or chat, Doug, can suss out why vlog over glove here.
Yeah, really interesting play. I don't have a great answer. I probably would have done glove myself. Maybe he thinks that he will need vowels. Looks like there could be a lot of consonants in the bag.
That's true. Maybe that has to do with it. So yeah, still very grim situation for Cooper. And if vlog isn't the best play, it's extremely close to glove, which is a very comparable play. And far be it from me to assume Nigel doesn't have a good rationale for that one. But yeah, let's see. What the heck is Cooper supposed to do here? This is a very obscure word, but potentially the play that might be nice is to just play buddle here. That is not an everyday word. You could easily forgive anybody for not being confident in that word, but it scores 26 points, opens up a little bit. Not really. It's kind of hard to bingo. I guess this D is very marginal as a line, but if you're in Cooper's shoes, you probably have to get super lucky anyway. He has dulled set up on his rack, so maybe he's thinking about playing lulled here. That would be kind of a reasonable opening play. Doug, anything else you see worth pointing out?
I mean, this is a really tough spot. Cooper's still going to be down at bingo. He's got the Q and the Z looking at him in the bag potentially. So I would probably go for something like lulled just to open another. I feel like the top row is a better line after lulled than after if he had played buddle. He's still going to have to draw something very lucky.
Yeah, I agree. This is definitely more threatening, and it's interesting to see what Nigel is going to do about this, because it seems like he definitely wants to just play cat here, right? This seems fantastic, closing down the sevens lane right here, right? Like if you're Nigel, Cooper could play something here, a 7-letter word. Playing cat cuts off that possibility, but now he has to at least think, do I want to do that, or do I want to play something up here that restricts an even bigger threat? And oh my God, red bird for Cooper. Red bird, which fits up here. Amazing.
So it fits.
Wow. This is really interesting. Let me get the scores updated here. I'm very, very curious to see, will Nigel pivot away from cat and try to play something at the top of the board? It looks like maybe he's thinking about that.
He's definitely looking at maybe BATT in that spot.
Yeah, that would be such a gut punch. Cooper probably sees this word, but this would be so impressive by Nigel to switch gears, play something up at the top of the board. Remember, he's had this cue on his rack since John's. He's had it on his rack for so long. That patience to keep it on his rack for a 4th straight turn. But each turn, he's had a very reasonable rationale for doing so.
Yeah, this is fascinating. I feel like there's justification to playing QAT. That takes out one of the 2 lines. Probably the slightly worse line at this point after Cooper just opened lulled. And, I could see either one, but I personally would go for BATT, knowing the QI spot is not going to get blocked and still allowing me to probably win. I mean, I feel like this is a really tricky spot because depending on what is in the bag, there's 5 in the bag, right? If you play BATT, you're only leaving 1 tile, and then maybe Cooper bingos on the other line and potentially could outrun, or outscore, right?
Yeah.
This is really tough.
There is a lot going on here. Nigel has time to think. I feel like it's like clockwork. He gets into the pre-end game with 10 minutes on his clock. He never seems rushed. Never does he put words on the board instantly. Like, he usually kind of surveys the board, even if he has a very clear looking play, and always moving nice and easy. And despite that sort of calm approach, he's always seems to have 10 minutes or more going into the pre-end game. And I feel like that has to be a big part of why he plays these positions so accurately. He probably is thinking exactly what you said, Doug. He's thinking, do I run the risk of getting outrun? What are the worst things that can happen to me here? If I play cat, can I still beat those plays? Now he has QAT set up together. I wonder, is he going to play bets? Is that what he's thinking about playing? Which that is really interesting.
Cooper could potentially have Carbide coming down column N as well for a big score. He's playing bets. Wow.
That's amazing. What is he thinking about with the QAT? He's probably just reasoning that a lot of the draws that he will get after that just function a little bit better. Maybe he's just saving the Q and the A so that he has a little bit better, and there come a U and a Z as well. But man, what a brutal blow to Cooper there, having that huge bingo of Redbird get blocked. That is rough.
Yeah, that's absolutely brutal. And Nigel's got the U and the Z, and he's going to have places to play both, I think.
Yeah.
So
that U
Cooper,
is really helpful for him, as you say, Doug. Sorry, go ahead.
Oh, no. So now what? What can Cooper possibly fish here? I mean, it feels pretty dire. I'm not seeing much for him, actually.
Yeah, this is a tough one for sure. It doesn't feel like he has, with only one tile in the bag. And hold on, I'm trying to get the unseen tiles to look right. There we go. Okay, this is correct now. The unseen tiles from Cooper's perspective are correct on screen there. He's got to, I mean, if I'm Cooper, I'm definitely looking and thinking to myself, I think the easiest things to think about are, is it possible for me? How can I win this game? For example, if Nigel has QZ on his rack but can't play both of them productively, maybe the best tile for me to hope for is to draw the U from the bag, because that would make it a lot tougher to use the Q. Maybe that's not true because you're just going for a bingo that plays in two spots anyway. So, I don't know. It's a very difficult situation. I'm not seeing anything that looks like a slam dunk to me.
No, I don't either, Will. I wonder if there's any fish that he could make that would allow him to bingo.
So I think the obvious things to fish would be the D or the R. So you just have to, first I would be checking those. What happens if I use one D or one R, and where can I play them productively that actually gives me a chance of hitting something? I guess the issue with that is, where are you going to play one tile that actually opens anything? Because this is your main spot right now. It's going to be very, very difficult to fish something. Can you fish something that for a bingo that ends in A? Even then, too easy to block both with a play just going right across.
Yeah, this is pretty tough. I'm going to be curious to see what Cooper comes up with. I know he's a brilliant player, but
yeah, there you see Redbird find its way back onto the rack again, lamenting. Although Cooper had to expect that if Nigel had a reasonable play up here, he was going to do his best to block that spot. It feels like he probably didn't have his hopes up that high that it was going to stay open.
Yeah, I feel like Nigel definitely went the right direction there with the bets play. And now doesn't look great. I'm trying to see what else may be possible. He may decide to not fish because what is there to do?
Yeah, he may just not see anything that is realistic for him to win. He's got another minute to go. I feel like there are times, Doug, where you just want there to be an option that gives you some kind of realistic winning chances, but it's not always true. There might just not be anything that lets Cooper steal this game away. Of course, he's going to spend every second that he has trying to come up with one. But yeah, he's going to go ahead and just play Bride, which frankly, it seems as reasonable as anything. If you're just going to throw in the towel, you're trying to draw probably a vowel. And I think it's actually going to be an R for him. But yeah, valiant effort, I have to say, by Cooper in this game. Hard to look at too many moves he made and say, oh yeah, that was where he, the game got away from him. I'm impressed overall, but of course, also impressed with Nigel, and he is very likely, as usual, to come up with a really good endgame sequence. He probably knows that Cooper's DRR is not going to go out very easily, so he's going to figure out what is the best sequence, and I think he has done it very, very quickly, which is a quit. There it comes, which is amazing how quickly he's able to come up with those. No outplays for Cooper, and that is going to allow Nigel to play Za for his outplay alongside the B of Bride. So,
no, this gives Cooper drab, doesn't it?
Well, I think he used the B, so I believe his rack is DRR at this point.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah.
Little,
so, yeah, no worries. So
DRR.
So it gives Nigel that opportunity to do a little sequence, and he'll get a second play out of it.
Great end game.
Let me get these scores. There we go. That's the correct score. So there you go, folks. Nothing crazy, Doug, as far as Nigel playing wild, 9 or 10 letter words, but I feel like we got little glimpses of that classic Nigelian mode of thought. I think Via early in the game was a really nice move. And of course, keeping the queue patiently for many turns in a row when I think a lot of players would have wanted to dump it.
Oh, yeah. I mean, just a wonderful example of a Nigel game, and well fought by Cooper, well played by both players. Just a very defensive game, and there were only so many options on any given turn. So, I mean, this was classic high-level defensive Scrabble.
Yeah, without question. So nicely played, really, by both players, as you suggest. Just looking through the moves, and I really feel like Cooper gave a great account of himself on the stream, and who knows, I think odds are very good if he continues this level of play that we are likely to see him again at some point down the road. So yeah, Doug, this was round 4 of the tournament, and there are 31 rounds in store for us. The stamina factor is one that rears its head in events like this, wouldn't you say?
Oh, definitely. I've been there. And early in the tournament, you've got good energy and you're just getting going and seeing how things are shaping up. And, the whole tournament's still ahead of you pretty much. So, but by the later rounds, your energy is a little bit diminished, or maybe you're barely able to function. But this was fun.
It is easy to have stamina issues at these. There's just so many games. You could just happen to get a bunch of them that are really taxing as the players square up. Cooper is, we know Nigel. He needs little introduction, but Cooper is a multi-time school Scrabble champion and is really at this point one of the strongest players in North America in his own right. I feel like he definitely has extremely good instincts as a player. And I feel like, I even feel like the one thing I'm curious about is he had Denialist set up on his rack. I'm just curious whether he really did see that and considered, is that valid? It certainly helped him not to play it. But yeah, impressive result by him. So just to let you all know, we're going to stick in the WoW division over the course of this afternoon. We're going to have 3 more games coming your way. We currently, because the games are prepared, at least today, all 7 games have been predetermined who's going to play who. We are going to see Nigel again in round 7. That is our current plan. We have 2 other great matchups coming your way in round 5 and 6, because we do want to show you a great cross section and a great sampling of some of the other awesome players that are in our midst here in this division. And 2 of those players, Doug, coming up next is going to be Joey Krafchick and Ian Weinstein. That is a great, great matchup coming our way next.
Okay, that's very exciting.
So yeah, Joey currently, I believe, the top ranked player by some rating systems in North America, and he's been hovering around that zone for quite a while, and it's no surprise he plays very, very accurately, very fast, I might add. And Ian probably needs little introduction as well, as the finals opponent of Mac Meller at the SBC, the incredible finals that took place last year between those two. And Ian has come in second at championship level events multiple times. He actually came in second to David Gibson in a previous year. So nobody should be surprised if Ian finds his way to the top. Do you have any Joey or Ian experiences of your own, Doug?
I have played them a few times, but I think because of the difference in which coasts
True.
we tend to play on, I'm a West Coast guy and they're more on the East Coast. I haven't run into them that many times, but I have watched many of their online games that have been streamed or annotated, and they're both extremely strong players. So it should be a great matchup, and I'm really looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too. So I think we can either cut to the commentary booth, but I was going to say also that maybe we'll take a very short break. This game was a fast one, which tends to be the case with Nigel. He is able to play his games seemingly pretty much every time with like 6 or 7 minutes left on his clock. So he's standing by, perhaps wondering if he's going to be on the stream again. And we'll let him know, not for a couple rounds, but for the time being, let's take a short break, and we'll be back with Joey Krafchick versus Ian Weinstein in just a few minutes.
Great.
Ori Swift and Joey Kravchik are the two main contenders that are trying to take the title from us. Joey's been winning tons of tournaments this year and has had a great record, and is just generally pretty on top of his game right now. And Ori has kind of a slower approach, where I think he's been developing his game a lot over the last 5 or 6 years and putting in a lot of like long-term work on his word knowledge. So I think Ori's kind of the sleeper pick. I most look forward to the intense final matches. To me, at a tournament like the World Cup, that's when things really get intense, especially if you're streamed. That's what I'm showing up for. I want there to be some really tight matches against some really good players where a lot of money's on the line.
All right, everybody. I think we are back live. Sorry for the audio issue. That's not going to be the last time you see our cool promotional material of a lot of the top players from our WoW division, including, you saw him just a moment ago, Joey Kravchik. Definitely one of the top contenders. And again, as we were saying, Doug, my co-commentator, Doug Brockmeyer, thank you so much for joining me this afternoon. These are two players that nobody would be surprised to see right at the top of the standings.
No, they've certainly won their share of tournaments, each of them, and we should be in for a treat here.
So yeah, the players should feel free to get things rolling. Joey giving the tiles a shake, the courtesy shake, and Ian is going to go first. Ian came literally one play away from winning the Scrabble Players Championship last year. And he's come close a number of times, and he is just such a solid player, Doug. I feel like his word knowledge is really strong. It's always, you just expect him to find everything. He's made some amazing challenges against me of words that I really thought were plausible, and is just a great strategist as well. So really no real weaknesses in his game. Joey also so strong, so fast. He gets a lot of mileage out of being able to play an excellent game of Scrabble very fast. So we'll see how this game plays out between these two great players. What do you think, Doug, about Fetid as an opening play here versus Exchanging? Very close. Very
close. Yeah, I would probably play it. I don't mind the Q if I can potentially. P is actually a good tile with a Q. I think this has a lot of merit. And maybe this is maybe a stylistic choice, maybe against a different opponent, maybe an exchange would be more apropos, but I'm very happy to just take the points and take the lead.
Yeah, makes sense. It's kind of thematic to the previous game, too. We saw Nigel keep that Q for a while. Feels like we're breaking Scrabble Orthodoxy 101, Doug, to just keep the Q for this long. But I guess it is a bit of a dark art. If you are really confident as a player, you can hold on to it for a little while if the situation makes sense. Just be careful. Just be careful with it. Don't try this at home.
Well, he set up the QAT if he gets an A. If he gets an I, he might have QI. I mean, those are potential plays that lend him some advantage in terms of making the play that he did. And now it looks like Joey is the one who's got all the vowels, and he's going to have sort of a low-scoring play if he decides to go for it. But what's he going to do here? Just something with the F, or is he going to fish? It looks like he's got REI there, which doesn't score a whole lot, but it'll be about, 16? Yeah, that looks like what he's putting down.
Seems reasonable. There's no other real way to score much. REI is a plural, so no hooks here. So basically, Joey making the board extremely inhospitable to 8-letter words. You pretty much just have this F available. There's no other way you could fit an 8 on the board, and that has a lot of value if you are worried about your opponent playing a bingo like that. To cut off an entire class of bingos from possibility makes some sense. I do feel like this oddly kind of is annoying for Ian, who probably wanted to dump his Q, maybe QAT here. Now he's going to have to do it here, which is also fine. And he makes that decision very quickly. And I think that is also a very sensible one, especially holding on to an S in reserve, Doug.
Yeah, it definitely sets up the S nicely. I don't know if there's any other real good choice here, so seems like the right thing to do.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder, to stick with the theme of keeping the Q at all costs, what about something like Pam, right? Like, this scores a lot, Pam
Scores a lot.
33, leaving QINS. Is that worth it?
No.
Not sure. I feel like it's close, but there's merit to it. You could also play Pima if you want more points, if you're Ian there, which, maybe you redraw an I and play QIS on a subsequent turn. Very tough to pull the trigger on either of those plays. I do feel like playing the Q there is very human and natural. And meanwhile, Joey drawing 2 more T's to his leave of IT. I'm sure he's going to be looking to dump a couple of those, and down comes Twit for 12. I feel like if I'm Ian, I'm seeing Joey's first 2 moves of Ori for 17 and Twit for 12, and I'm thinking to myself, okay, that's fantastic, but this can't keep up forever.
There's an interesting placement on that turn. He could have also played Twit above QI, opening the board more, but also giving back more. So Twit is interesting in the place that he played it. 12 points. I felt like he might have even considered playing Wheat and setting up the T on the triple, but maybe not. Maybe that's too risky early in the game.
It sets up the S as well, or else I would maybe really think about that. So I think reasonable to take a 4-point, dock yourself 4 points. Playing Twit here definitely opens up quite a bit more in the realm of overlaps and things of that nature. Wheat is very aggressive, but it definitely has a good deal of merit if you can just dodge any of those hooks, which, as we can see, Ian has a hook that he probably would figure out a way to use. And here he's got a lot of good scoring tiles, H, M, and P. I'm sure he's thinking about how to use them. There's actually a really cool play, Doug, of EPHA, EPHA, with the EDH hook. That looks pretty cool. It scores well. It uses up both vowels, though, so I'm not sure if there's anything better that keeps a vowel, but that's a cool looking play to me.
There's so many interesting plays here that are all going to be pretty close depending on what you want to do. I feel like this turn, Ian's got the lead. He's definitely feeling good about how the board is so far, I would imagine. He's got short options. He could play PHI and keep AEMNS for a really strong leave. He could play something like Few, PHEW, leaving AMNS. He could even cash in the S now and play Pasham, Pasham? Yeah. PASHM, which looks kind of weird. Great word. Leaving EN, not bad, right? So he's really got some things to think about here.
Yeah, nothing stands out as obviously significantly better than anything else. It is worth noting that Joey is sitting ready to pounce with a potential bingo on his own rack there. He has Ineptor on his rack. Doesn't look to play anywhere right now, but it feels like a lot of Ian's plays might inadvertently open up a space for him to do that. For example, the very first play suggested of EPHA right here, which looks so nice. It is a nice play, but it's going to allow Ineptor to come down very quickly for Joey. The play you suggested, Doug, of Pasham here similarly will allow Ineptor to play. So it feels like a lot of the candidate plays could be hit in response by a bingo from Joey K.
Yeah, and a play like Twit definitely feels, like he's got something in reserve that's fairly average to decent, like ENT, ERT, something along those lines. So, I'd be hesitant to open too much here, honestly. He's going with hemp. Interesting.
Huh. This is a reasonable choice. I'm not sure it's the absolute best one here, but is it possible that this dodged the bullet? Yeah, I think it did. I'm not seeing any bingos from the M or P, so it feels like of all the plays that Ian could have made that would have opened up a bingo back to Joey, he has managed to pick one that does not. So nicely done there. I mean, I think hemp is a reasonable play, Doug. So Joey's going to have to think a little harder now.
Hemp was good. It sets up the S. There were many choices there, and they were all pretty similar. So Joey's got a pretty strong rack, right? It doesn't look like he has a bingo, so he may choose to just play PE and EM and PE, potentially something like that. Scores all right. Keeps a few of the lines open anyway. Keeps the P open. Keeps the T on the other side of the board open. He might even be able to hit a 9 through RE.
Yeah, I was thinking 9s are in play through RE with that nice leave. You might hit the F. So the board is not. So I agree with you that the very natural play to make here is just PE, getting rid of your worst bingo tile and one of your 2 E's. The remaining letters are very, very strong for bingoing. The board is not very strong for bingoing, but I feel like it's good enough that your chances are still okay. It's possible that Joey is going to make the determination that something like Pipette is a better option, giving him a more realistic lane or maybe 2 to potentially hit a bingo if he doesn't feel like the board is good enough to support his very, very strong EINRT leave. So tricky choice. I think just PE is pretty standard. And I am curious to see if Joey deviates from this. He's probably thinking about it and then essentially deciding, all right, I got to go ahead and make this very natural play. Whoa.
Wow.
Did not see that coming.
So he's definitely opening himself another line with the N hook. Also takes a D or an S. Sacrificing points.
13 points sacrificed with that play to try to ensure that if he does draw a bingo, it has a much higher chance of playing. So I do get that aspect of this play of pre, but yeah, giving up 13 points on the scoreboard does feel like a lot. I feel like, I guess my thinking there is that the board is good enough after the 20-point play that you don't have to sacrifice so many points to get that much better bingo lane on the board. But I mean, I get the rationale. It's just that's tough to give up that many, Doug.
Yeah, I wouldn't have done that myself in that position, already being down. I would rather keep pace there and score 20 and stay a little bit closer. But that's just the play Joey went with, and looks like he's going to regret it, honestly.
Well, yeah, the YZ draw is certainly among the worst draws that he could have gotten, I should say. in order to bingo on his next turn. So he's not going to achieve that objective. But overall, it's actually a decent draw as the Y gains a little bit of value because of the Hempy hook, and the Z is just usually a great tile to see find its way onto your rack. So even though Joey is not going to be bingoing next turn, I feel like he should be able to find a way to score some good points and maybe drive towards a bingo on a subsequent turn here. But if I'm Ian, I'm thinking about this play really hard because I'm wondering why not this for 20. I feel like if he stops to think about that, he's going to go ahead and play arm. This looks like a solid option. The only blemish on this play, Doug, is it keeps the V for next turn. But it scores 30, which is quite solid, and I think it's among the top plays. It looks like he was considering Vamp into the P of Hemp as well. Any thoughts about those plays?
Vamp looks really good. His varmints didn't quite fit there, and Vamp is good. Arm is good, and Vamp are good. They're both relatively equal to me.
Yeah, pretty similar plays. And Joey's going to go ahead and play Ritzy, putting that R in a bit of a dangerous spot in the triple lane. But for 49 points, which is what this play scores, it could be worth it. I do want to point out, though, that Frenzy off of the F of Fetid was a very reasonable choice for Joey as well, scoring 7 fewer points, but really not opening anything nearly as dangerous as that R in the triple lane, which can sometimes lose you the game on the spot to a triple-triple.
Or just a 60-point J play or something along those lines, or, even Ixora, IXORA could fit there for a ton of points. I mean, after Ian's play of Arm last turn, I wouldn't think he's keeping anything like that in reserve, but Joey's down, and I guess he wants to keep the volatility high. So he did have a really interesting choice there, Frenzy versus Ritzy. On second thought, the ZY really went well with his INTER leave, and I feel like maybe Ian might have sussed out what that leave could have been, and maybe thought there was no S in his leave after opening a line for so little points. So maybe that led him to believe Arm was the right way to keep the board tight. And so he's definitely going to play up there, and he's going for overs. Okay, that looks good.
Yeah, I was thinking about this. I feel like it's about as good as Ian has available to block that R, which all of a sudden becomes really one of the scariest spots on the board. But I would be thinking about here, as I really do think that play of overs is probably Ian's strongest option here. But this is going to create a whole, I was literally about to say, Joey immediately spotting. It definitely is going to extend with all kinds of stuff, and Joey spotting that extension really, really fast. Definitely his correct play there. And Ian drawing Ravelin, and that is certainly going to play in a couple different spots as well. So the fireworks coming quickly here, Doug.
As they often do, right? I just didn't see a way Ian could have also really used that spot without playing overs. So I guess that's the rationale he must have used there. And it scored pretty well. And so, these things happen. Extensions do sometimes happen. And that's just the rack that Joey had there. So, but with Ian's nice, he drew LIAR, right? So
yes,
that's
correct.
Quite a good draw for him to stay ahead now.
There are some interesting questions about where to play, though, right? So Ravelin now plays thanks to Joey's play of Preen. It also plays here. So Ravelin playing up top, and you also have Interval from this T going down. So the thing about these Ravelin, these are the only 3 playable positions, and you can see Ian has it lined up, so we're very likely to see one of these. But either you are giving Joey a crack at this R, and you can see that is going to be potentially very dangerous. You can't really know from what Joey has that he is sitting on such a monster here. It actually does not look like he is going to have a triple. Unhorsed is not playable there, so Ian will get away with it. But playing Ravelin up here, Doug, has its own problems. Placing this A right here, you could get crushed in response with certain letters. So Ian is going to go ahead and play this, and I do feel like the downside risk of this play is significantly better than the downside risk of playing Ravelin here for 5 more points. Some might go ahead and grab those 5 points here, though.
Yeah, it's very interesting. I feel like the hook, the other spot that he didn't take under pre, is more of a bingo line than, ending in an or overlapping the L and taking the spot that he did. But the downside of opening the bottom spot would have been a huge R out in space, pretty far in space. I mean, not that bad. It would have been in this 4 position or 3 position rather for a triple, or bingos through it in the 4 position, or
right.
Otherwise just starting with R, that's not too bad. But looks like Joey doesn't have a bingos coming back, so.
Well, he saw Hounded, so he definitely.
He's right. He had Hounded.
Yeah, he
had.
He had it, and he has elected to play Hewed instead, potentially trying to cover up that potentially lucrative spot before Ian can play there. He's given up a lot of points to do that, so we'll see. It looks like he's drawn weirdly too, so not sure.
He might have Unbound.
Oh, yeah, that's right. Unbound. Nice. Or I think is Upbound also a word. Either way, both of those will still play here. Nice spot. So he's still threatening to bingo there. I wonder. It looks like Ian. Yeah, true. So there's definitely a whole bunch of stuff outbound through the T. So no matter what Ian does, it's going to be pretty tough. I mean, I guess what if Ian plays like gauged something like this,
block everything by accident?
That would be pretty crazy. I don't think he's going to do that, but the decision to play Hewed over bingoing, very interesting. I mean, it's a lot of points to leave on the table, but I do appreciate the logic of it. So yeah, I feel like I probably am going ahead and bingoing there without much thought, just because I really feel like the downside risk of this spot is nowhere near as bad as it could be with the V here, because you can't play all the way across paralleling this V, because there are no 2-letter words. You can't get those really big 6-letter words that go across. So I don't think this spot was quite as dangerous as it would need to be for Joey to block it instead of bingoing, but it's really marginal, Doug. I could see it going either way, and maybe I'm wrong about that.
No, I don't think so. I mean, I agree with you. I feel like I would have bingo there myself, because Hounded is over 70 points. The only thing that really hurts me up on top is probably the K, or maybe an F, but those are pretty unlikely. And I would rather have gotten a little bit closer to the lead here, personally.
Yeah, for sure. So the play, getting some love for my suggestion of gauged here, which I really do feel like there is some serious merit to that. If you are feeling like Joey is strong, if he has one of the 2 unseen blanks to you, if you're Ian, I feel like the bingo percentage after that play is going to be very, very low. And that is always something that you like when you're up by this type of margin, if you're Ian, to reduce that bingo percentage that low. So
definitely a fascinating play, right? Like the only other option on this board is like starting with the P, or maybe RES hooking Q. I mean, that's not likely to happen.
Yeah, 100%. All right, looks like Joey going for the blank slip. I can tell you that he has made this blank a N. So Unbound, nicely spotted by him. That second N. The blank is an N there. That looks to be his best play. So Joey with a 1-2 punch of Hewed and then Unbound, and that puts him up by 1 point, Doug, in this game.
Wow. Well, let's see what the tempo does here. A dead even game sometimes bounces back and forth a little bit in terms of momentum. Ian still just played Fog. He's still got a nice looking rack here. So it's still, even though Joey's up 1 point, it's anybody's game from here on out.
Yeah, no question. I definitely feel like Ian still has the upper hand in this game for sure, just because he can play something like Fax, which looks very solid. This does not give that much back to Joey. Yeah, it gives him a 3-tile spot to potentially play a word. But a lot of the time, if Joey plays there and you're Ian, you're going to be able to respond on the triple to that. So it's not even going to be that bad. You're willing to allow that type of play back from Joey. And best of all, Doug, Ian, if he plays Fax, he's leaving CESS, which is just a good, solid leave for scoring and maybe getting a bingo to run away with it.
Yeah, definitely. The S is not going to be that useful on this board. I don't see a whole lot of places to hook anything at this point. But the S is just a good tile. You could have potential 6-letter word coming down from the B, maybe. I definitely see more bingos in this game's future, though. There's a blank unseen, and looks like Ian's going to go with Fax, like you said.
Yeah, I think it just seems very natural and normal to make this play. Joey's going to have a very tricky decision on his hands because he does not have a 6-letter word going down from the B, unfortunately for him. And a lot of his good plays are going to be in this area, which is a little bit scary for the reasons I described. Depending on what you play here, you could potentially be giving a lot back to Ian. So I'm not 100% sure what I would do. Maybe you just play Ono here. Is this the safer version to score a few points without giving anything back? Or is it worth playing something like Lou here, which admittedly is not that easy to parallel, but the G all of a sudden becomes a very important tile, right?
Or the C.
Oh, the C. Oh, 2 C's.
Yeah.
Ian has one. Oh, man. So a lot to consider here for Joey. In classic Joey fashion, he is up on the clock by several minutes, so he's got time to navigate the rest of this game. I really don't know what I would do here. All I know is that something like okay, this is kind of appealing in one sense, which is that I have another O to play down here, but it is a non-starter for other reasons because you are just giving up so many scary hooks on the triple lane in that regard. So I don't think I would want to play okay here. Maybe if the score was way further out of reach, I would consider something like that. I think Joey's going to take a more cautious approach, though.
What about something like Oak, OAK at 3B, and Era and DAC? Oh, he's going with okay.
So your suggestion of Oak, that looks very safe, doesn't really give a ton back. I guess you do give S hooks back, but that's not the worst. But wow, the content is coming here. We see the massive, absolutely massive opening play here of okay. Joey is shifting all of his tiles, shifting his chips into the center here with this play, but Ian can just respond if he wants to with Eco for a very, very good score. Only issue with that, of course, is it leaves NNSS, Doug. Oh,
I mean, I'm going for the points. I can't leave this spot open. I know it's a setup. It can't not be a setup, right? So I have to take that spot for sure.
Yeah, crazy to think that Joey would play this without something monstrous in his leave or with another O in hand, right? Those are the ways that he would play this. Either he's got something amazing. I mean, if I'm Ian, I'm thinking to myself, Jesus, he played this and there were 2 S's unseen to him. That is crazy. But, you know, I feel like I wonder if Ian is pivoting to something else. Maybe he feels like I want to leave the spot open because I've got the S's, and I just can't imagine him leaving it open, though. Oh,
No,
he's
it's like
thinking
he's
about
just gonna
playing.
play SO.
Yeah, SO. Very interesting. Okay. So that's a reasonable alternative to at least be sure that you're entering next turn with a vowel, but you are giving up 11 scoreboard points, Doug. I don't know. I might just grab those extra points.
Yeah, I feel like this is an interesting decision actually, because NNSS is pretty bad. And
Contrail still fitting.
Here comes a bingo.
Wow. Only bingo available for Joey. It still fits. Contrail through the T. He's managed to make it work out for him, but again, another huge opening right here. Depending on what Ian is able to draw, he does not currently have a really easy way to play parallel to the eye of Contrail. So this could be a huge swing in this game, depending on what Ian draws. Whoa, okay. What does this mean? I think it's still going to be a bit of a struggle for Ian to use that big spot. And look at the draw by Joey. Oh, my God. Crazy game in progress here. This is a wild one. I would say for Joey, even if he doesn't have a bingo, just Bawty here is going to be killer for him, scoring incredibly well and opening up the board further with that blank in hand. But, you know, he could, you've just been pointing out in chat that Tawnius through this N, also an option for him. So, wowzers. Looks like Joey has fought his way back in here, and he's right on the cusp of maybe landing the knockout blow.
Yeah, I mean, this is wild. I don't see that Ian's going to be able to really do very much with the current board. And that's definitely a huge blow to him because this spot wasn't open before. Now, if he has nothing there and he knows the blank is unseen, potentially Joey's just going to outrun him here. Unless Ian can figure out how to either score or even fish himself. I don't like fishing here. I mean, he's down 22. It doesn't seem like that big a deficit. But on the other hand, there aren't that many tiles left. He's not going to have that many opportunities to really hit a bingo, even if he's able to draw one. I mean, Contrail was such a dagger, right? I mean, not quite a dagger. It's not the end of the game, but that was the worst case scenario is if Joey gets a bingo without a blank and opens a spot that he himself cannot use.
Yes.
So
great point. I mean, that hurts when you're in Ian's shoes or in his chair, so to speak, when you see your opponent in Joey get that bingo down in such an obstructed and specific spot where it barely fits on the board, and he didn't even need to use a blank to do it, as you say, Doug. That hurts because you just know there's a high likelihood of what's actually happening of he's going to draw that blank and put the game out of reach potentially. So we see Ian play Colin, very reasonable looking play, no wasted time for Joey, playing Tawniest. I do feel like there was a very solid argument to be made for playing Bawty here for 45 points. That's a lot of points, but I can't turn my nose up at the bingo here. Definitely putting the game pretty close to out of reach. Although, yeah, it's going to continue to be interesting. So let me get these scores updated because it did just get a little interesting with that draw by Ian, but I just feel like how could he possibly win by bingoing here, Doug? Just looking at the pool, the unseen pool from his perspective, either you're going to be drawing the J after you bingo, or Joey already has the J and vowels with it, and he's going to find a way to score something. So
Oh,
I feel
yeah.
like bingoing is pretty doomed. But if you're not going to bingo, what then?
Yeah, there's no real way to open something here, unfortunately for Ian. I feel like this is not a real opportunity for him to fish. I don't see a way to do it. Maybe there is something that I'm missing.
No, I mean, it's the problem is even if you fish one tile, the same principle applies that all Joey really has to do. First of all, if you're Ian and you play just one tile, Joey's going to have perfect knowledge of what you have because there's only one tile in the bag. So if you draw into a bingo that only plays in one spot, he can block it. And if you draw into a bingo that plays in two spots, you should just be able to outrun unless your one tile fish scores a boatload of points. Hard to see where that could be. So this looks like a pretty crazy comeback win for Joey, who is at 4-0 in the standings, and a big win for him against a strong opponent. If he can hold on, which it looks like he should be able to do, and move up to 5-0 in the early going. Always feels good to start fast in one of the big tournaments like this, Doug. But I feel like it's so early. It's so difficult to really read super much into it. But all things being equal, I would certainly rather start fast than slow.
Yeah, I've certainly had my share of tournaments where I started out super hot, winning every game, and then the bad tiles come at the worst possible inopportune moment, and I tank at the end, and that feels even worse than being in the mix the whole time and then working your way up and potentially having a chance to win. So, but Ian's almost out of time. He's thinking hard. Is there any way I can do anything here? So
he's got to know that this play is not actually going to win the game. I think he's probably correctly reasoning that I just have no real way of winning this game. And as we've mentioned a couple times on the broadcast, if there's really no realistic way you can win the game, then trying to lose the game by the minimum amount is a worthwhile goal. And I feel like bingoing now rather than going for some crazy in next to impossible winning sequence that's just never going to work in practicality makes a lot of sense for Ian to just go ahead and bingo now and lose this game by less. I'm sure that's what he's thinking. Does that sound right to you, Doug?
Yeah, I would definitely agree. So dead even score, but Joey's going to have one more play. And what's he going to do?
Just anything, really. The top priority is just anything with that J. It actually, to your point, it doesn't seem like there's anything that great with the J. The best play might be Gian right here. This is the only play that really gets that J onto a triple letter score. This doesn't feel like it should be the correct play, but if I'm Joey, I'm getting 27 points from this using JEN, and I'm going to have the rest of these tiles totaling 4, 6, 7, 14 points on my rack. So if I'm going to make this play, I need to make sure that Ian cannot get 13 points for his eye. As long as I'm comfortable with that, I know I'm going to win the game. And it feels like that is just not happening for an eye on almost any board, but certainly not this board either.
No, I think I see 8 points. I may have something better, but quite the game here. I mean,
crazy for sure. Yeah, this is a crazy one. A lot of really interesting plays, a couple plays. I feel like Ian played, very standardly for most of the game. Joey made a couple plays that I'm sure he'll be eager to defend if he watches this after and is like, oh yeah, that was definitely the best play. that was a kind of off my radar as an option there. A couple other ones, but look, he is an experienced player, a very, very savvy positional player. And I really defer to his instinct a lot of the time. And it's worked out for him in this game for sure.
Yeah, most definitely. He drew what he needed to draw, and he gave himself opportunities to win. So good on him.
So he has ample time to think about this and make 1,000,000% sure. I mean, if you look at the score, it is a tie game, so you can't just it would take a very confident, experienced player to be in Joey's situation and just be like, oh yeah, I got this game won for sure. There's no way I can lose, right? Like it's a tie game in the end game. So still got to watch your step and make sure you don't make a false move here. In the morning, Doug, we saw a couple games where phonies were played late in the game that caused the entire game to swing in the balance, which I feel like you rarely see that, especially in Collins. And we did see it. So could we see another one? Very unlikely. But yeah, it's...
I have definitely thought bonily was a word more than my...
How is it?
How is it not a word? It seems like a word. It's just... So,
yeah.
I mean... But,
there's definitely way weirder words that are valid than that.
Right, yeah.
So...
Joey's going to make 100% sure of everything.
Yeah, he's got ample time. It is interesting, right? Like, let's say you check a play. I don't know. Let's say you check like SOJA or something, right? If I check that and I discover that if I play this, I'm going to win the game by whatever number of points. Do you then keep looking for minute after minute and try to find something that wins by 2 or 3 more spread points, Doug? Or do you just say, all right, I figured out a play that wins the game. I'm going to play that and save my mental energy?
Yeah. I'm not sure I would use, 12 minutes on this turn like he seems determined to do. But I would definitely think for a few minutes, and I probably would have committed to Gian and just go with that.
He has those letters lined up. And there we go. That is the optimal endgame play for Joey Krapchik. Nicely spotted. And down it goes. He makes that move, moving up to 421. And to your point, 8 points in response after that play. It seems like Ian probably was ready for that and predicted that was going to be the play. And after that, it's actually pretty close. 421 to 416. Very tight matchup. Maybe the players are going to talk and we can listen in.
Very well.
Yeah.
If I had played another tile on this play, would you have still bingo?
No, I would have played body. Yeah.
What was the play?
Bati.
BAWTI.
Yeah.
Keeping one.
Yes.
Yeah, that's because
I knew this left one in the bag, but if I do this, I'm only up 55, and this good letter's out, so I can't mess around like that. What was your leave there?
ENS, but I considered other plays, Conine or whatever. Keeping LS, which would have been interesting.
I was looking at Buffet. I don't know if there's any other extensions.
Buffet.
Yeah, that's the only one. Well,
So far, I guess so. If I play just gauged here, you have what? Literally nothing.
That's the play you wanted to go.
sorry, you play what?
Instead of this, I could play gauged, keeping OE. Instead, I kept A.
Gauge 6 letters.
Yeah, just GAGED, keeping OE.
Yeah, that would have blocked outbound also. Yeah.
Yeah, I strongly considered that for defensive merit, but I wasn't up by that much. I mean, well, I was up, but Both blanks runs.
This one,
Yeah, he won by 5.
I had to draw both blanks, which puts me at 9 out of 10.
Well, must be nice. I've had 2.
Your time will come. Submit this.
Yeah, I should have played Gage. I considered that very seriously, but OE is such a bad lead. There were a million O's in the bag, and you had played 4 tiles. You weren't instantly favored to pounce at that exact moment. Nonetheless, in that location, I mean, it wasn't that big a. I mean, I opened more action. I was opening stuff, hoping to get something myself.
Yeah, I think it was the right play.
I don't know.
Yeah, those there were a lot of.
Put interval here instead of graveling. Takes E, right? Interval.
Yeah, you played that against me. Let's see, I would have had. Yeah, I had ON blank, and I drew 2 U's. So I figured it was the right thing to do.
Sure. You made a lot of good plays. That's why.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, this was going to cause controversy on the stream, but I left EI and RT. Yeah. Yeah, I mean, PE there is 20, but it doesn't do me any good because then I can't bingo. And I'm sort of already desperate because you're getting a lead.
Exchanges that were not.
Yeah, I couldn't believe I couldn't find anything better than Gian. Who's on there? Christian.
Cool. So, all right. Looks like they finished up post-morteming that. A couple very interesting nuggets there, Doug, from both players. Let's talk about 2 in particular. Ian apparently coming extremely close to playing gauged, which we pointed out would have been lethally defensive in that pivotal position. Of course, Joey was able to capitalize and get his bingo down. Any thoughts on that? That would have led to such a different game.
What was the lead at that point for Ian? I don't remember.
It was like, let's see, if I'm looking at it here, it was fogged. The score at that time was 209 to 164. So
45.
45, definitely too close for comfort to just sacrifice a boatload of points and equity. But yeah, very close. As you can see, we are going to get Nigel back on the stream, everybody. Very exciting. But yeah, any thoughts on that gauge play with the score in mind?
It's fascinating. I mean, you know, if the board was completely dead, I think I would have done it. But there was the P open. There were other, you know, it's kind of early in the mid game. I don't know if I would actually do that over the board.
Yeah, it's tricky. And then you heard as we get set for this next game, we see the players are here. Got to reset the scores and the names and all of that good stuff. But Joey saying that his play of pre was going to cause controversy on the stream. I wouldn't say controversy, but it just surprised us a little bit, I guess.
Yeah, definitely. It surprised me. I thought he was going to just play PE and EM for 20 and move on, but he thought that wasn't going to give him enough bingo chances, even with the very strong 5-tile leave of EI and RT. So, but really cool game.
Yeah. Interesting game. No need for us to take a break as long as you're good, Doug. We should be ready to roll right into this game. And what a treat. Another game. We're trying not to overdo it. I mean, I personally love watching Nigel play, as anybody that has any passing familiarity with my YouTube channel must know already. We'll let the players, they can go. I'm going to tell them. But yeah, always a treat, but we're trying not to overdo it again just because there are so many fun players and fun storylines from both divisions. Of course, we want to watch Nigel, but we got to get a good feel for everybody else in the division as well. But here we go. Another Nigel game, Doug. I do feel very
Okay.
privileged to get to look at that first tile.
We're off and running.
And we'll talk a little bit about, oh, wow, we're going to see a funny play potentially from, depending on which way Nigel elects to go with this rack. A word with kind of a goofy definition that I would have laughed at in middle school. Not sure if people are seeing that yet in the chat. But Nigel is maturely maybe going to play rapini instead of the word that I'm talking about. But yeah, a few words about John Shreve, a long time, very solid, expert tournament player. One of the stronger players in North America. He's probably within the top 100 or something like that, if not higher. And just want to call out that John, an incredibly generous donor to the Word Game Players organization. His sort of family foundation contributes $100,000 a year into the coffers of WGPO. And a lot of that money, I believe 40,000 of that is being used to contribute to the prize pools across all the divisions in this event. And I think in large part, that is why we're getting to potentially see a player like Nigel Richards traveling across the world to compete in an event like this. So a huge shout out to John for his generosity. And he is a great player in his own right, Doug.
Oh, absolutely. And what a thoughtful gesture on his part. I mean, Scrabble is very indebted to him for that. We're very grateful for his generosity. And can I just shout out his very bright shirt? That's very cool.
Very
and,
nice.
Maybe that's a strategic tactic to distract Nigel. If anything, could distract Nigel.
Right. So here we go. Nigel is going to play this word. Let's try to keep it mature in the chat. If anybody's going into the dictionary and figuring out what this word means, let's be adults or mature. If you are not an adult, let's try to be mature about this word. But a nice play by Nigel, 76 points. And I don't think John is going to have any suspicion that this word takes an S hook, Doug. It doesn't. But yeah, if John is doubtful at all, and if he were to tack on an S, and we're going to find out real quick because Nigel just drew socials as his rack. So we'll discover very quickly whether that word takes an S or not, and the answer is no.
I have a funny story about I challenged an 8-letter word asocials one time against Greg Heidler, I believe, and it just looked so wrong, but
it somehow is good. Yeah,
I hadn't heard it ever used before, and I hadn't somehow seen that. It's pretty high probability, but the weird things you come across in Scrabble and remember.
Yeah.
But
for sure.
What's John gonna do with this? He's got a Z, but otherwise, not a great rest of his tiles. He's just going for cozy. Okay.
Yeah, seems reasonable. That is a very natural play to get the Z right here. Just want to call out a really interesting option if we can get in to point it out before Nigel, who had his preferred play of Classico through the blank C, was just blocked. But really interesting play once the board flips again. I'm still seeing it upside down, but when it does flip, I mean, I guess I could try to draw upside down. The play that I'm thinking about is, how do I draw an upside down Y? This is next level telestration, folks. Yob. This is the play. Oh, now my work all for nothing. There you go. Look at that, Doug. Nigel is
I knew
playing the aforementioned asocials. Very nice. So
Well-
2 bingos. That's brutal. If you're John, through no fault of your own, you've gotten hit with 2 straight bingos from the GOAT, and that's going to be tough to fight your way back from.
He's got his work cut out for him. Yob would have been interesting. Would that have yielded any bingos for Nigel?
Great question. The thing that I thought was cool about it is that if you draw, for example, an R, if you're John, you keep ZE on your rack and you're setting up a possibility to play something like Res and Biz after that play. So in addition to the defensive merit that it may or may not have, especially in this scenario, you get some upside with your Z. And that, I mean, maybe there are some times when Nigel plays. What if Nigel plays, I know it can't still fit on the board.
Classico would have still fit, wouldn't it?
Yeah, but then after that, you get the Z play going down some of the time, right? So there's some upside there. So yeah.
Or you see the S on the triple.
Right.
Or no, or the O, I mean.
Yes, exactly. So in any case, don't think Cozy was any kind of serious mistake or anything like that by John. I think Cozy is fine, and now he's in a tough situation, down by 100, and ideally he would love to play something right here to use up that triple, but I just don't see that he has anything starting with an A or an E, Doug.
No, he doesn't quite have Abbott with ABBOT or Abbott EBBET. And I'm not seeing that he can do any 5-letter word in that spot. And in that case, what's he going to try to do? He's separating bub. He might play bub and buy for 21. Looks okay. EIAT is vowel heavy as a leave. But he's got the P, the R, the S, the C open, right?
Nigel a lot of space.
Yeah, so it looks like he's going to go with that.
Seems pretty reasonable to me. If you wanted to get even more aggressive, you could play Babu in that spot, that same spot, but that does open up not only an S in the triple lane, but I believe Babool is also valid. You could hook an L to that, so you might regret that. But the cool thing about this play is that it does make it a little bit harder to play underneath the triple, and a good draw for John. So he's not quite out of it yet. That seems like he's a very, very good bet to play a bingo somewhere next turn. Doesn't feel like everything is going to get blocked between Septoria, rotaries, and I'm sure some other stuff. Eroticas through the C. So a lot of stuff available for John. Doesn't feel like Nigel will be able to block all of it, but Nigel can just play off his W and probably his O somewhere, and he should be a pretty heavy favorite to bingo on his next turn as well. So we'll see if Nigel draws something really bad and John bingos and draws something good. We might see this game get knotted up again.
Yeah, interesting to see what Nigel does with this. He's separated now, and he may be underlapping it on the asocials spot there.
Yeah, right here. That seems much less insane than the same scoring, or maybe it scores more. This scores 3 less and is way more crazy and aggressive. So I feel like definitely Nigel playing the saner of the 2 options to play those 3 letters makes a lot of sense. But John should be able to bingo. Unfortunately for him, it's not going to really score a ton now. He's got the 2 options I mentioned of Septoria through this P, or rotaries in either of the spots with your multiple R's through this R. So it's going to help, but Nigel will probably play something like Evert on his next turn, unless I'm missing a better, like a bingo or something that he'll have. And it's still going to be John looking up at a reasonably big deficit, Doug.
Yeah, neither Septoria nor Rotaries score very much. They will keep the board fairly reasonably open, although it will be challenging for John to remain keeping the board open so that he can bingo again after that. He is going to definitely need a second bingo at minimum, with the way that Nigel's shaping this board. That's the worst case scenario for John, is a blank bingo and then a second bingo coming back on the second turn. So he's definitely got a long way to go in this game, and it'll be interesting to see if he goes for Rotaries or Septoria here. They both have different merit. Rotaries would give back an opening for both triples, but Septoria keeps the board a little bit sort of more defensive, which it looks like that's what he wants to do here.
Yeah, the nice thing about Septoria, as you say, Doug, Rotaries would have opened the triples, but the nice thing about Septoria is that John probably needs bingos to come back in this game, and by playing through this P, you now have open space here and open space here, which is going to be semi-difficult to both close at once. So you kind of have two new quadrants of the board that are opened up if you're John, if you can draw something good. So I feel like it has some merit from that standpoint of giving John a lot of options to maybe bingo on a subsequent turn. If I get his score updated, there we go. He's got 117. But yeah, Nigel is going to calmly lay down the 44-point Evert and go back up by 100-ish points. Not good news for John, who needed a little bit of a better draw than that, Doug.
Yeah, he's going to probably try to use the X, but I'm not seeing a great way to score a huge amount of points. He could play XU off of Septoria, but I'm not sure he wants to do that. It won't take any back hooks, and it won't leave him with any vowels, and it'll leave him FW. So all of those look bad. He might consider just fax or wax, or even unwax.
No to unwaxed, but yeah.
Oh, not un. Oh, right.
But interesting idea though. Wax, that at
Just
least
wax.
preserves your lone vowel. I mean, maybe that's good enough to want to do. I agree that just playing XU here, leaving all the rest of that clunk, right? Like it doesn't even hook with an S. You take your X and U off the rack and you still have F, G, and W to go along with your S. But sometimes you gotta wrinkle up your nose and make that stinky play. I don't know if that's, warranted. What else could you do? And he's going to go ahead and play Fog, keeping the vowel. So a little bit more balanced, but only 20 points for this. Maybe the idea is if he can draw something a little bit better for that X that isn't so closing. I mean, the issue with playing XU is you really want Septoria to remain open, I feel. So blocking it at all is not what you're after. Septoria is a valid word, so keeping this S hook alive is probably really important to John.
Yeah, great point. Sorry, I think I was thinking of maybe unfix or something like that.
Right.
The other thing, if he gets an A, he might have AX and Abai for a huge score. He could potentially play under now, EX or Nix. Maybe he wants to go there, but it looks like Nigel's going to take that spot.
Cadet looks great, scores well, doesn't open anything new, does a lot of the things Nigel is happy to do here. Looks like a very solid play by him. That being said, if I'm John, I'm saying to myself, all right, that wasn't a bingo at least. You know,
Right.
I can still battle. Maybe now is the time to play XU. I feel like he's maybe considering just playing XI for the long-term value of having an even better S hook, which does make some sense to me. Yeah. So this is a very conscious choice by John. You would never normally, Doug, want to keep WU on the rack, but I do think this makes some sense from a long-term standpoint.
Well, John retains the case S, the final S in the game, and that could be very big. If you're Nigel, though, this is a pretty easy line to handle just by playing above axe, potentially. Just a 3 or 4 tile play there could be quite big. So it's a good opening, and it looks like Nigel will probably try to block that spot, I'm guessing.
It looks like he's considering playing odd here, which looks very, very nice from a standpoint of scoring well and keeping a flexible 2 consonant combination for next turn. But I do worry that this play actually kind of protects the XIS setup for a long time. And Nigel is potentially now pivoting to a play that I like much better, Neath. Right here. This looks great. I was thinking about playing ETH, but putting the N on is even better, because if you give John credit for having the S, you don't want to just play ETH because SER is a word. Tacking the N on is much more restrictive against 7-letter words ending in S. So a very, very clever play by Nigel. And I am guessing that if you assume that John has the last S, this play is going to perform fantastically well against that.
Oh, this is just a beautiful play. It also even sets up his D and A for taxa and ID on the next turn, potentially, if he wants it. So that's a gorgeous play.
Yeah, great idea there by Nigel. He saw the more standard play, but I think he realized that the particular inference of what does John have when he makes a play like XI, he's going to have that last S a ton of the time. And now you can see Nigel with radioed, which is potentially going to fit right here as a bingo. Does risk opening the triple, but Nigel with some very clever play is now knocking on the door of another win. You can see he's undefeated, Doug. It seems like the move back into North American lexicon play has not slowed him down a bit.
No. So far, everything's going very well for him, and he's making very clever plays as we expected him to do. And John is going to really have to come up with something on this turn and kind of remove some of those clunky tiles he's got. I don't know what he will do. He potentially could go for wins, WYNS. That doesn't score very well. Maybe just WYN at 10A. Yeah, that looks pretty good.
Yeah. This seems reasonable just because this lower one here seems more reasonable just because you are opening up at least a marginal threat in an area of the board where none exists. And that is something you want if you're John and you're down by 100. Is it likely that you're going to be able to hit that W with a bingo or something really hard? No, but it's better than no threat at all. And I don't think that John wants to obstruct his S and E by playing wins in that spot. He needs those letters to stay open. They are his best bet to try to get a bingo down right now. So I do think that win here looks like a reasonable choice. John's tiles really are kind of shouting out for him to try to play an N, try to play either the W or the Y, or ideally both. Looks like he's considering playing new. Maybe that goes down right here. Oh, sorry. That's a W, supposed to be. Is that? No, that still allows radioed. Oh, my God. Brutal. So yeah, let's see if that's. And now John is going back to unso, which that would again go in a similar spot. I think that would block radioed, but it does feel like a lot of John's options here are going to still get whacked by Nigel's third bingo of the game.
Yeah, sure looks like it. Well, he's going for new. Okay. NEW is the play, leaving NUYS. Does set up a little spot for him, but in any case, we see that Nigel has radioed, and that is pretty much a very strong play for Nigel. So. Hello.
Here, I no longer see the.
There it is.
Okay, I guess we're back. Hopefully, people can still hear us. Okay. Cool. So radioed is the play. Anybody out there on YouTube still hearing me? Let me know. This is not a craven ploy for engagement. This is an actual kind of snafu happening. All right, I think we're saying hi. Anyway, sorry, Doug. I'm here now. I had some kind of issue, but it looks like radioed went down.
No problem. Yep. And Nigel's taking a very large lead now.
Yeah. Through very little fault of John's, I must say. It's just how it goes.
Yeah.
When you're playing any game between experts, let alone Nigel, who is going to find his bingos every time without fail. All right, cool. Thanks, everybody. Yeah, not sure what happened there. We'll be on guard for it. So yeah, no slight to John. He has definitely not really earned this result in any meaningful way. This is just how Scrabble kind of goes, Doug. Sometimes you are the windshield and sometimes you're the fly, as they say.
Yeah. He's making a nice play here on lay, opening the end, scoring 24, and balancing his rack. So I wouldn't say the game is exactly over, but it's going to take some really good draws here from John in the next couple turns.
Yeah. And Nigel is clearly ready to play Jinked into the D of radioed, which is going to score 69 points. That is a bingo score. So it feels like he's got it lined up. And in classic Nigel fashion, he's just taking an extra beat to see if he could possibly have anything better. A word like this, Doug, I have to say, when you get those letters, when you're studying anagrams, you're going to be able to unscramble this word very quickly. But it's hard to remember the validity of words like this. Like jink, you could remember is a valid for, but is it a verb or a noun? That's not as easy to recall.
I do this all the time. I think something is a noun and it's a verb, or I think it's a verb and it's just a noun. Those 4 or 5, even 6-letter words can be really tricky that way. And I don't have a good way to, advise somebody to learn what's good or not. You just have to kind of memorize. And maybe some people out there actually learn definitions and that helps them remember what's valid or not. But for myself, I don't have a strict way to keep those separate and to remember in my mind what's a verb, what's not a verb, what takes ed or even er a lot of times.
Yeah, it's tough. It's very tough. But But Nigel, no such issues. I don't think I've seen him have that sort of command, recollection problem. And that goes for English, Collins, Spanish, French, whatever you want to say. He does not have that issue. So it is back to John. He's going to have to continue to play this out. There's still a fair amount of game left. There is a really cool play for John available here. You mentioned, Doug, earlier that the play of Neath was nice by Nigel to keep the AD combination to play underneath, but John can now play Oaf under there for a very nice score if he spots it. Not the most obvious, but I would expect him to see that.
I would too. That's a spot that he might be looking at right now, without the advantage of having a bingo here. And it doesn't take up any additional real estate where he might want to be looking to bingo next turn.
Yeah. See, what if he doesn't see that? He's probably just looking at something like Fang right here, which is a fair bit worse on the scoreboard. So I do think I like John's chance of seeing that spot, and we'll see how quickly he comes across it, if at all, which again, I think he will. And then what's Nigel going to do with his kind of weird double A, double O? Not sure what he's going to do, but I'm sure he'll figure out something good.
Well, he is Nigel, so I expect him to just keep rolling along.
Yeah, I mean, just something like Abai and Amma leaving the O's and the V seems to score pretty well. Oh, okay. So maybe John wanting to keep a vowel instead of playing all of them. Looks like he's honed in on this spot, but maybe not thinking about taxa here, or like I said, wants to go into next turn with at least one vowel. So back to Nigel. We'll see what he elects to do here. Fa for 26. And yeah, Nigel up by quite a lot. But again, even in games like this, you do kind of have an objective to, if you're Nigel, you want to win the game by as many points as you can. And if you're John, you want to cut that deficit, because the tiebreaker of your cumulative point spread can often decide a lot, even if it doesn't decide your placement in the tournament, which it usually does, frankly. Well, I mean, that's the main reason, right? It's, the odds of it playing a huge role in where you finish up in the standings are pretty good. So you want to try to win by as much as possible. And interesting, Mooter is Nigel's play, leaving AVA. So I think he's just trying to block as much space on the board as possible. There were definitely better scoring plays available than this, though, Doug.
There were. I think with his huge lead at this point, he's probably just going for defense. He sees there's a blank in the bag. And this really takes out the three best open tiles on the board now. There's just a J that could be bingoed with. And that's one of the hardest tiles to use. So looking tough for John. I'm not really sure what he's going to go for here, but that was an interesting play by Nigel.
Yeah, very much so. It seems to reduce John's bingo chances to next to zero, exactly as you said, Doug. There is very little space on the board left to bingo. And frankly, probably of the 1 or 2% chance that John has of playing a bingo after Mooter, some of those are probably 9-letter words through the M, NM, and maybe every so often KO that are going to be very, very difficult to find. So in practical terms, It might even be rarer than that to get a bingo down after that play. So to the point of if you're Nigel, you want to win the game by as much as you can. Stopping John from getting another bingo down is a great way to do that.
Yeah, absolutely. And we're seeing the brilliance of Nigel from turn to turn. Every single turn is a little bit different in what the goal of the play is, whether it's to score, whether it's to bingo, whether it's to balance your rack, whether it's to block the board up. He has the whole bag of tricks up his sleeve, and it's up to your opponent to overcome that. And John certainly fought a hard game here, and he just hasn't had the tiles to work with him. So unfortunately for him, it's just one of those games that just feels very defeating.
Yeah, for sure. But I think he can take some solace in the fact that he really has not made any huge blunders that allowed Nigel to seize command of the game. Nigel literally bingoed with the first blank on turn 1 and then played ace socials on turn 2. So this definitely felt like it was going to be an uphill battle from the get-go for John. So that's going to happen. And, he'll still be in the mix at 3-3. We've mentioned it a bunch. This is round 6, the penultimate round of day 1. There are 31 rounds in this event, which there is a reason we play that many. John's going to exchange tiles here. It looks like he got rid of GGU. He could have played those same tiles, but he probably didn't want to block up the board any more than it is already. And it's not even that easy, Doug, to see where would John try to open the board if he wanted to.
I'm guessing he's just fishing for maybe, I don't know, journeys or something with the J, because I unless he has something else in mind, but that would be my guess. There's no Y, so the Y would have to be
maybe he should have fished for John Quills or something.
Or maybe he's, anything. Anything's possible.
The biggest possible, massive J bingo that he could find. That would have been kind of fun to see him hit or go for that, even if it would not have changed the eventual outcome in the game as far as the result going for Nigel. It would have been crazy to see. Because, I guess in Nigel's shoes here, now, what does he even have to worry about except for the J? I feel like he can just play something in this area of the board and pretty much call it a day for John's ability to ever play a bingo here. Yeah.
Yeah, I think that's what he's doing exactly. And
this is interesting because he's played VEE. He could have played a couple of other options that used more like that, like AVE. He could have played, for example, right here, but he's keeping the 2 A's. I'm sure he has in mind that if he could draw something, right? If he could draw a T, for example, he'll have connect through this N. He's drawn the blank, so he now has that play. Whereas if he kept an E, he wouldn't have a play like that. I'm sure there's other words maybe that he was thinking about here, but that seems like a reasonable goal for that play, Doug. Maybe that's why he used his E's up here.
Yeah, I would agree with that. And at this point, he's trying to pile the points on, and that would certainly be a good play for him to draw that T. And it looks like John is going to have to try to open something. I don't know what he can open. Maybe the ANA hook with, maybe he could play none, un or something, but it looks like he's just going to go for Lauren.
Yeah, Lauren. I actually, it's so difficult to open anything that he might literally be saying, I'm just going to go ahead, and maybe he sees the potential of some big plays in that spot, and he's going to go ahead and try to block him now while he can. I don't think, getting another bingo down would be great, but it does feel semi-unrealistic at this point. So he could be shifting into spread preservation mode here, which frankly makes a good deal of sense. So
yeah, I don't see any way he can open the board.
Yeah, for sure. So now is where I just wonder if is Nigel gonna just go ahead and play QAID here, or is he gonna consider playing like just the Q? Is it possible that he's gonna see some kind of 9-letter word through UN that he can fish for, a 10-letter word through NME? This is the sort of situation where really only Nigel can evaluate situations like that. I would just love it. Oh my God, please. Let's see. I mean, he might just be saying, yeah, there isn't anything like that. I'm going to go ahead and play the very standard QAID right here. Makes a ton of sense, Doug. But I was kind of rooting for him to play Chi so we could try to figure out what the heck he was doing.
Yeah, that would have been extra fun content, but this is definitely the standard play here.
Yep, makes sense. And John appears to be ready to play Mush and Unlays, which that will definitely be his highest scoring play. A couple people are saying maybe he could fish for Quilaya through the J.
Whoa.
Right? Like he's really close. If you were to just switch this out with a Q, he would have that right now. Maybe, yeah, that was going to be tough for him to actually hit. It's hard to know, all things being equal. How could he have drawn into that? But all right, Mush emptying the bag. And now it's for Nigel to try to come up with what is almost unfailingly the optimal sequence here. Once again, Doug, 10 minutes. He's cresting into the end game with that 10-minute mark. It feels like he is always at roughly that level of time heading into the late game.
I mean, he's played so many games over his career, thousands and thousands, maybe millions, but he's just kind of like the human version of the best Scrabble computer that exists in the world. I mean, he's literally better than almost any simulation. Even he's that good. So we're just lucky to be in Nigel's presence.
Pretty much.
And,
lucky to watch. And this is, as you would expect, this is the computer engine's best evaluated play. 22 points for Lung. I think part of why this is a nice play is that it stops John from using that same spot. He has very similar letters where he could play something into there, scoring very well. And it sets up Nigel to be able to play something like nail or mail in this spot on a subsequent turn. So another correct endgame for Nigel. John is supposed to play something like Gurn right here under the Q. That is the most points he can get. And then Nigel will finish this game off. So, to play Liane. Oh, right. Well, that's why John is supposed to play here. Not because it's the most points, but it blocks the better play of Liane. Okay, got it. Beautiful. So if John does not see that spot, Nigel gets a really nice outplay. That's awesome. So that's going to do it for this game. We're almost at the tail end, and then we got one more game after this, Doug. How are you feeling? How's that stamina doing?
I'm just getting started. I mean, this is great. So it was great to see Heidi this morning on stream doing a great job, and I'm looking forward to seeing, after I leave, I'm very looking forward to seeing everybody, all the other commentators who are co-hosting, I guess, with you. And thanks to Will for doing this. And I'm surprised you aren't there, honestly. I mean, you you can certainly hold your own over the board. We know that. We've seen that. And we know what a good player you are.
Well, it is a treat. And there we go. There is the backup plan from Liane to just mail or nail. Let me see. Did Nigel circle? No, he hasn't. He's about to circle. He dropped the pen under the board. His only mistake of the game so far. It's an M for mail, and that does it. But yeah, I feel like I would always want to be playing in big events like this, but I was sort of approached of, would you be willing to commentate? And I love commentating as well. So the fact
Yeah.
that there's another big event coming up in the near future made me feel like I can get the best of all worlds by providing some commentary here, and then I get to go play. And I might add that Nigel's going to be playing that event too.
Yeah.
And maybe we will get some Will Anderson and Nigel Richards live streamed games. That would be pretty cool.
That
Well.
would.
So
looking forward to that.
So there you go. A win for Nigel. Let me get the final score. Sorry. The final score is, if I have updated this correctly, let's see. There we go. 528 for Nigel to 331 for John. Tough break for John in this game to go down with the 2 early bingos for Nigel. That's just how the cookie crumbles sometimes. Yeah, so we get a little bit more of our dose of Nigel, but there is a player we have not watched yet that we are set to watch next round, Doug, and that is Jackson Smylie. And we would really be remiss if we made it through a day of streaming without having Jackson on. Why? Because he is the 3-time defending champion of this event. That is unheard of in Scrabble, Doug. It is so difficult to repeat as a champion. He's done it 3 times running.
That is wild. How do we have an update on this? Is again another quick game from Nigel. I wonder how Jackson is doing in the standings so far. I haven't had a chance to check myself, but surely he's putting on another strong first few games here, just as usual, and just winning this one time, right?
Yeah, right. Winning this one time would be impressive enough. Winning it 3 times in a row is pretty insane.
Yeah.
Going into his previous round 6, Jackson was 3-2, but his opponent that we're going to see in round 7, Saint Vesdepunt, is 5-0 and having a fantastic tournament in his own right. So we should also emphasize that Jackson's opponent, Saint, is doing incredibly well and is right at the top of the standings. Well worth a trip to the streaming board for him.
Well, I'll tell you, Saint is a local player to my area, and I've played him many times, and he's a director and great guy and wonderful person. And geez, he's last a little while. I think, he had kids, I believe. He had a family, and he's kind of just ramping back into the game. So, I mean, he's been a really strong player for a lot of years, and he seems like he's sort of coming back to the game really strongly. So this is going to be exciting too, and I'm looking forward to it.
Yeah, Saint has been on stream a number of times that I've seen, and he also has a very entertaining style, willing to be very aggressive when the situation warrants it. So I definitely would enjoy watching him match wits with Jackson. So I do feel like this game, again, was probably a quick finishing one. I don't know if we want to just continue to keep the stream warm until we get that. I feel like we might want to take a quick break and cut back in just a few minutes when we have our players ready for round 7. Those players being Jackson Smylie and Saint Vesdepunt. Any final thoughts on our second brush with Nigel before we cut to break, Doug?
Just another technical, brilliant masterpiece from Nigel. Getting the lead early, keeping the lead, piling it on. That's what he does best, and that's what we saw in this one. So I'm not surprised that this is how this game went. Nothing against John. He played a great game, but he didn't have a lot to work with. So just the way it goes a lot of times in Scrabble.
Yeah, couldn't agree more. So with that, we will take a quick break now. Round 6 in the books and 7 coming shortly from the 2025 World Cup from St. Louis, Missouri.
I'd say if anything, my goal for this tournament is to set myself up for the 5-peat. I definitely think more about winning 5 in a row than winning 4 in a row. So I'm hoping that this tournament goes really smoothly and I get the win to set myself up for a really big 2026, to be honest. I think the favorites this year are clearly Nigel Richards, myself as the defending champion, and after that I would say Ori Swift and Joey Krafchick are the two main contenders that are trying to take the title from us. Joey's been winning tons of tournaments this year and has had a great record, and is just generally pretty on top of his game right now. And Ori has kind of a slower approach where I think he's been developing his game a lot over the last 5 or 6 years and putting in a lot of like long-term work on his word knowledge. So I think Ori's kind of the sleeper pick. I most look forward to the intense final matches. To me, at a tournament like the World Cup, that's when things really get intense, especially if you're streamed. That's what I'm showing up for. I want there to be some really tight matches against some really good players where a lot of money's on the line.
All right, there you go. Hearing from some of our top contenders at the World Cup 2025 right there in that promo clip, which is fantastic. Love to see that type of content be added to the broadcast. And one of the players featured prominently in that video, none other than 3-time defending champion Jackson Smylie. Jackson, not off to the start that he probably wants in his title defense. 3-3. Feels like he could really use this game here to try to end the first day of the World Cup on a winning note. He's going to be going up against Saint Vesdepunt. And as I have been for the previous 3 games this afternoon, I am joined by my co-commentator, Doug Brockmeyer. Doug, you and Saint are frequent opponents over on the West Coast.
Yeah, I've played him many times. He's very strong. He knows a lot of words. He likes to get ahead, and he's a good offensive and defensive player, I would say. So he's quite tricky to handle. I mean, you know, a lot of these players now who are experts are very good players, and he's on the young side. He's younger than me, and I'm not that young anymore, but I remember just playing him as he was ascending the ranks, and I feel like he's one of the strongest players in our entire region. So it should be a really great matchup between Saint and Jackson. I mean, who's a 3-time winner of this event 3 years in a row. This is going to be quite a game, I think, and we are in for a treat.
Yeah, so Saint, we're not sure yet what his result was in round 6, but it seems likely that he won his game and will be right at the top of the standings with an undefeated 6-0 record. So Jackson will have his hands full for all the reasons you described, Doug, with Saint being an ascendant player, a very strong player in his own right. And it's going to be a great match to finish off the day. There you see our defending champion and Saint close behind, ready to get things started. And it's going to be our final day from day 1. I should say final game from day 1. Nowhere close to the final day. We've got a total of 5 days ahead of us. Oh my gosh. A shudder, I'm not sure of excitement or fear just went through me, Doug, at the thought of how much Scrabble is yet to be played.
I mean, these tournaments are real marathons, you know. It's just amazing that we can force ourselves to do this as competitors. But I think one of the things about tournament Scrabble that we don't often talk about is the stamina factor, and it's very real. You will get just exhausted. Maybe not as much quite on the first day or two. There's still the adrenaline, I think. And by the end of the tournament, your brain can just be totally fried. So 31 games in 5 days really does add up. So
it is a lot. Yeah, it is definitely a lot. I think our players, we can give them the go-ahead to get started anytime. Here we go, a nice solid handshake. Jackson going first in this game, and you can see Saint with a win in his previous round at 6-0. So definitely one of the leaders right now at this juncture in the tournament. And man, look at the look at that draw for Jackson to start. Is he going to be able to salvage this at all?
yes.
Oh man, a little bit. Yeah, it's this not as dire as it seemed starting out with 2 U's the first tiles, Doug, that we got to see on his rack.
I know. I thought he was going to be exchanging, but I would actually go for Feuar, Feuar. It's 24, leaves RU. I don't think there's that much other choice here. I wouldn't probably feel like I want to exchange this. I would go for the points and move on.
Yeah, I agree. I think it is definitely worth playing, although it is close. Exchanging definitely puts you in a better position next turn without those U's on the rack, which would certainly get thrown back in on any exchange. But I do think this is definitely enough points to play. Jackson going with the vertical open. Doug, do you have any hot takes about that?
I'm kind of indifferent. I don't do the vertical thing. I see how it could throw you off a little bit. It's just a little bit different geometrical shaping of the board. So it doesn't terribly bother me, but it is just a little bit different. So maybe there's a psychological advantage that Jackson is going for here.
Yeah. I feel like there's probably a video to be made about that at some point. Like, it's so funny because it's simultaneously the most pointless debate, but it inspires so powerful opinion, like so many powerful opinions for people that I feel like there's something to it there. But anyway, over to Saint. He's got the J and the Q. And that Q doesn't really do much for him, even though there is a U on the board. Normally, holding a Q, you would be happy. This seems like a reasonable choice, but it's only 16 points. And it could have been tempting to play a word that we saw Joey Kravchik play earlier of just Gian scoring a whole bunch more. 12 additional points as the board spins.
Oh, boy. Wow.
Oh, what a swing, too. Oh my gosh. So Jackson going from the 2 U's to bingoing with Unholier as a double-double, Doug. I would say that's about as whiplash of a swing as you're likely to see in a Scrabble game.
No doubt about it. Queen for 16 feels so like helpless now that it results in a double-double by Jackson on the immediate turnaround. And is there a challenge here?
I don't know. I'm not sure if they're hailing somebody from afar or what. But yeah, everything seems to be fine. Oh, it looks like Saint has stopped his draw. I wonder, they're getting a director to weigh in. We'll try to figure out what this is about. This is definitely unique. I'm not 100% sure what's going on here, but play has stopped and they're needing to resolve some kind of discrepancy. I have no idea what this could be about, Doug.
I'm curious. What do you think this is? Saint did he draw? Did he draw tiles? I think
well, he's drawn 3. Is there some idea of drawing at a turn, or I'm confused. Try to figure it out. Oh, it's an overdraw?
Oh, did he overdraw?
Oh yeah, there we go. It's an overdraw.
Right.
Okay, so Saint drew too many tiles. So this gives us a chance to describe what happens when that occurs. There's a whole sort of variation of what happens when you overdraw. So what's happening here is these of the tiles that Saint overdrew, Jackson gets to turn over 3 of them and give Saint 2 of the 3 and return 1 of them to the bag. That's if the overdraw was one tile too many. If you drew 2 tiles too many, which is very rare, I feel like almost every overdraw I've ever seen, Doug, is just 1 tile, then you would do the same procedure, but you would throw 2 tiles back in the bag. Does that seem right?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. I actually think I did overdraw by 2 once, and possibly even by 3, which sounds insane, but I think I just got confused when I was trying. It was just like a rookie mistake, and
it happens. It definitely, there's a lot going on in the Scrabble game, and sometimes you just absentmindedly, it's just hard to, you know, come up with everything, all the procedures and all the things that you need to do. So it looks like after some thought, Jackson elected to throw an E back into the bag. I'm pretty sure the 3 tiles that we looked at there were PET, and Jackson tossed an E back, giving Saint PT instead. And my goodness, Doug, what do we think of Jackson's post-bingo draw?
I mean, if it's me, I don't see that I would do anything except exchange. I don't even see anything moderately reasonable, unless I'm missing it through an R. I mean, Milia, maybe Milia. 11?
Oh my God, Milia.
I don't know.
Milia here, if the board were totally unchanged from what it is now, the merit of this play of Milia is that it makes it much tougher for Saint to score to the triple through this O, which does seem to be the best scoring spot available in general. So yeah, that's probably the only argument to be made. I think I'm still exchanging rather than make a play leaving AII. I'm probably throwing all that stuff back. Interesting question whether you keep an I on your rack. An I is a good tile in general, but rapidly gets worse when it is duplicated. Potentially, the odds of duplication being so low when you're holding 4 of them could be an argument to keep one. I probably am still throwing the eyes back, Doug.
I mean, it depends on what Saint does. I feel like, you know, he didn't lose his turn for overdrawing. It's just the overdraw procedure that we witnessed. But I would probably just chuck everything. It really depends, though. I might actually play through it. It sounds crazy, but probably not.
So Jolty, the play for Saint here, I feel like this makes some sense to get that J off. That's definitely the tile you want to rid yourself of if you're trying to bingo in a hurry. I just wonder, there were certainly a few other interesting options there. We'll see how quickly Jackson elects to exchange. I'm sure it's going to be very fast. Jolty seems all right. I mean, you could play Jury through the R of Unholier and get rid of the U while you're at it, at a cost of leaving 2 O's. And there we see Saint has drawn another U, so maybe he's regretting not having shed that U, which again, the Q already on the board, that is not a huge penalty to the U, but a little bit of a penalty in the sense that when you hold a U, you're not going to get that get out of jail free card in the form of the Q sometimes. That makes that U kind of worth it. So more reason to dump it potentially. Jackson exchanging, totally agree with this as you did, Doug, and it's back over to Saint.
Yeah, I might have liked to dump the U. Jury looked quite good, actually. Jolty, one thing it also does is it removes the S hook on Fuar, which he doesn't have, but it might be a long-term hook that he wants to use. So Jury looked quite good. But now he's got Kudu. I don't see that it really plays, though.
Yeah, we've seen that a couple times. I feel like in one of the first games of the day, we saw, I think it was Jeff Theveno had Yuzu on his rack, and he saw that on his rack first, and then he found the best possible place to play it. I feel like this is very similar, where with these tiles, if you're Saint, you're thinking to yourself, how can I play Kudu somewhere? I really, really want to play Kudu. I'm going to keep looking
He's also
until I
got
find it.
Kuru.
Yeah, so that's
through the
another
R,
option, right? You could just dump that. That gets rid of both your U's. As we're saying, we really don't love to keep those at any point in the game, but especially now with the Q out and 2 V's and W's still lurking, which harmonize very poorly with the U. So that seems pretty reasonable. Also worth noting that Kudo is still a pretty solid play. It doesn't get rid of both U's, but it scores 28 points and at least gets rid of 1. Interesting. Okay, so Kudu up high for 15 points. I feel like I would probably prefer Kudo to that just for the 13 extra points, Doug.
I tend to agree. I think I would also prefer to take points over the Kudu that he played, although maybe he has a good reason for doing so. Kudo looked to be a better play in my estimation, for the reasons you stated. It would score quite a bit better. It would open the D, potentially coming down to the triple. Otherwise, I can understand Kudu as well, but I think Kudo might be slightly a better play.
Yeah, just those extra points, and keeping the O doesn't really improve your leave all that much. So yeah, not to harp on it too much. So Kudu is a reasonable play. I wonder, Saint can't really be thinking about playing outpiled, can he?
I doubt it. I don't think he would do that.
Yeah, I agree. I don't think he's doing that. We should talk about that, though, Doug, that I feel like Jackson is one of the foremost practitioners of the bluff. He is so good at it. He knows just when to do it. He's made a lot of games, won a lot of games with those well-timed bluffs, some of which I feel like are just honest, like I think this is a word, but others of which are clearly premeditated. That's almost another skill unto itself in Scrabble. Would you agree?
Yeah, definitely. I feel like the skill of knowing when to phony, and it's not even if you know it's good or not sometimes, like you said, it's more like, did you play the word with confidence? This is one of those things that makes your opponent really question your word if it's good or not. If you could play it with confidence, then they're less likely to challenge.
An interesting play here, Rampage for Jackson. I wonder, his thinking here is he's up by a solid amount. Maybe he's really eager to block that E of Unholier, which will make so many racks that might not otherwise bingo. They would turn into a bingo with that open E. This is a really interesting play that it also, I guess, it sets his F up kind of nicely here. I wasn't thinking about that at all as an option for him. I was thinking about maybe he'll play aft right here. Maybe he'll play map here. But that's a really interesting play that I think actually has a lot of merit from Jackson, Doug.
Yeah, definitely an interesting play. Graph would not be a word, unfortunately, with 2 Fs.
Not in this lexicon.
Not in this lexicon. Map was really what I was thinking he might do there, or maybe frap, possibly. But Rampage, I mean, it opens a big Z play potentially for Saint, but maybe he just thought the leave was not that good after map, or FAGM. No, it would have left frag, right? So, look at what Saint.
So Saint playing poutily, I feel like that is a word that you would have to look askance. Yeah, I'm thinking about this, and I'm thinking, is that a word? I know goutily is a word, but poutily strikes me as off. I'm guessing it's, let me see. It's not a word. Okay. So that we just talked about Jackson being the master of the bluff, and then he gets bluffed seemingly. And I feel like Jackson has not even batted an eye, or maybe he is holding. I'm not sure. But that's a pretty good bluff by Saint there, Doug, if we flip it back on him.
Yeah, definitely. I feel like there's so many of these ILY words that
Oh, yeah, bonily.
are questionable. Yeah, right. And here's an example of that. Otherwise, a good scoring play, and it sort of clean. I mean, he kept the U, but I don't think he had a whole lot else going on there that he really that was as good as this phony word.
Yeah, it's amazing that it's pretty solid play. It's very surprising for it not to be a word. But yeah, a little bit of a missed opportunity by Jackson if he was able to know that. It struck me a little weird when it was played, but it would be very difficult to pull the trigger on a challenge of this, I think. And that is the hallmark of a really good phony.
Right. Yeah,
So-
it certainly seems reasonable as a word, although, Scrabble can be inconsistent in which words to compare that way, or not compare, but adjudicate a certain way.
Yeah, whatever. Right. I'm not sure how you would say it, but so yeah, nicely done by Saint to get away with the fast one, and Jackson responding with Fob on top of Rampage, using the scoring spot that he created, potentially on purpose. I was looking at Kudu and wondering if Jackson somehow was setting up the Z, reasoning that if Saint had the Z, he would play Kudzu. But this actually isn't that much better of a play. It doesn't really hit any bonuses or anything. I don't actually think Kudzu would be a better play than Kudu, even if Saint had the Z. I'm sure there would be some better play than Kudu if Saint did have the Z, but I don't feel like it's like an ironclad read or something. So anyway,
That's an interesting point. Well, maybe if Saint had like SS blank or something left over, then he'd play Kudzu, setting up on the triple line his big hooks. But otherwise, yeah, I don't know that you could read too much into that.
yeah. So yeah, just continuing to think about page play, it is one of the stronger plays, but it's certainly one that I didn't generate. So it's always like a nice learning point for me when one of the players does something like that. All right, we see Dial go down for 22. That's interesting because I feel like in my mind at this score, I would love to play something off of the P of Rampage, Doug. Something like Proud seems great at this score. Saint trailing in the game. You can play Proud, opening up bingo lanes for yourself at a deficit. That would definitely be what I wanted to do here, but Saint going a different way entirely.
Yeah, and not only that, he actually drew a bingo that plays, which is quite amazing. Proud looked really good there, didn't it?
Outrage. Oh my gosh, look at that fit. Amazing. It barely fits with these overlaps. So I feel like if I'm Jackson, it's going to get, I just feel like I'm trying to block this area a lot. This seems like a very reasonable way to get a bunch of points. Not sure what he is thinking. I can't really tell from what he has set up there. He's thinking about playing Wiremen
Maybe, or
through this bar, which that would just barely not block Outrage. Oh, it would also give him Outrange. So yeah, okay.
Pretty it would also set up Outrage under AW.
Right. So I think given the choice, even if Jackson plays Wireman, Saint is going to play Outrage in this spot where it actually does fit. But if Jackson can find a way to play Mew, which he now has set up, that is going to be a bullet dodged on his part because he will successfully block Saint's bingo and continue to play good defense here.
Yeah, that's totally fascinating, and it looks like he's gonna do it.
Beautiful.
Whoa.
This is the
Galaxy brain.
Jackson. Yeah, this is the Jackson Smylie experience. I mean, this is part of what makes him so strong. He's very, very good at protecting his leads. He's very good at coming back from his deficits. He makes these adjustments better than almost anybody, and we see it over and over again when we watch him on stream. So very nicely done. Comes up with the play that he needed to there. And Saint is going to have to, he's forced into a much more, maybe it's not that difficult of a decision because I think outage, outage in this spot is very solid for him. So that wasn't that hard of a decision, but certainly nowhere near as satisfying of a play, Doug, as getting the bingo down.
Right, and the board is now quite bad, even although Saint just opened some new lines, but the U and the O may not be the best always to use. The T is not totally blocked, but it's quite obstructed, and Saint's going to really need to draw something good here, and it looks like he is.
That looks like a fantastic draw, Cerveza or something like that. Not sure where it fits, but as he gives a little shake, that's definitely a solid draw. So will he actually get a spot to play anything huge with that? We're not sure, but certainly drawing the Z and the blank could easily turn into a great 1-2 punch for him. And as you said, Doug, the board not so good. This nice play of Mew here was so good just because the MM here, there are no more M's. You can't continue to hook M's, even though certain foods and certain sensations can be so good that you just want to say all the way. But there's only 2 M's, so this is not going to continue on. Jolty is a right angle. Unholier doesn't hook. It really is pretty much down to this area right here. If you can get an 8-letter word through the O or U, or maybe through this T. Maybe if you're really lucky, into this A of outage or F of fewer, but those are really unlikely. This is a very, very hard board to bingo on, and Jackson is probably loving that right now.
So what does he look like he wants to do here? He's got HI separated. This is probably not a fishing turn. He's got the lead by 60 points, which is a bingo. And I'm not seeing a great option right away. He does have the D hook for Rampage, although he doesn't seem to have much in that spot.
He might literally just be thinking about playing high right here. Which that looks like a meh play, but again, it takes out the bingo chances that Saint may have very effectively. It doesn't score the best, but there you go. That is the play. Let me get my crap off the screen. Yeah, I mean, it makes total sense. You could go a totally different direction here. There are definitely other plays like Jackson could have played, and I'm sure some players would have played something with Rampage going down, like DENI, Denny, in that spot. So, definitely a play that others might make. 28 points here. There's a couple good plays. Toiled here, scores 29.
Oh, that's pretty good.
But puts this D out in space, which is going to be very difficult to long-term conclusively block. So Jackson really committing to the defensive strategy here, and it makes a lot of sense to me.
Yeah, that's a really fascinating play. HI does take a few front hooks, the K, an A, a C, a G, and none of those are going to be easy for Saint to bingo with the O and then hooking one of those tiles as an 8-letter word. So HI is a really nice defensive play, and it will be hard to really open the board in a satisfying way for Saint. Potentially at some point, a 5-letter word may come down from PE just to open that up. The toiled spot may get used as well. But right now, Saint's got a real choice how to use the Z, and he's going for LEZ.
Oh, yes. So this is valid. For those of you who are curious, this is acceptable in the WoW lexicon. Don't have to go too deep into the ins and outs of that, but this is actually valid, and it looks pretty good. Also, it has that sneaky benefit as Saint draws the other blank. With 2 blanks in hand, you actually can start thinking, Doug, about the craziness of maybe you can get a bingo from the Z. With 2 blanks, anything is possible with 2 blanks.
I see a bingo with the Z, but not starting
Yes,
with.
cure our eyes. Oh, wow.
Yeah.
That's right. I wonder what else is available. But yeah.
Now he might be able to play with that O, with the C, OC something. But 2 R's.
Yeah, maybe there's a way. Creator. More create. Oh, look at that. It's been pointed out in the chat. Ranchero.
Cool.
And Saint has it
Nice.
lined up.
Yeah.
Very impressive to spot that so quickly with 2 blanks. I'm impressed. That is very cool. Saint is going to bingo here despite Jackson's best efforts. And this is a little bit of a troll. Bingoing into an O on the board is a very unlikely thing to have happen. So Jackson is probably saying to himself, oh, come on. Are you kidding me? Like, how is that? But with 2 blanks, again, you can't really defend against that in perpetuity. So nice play. I think, yeah, that was the only bingo available to that O, and only a few others available at all. This is the highest scoring. So very impressive on Saint's part to spot that very fast, I think, is what really gets me, Doug, is how quick he spotted it.
Yeah, I feel like that's a really nice find. The 2 R's, doubling the C, that's really huge there. And now Saint's vaulted into the lead, although Jackson may have a comeback here of EX for a lot, if nothing else.
Yeah, you can just bomb that X right there, depending on what Saint draws. Let's hope he draws the right number of tiles. No more overdraw procedures. It's very rare to see that.
I'd never seen that on the stream.
Yeah. In fact, I can't remember the last time, if ever, have I seen that. So yeah, we'll see. I'm sure we're not going to see it again. Instead, we see pretty good tiles, only the V and the B, as Saint with an interesting gesture. I'm enjoying watching his gesticulations. Are you, Doug, what is your, give me some intel on that.
So if you know Saint in person, he's very animated, and he's almost like an anime character with how he's like, he'll chat through the game. I don't know. He's probably toning it down in an actual tournament, but he's totally like manic energy. He's like so funny to play against. He's just like high energy and loves to like chat and have fun, and he's a great opponent.
We love to see that. I mean, I feel like enough of us, maybe myself included, are very dour when I'm playing. I'm not really doing any of that stuff, but it's actually a lot of fun to watch and experience when you can have a little bit of banter, as we see Saint perhaps appropriately playing Vibes for 31. Seems like a pretty solid play. You don't love getting rid of your S, but as we've been talking about a little bit over some previous games, Doug, the S is a little bit dependent on the board for how much value it has. And I'm really not seeing a fantastic spot to hook an S on this board. There's no Spoutily, so that takes that away. Yeah, I definitely think that's a very reasonable choice by Saint. And this is a really back and forth game. Both players, I feel like, are going to be angling to get that next bingo down, and the board is not fantastic for it. So we're going to see. It's going to be a very cat and mouse game. Who wants to open the board? Who wants to, keep things closed? It's not really clear to me right now who's in those roles.
and who has the tempo. I mean, this is like pretty much an even game right now. It's just about as close as it gets in Scrabble, a 20-point swing from right.
Look at this. Oh,
Oh wow!
crazy.
I see.
Jackson has hit the jackpot here. Although I should say, anti-acne, which is a valid word, playing here, putting an E in this square right here. Anti-acne definitely can get hit back very hard in response, but it is basically going to require that Saint have something very powerful in response to that play, or Jackson is on the verge of taking a big lead in this game. How can Saint somehow inadvertently block that play, Doug? It doesn't seem that obvious to me.
I don't know that would be my first thought, is especially losing, even though I'm only down a little bit. Viney doesn't seem like a fishing play necessarily. It's just a 30-point play. There aren't that many tiles left. The board is rapidly running out of places to go in terms of scoring. I don't know. Is he looking at Crow, or is he just going to fish PEW? It looks like possibly thinking about that would be very interesting if he does that.
Whoa, just PEW. What a move. That would be very, very intriguing, just because you have an S and you're going to draw into a lot of stuff that fits there. Maybe he's thinking, man, that's a little risky to score so few, and he has WO lined up together, which that would go here.
It would, or on the bottom under the BE and vibes.
Well, there you go. So it's very, very critical where Saint plays those two letters, if those are the two that he plays. Yeah, so Pew is such an interesting play. Only 8 points there, though. I feel like it needs to hit a little bit more than it does, maybe. If I'm actually looking and seeing what do I hit here, you actually hit Santero, Santour, not a ton else. So you might not hit enough for it to be worth it. I don't think. There are a couple words I'm seeing that I don't believe are valid here.
What about, is he looking at Wino at all coming down? Probably not. That's not that many points, is it?
Wino here. That's interesting. That seems all right. I definitely wouldn't discard that immediately.
What about Crow or Crown or something?
Those look very nice. So
pretty good.
Doug suggesting getting some points for Rex, Crow, Crown. Both of those seem very good. Getting some points, getting the W off.
Maybe.
I like those two for sure. I guess
what
the nice
about,
thing.
Yeah, go ahead.
Oh no, you go ahead. I'm still thinking about all these moves.
I mean, there's a lot of choices here, really. What about like setting up a line? Is it too desperate to like play WO at like G3 and OF and setting up the T? That probably doesn't have any merit, does it?
Well,
it's marginal.
Yeah, I mean, it's just one of those things where it's very difficult to know how dire is your need to get a bingo, because if you think about the reason that I like Crown so much is it scores 30 and it leaves you a good bingo leave. So you're not crippling your ability to potentially get a bingo somewhere, but you also continue to leave open the pathway of maybe I can keep outscoring my way in this game, especially holding my S in reserve, which always gives me a chance to, get some good scores somewhere on a subsequent turn. So, yeah, I wouldn't want to just, maybe that's part of my thinking of, I wouldn't want to go all the way into the camp of I need to get a bingo here at all costs, when I feel like you just want to leave that outscoring avenue alive still, at least a little longer.
A few more turns. There's still enough tiles left, it looks like, to do something like Crown.
So Saint has been doing a lot of tile shuffling. This is tricky. It is interesting between crow and crown. Which would you prefer? I guess getting rid of the N, maybe that's a good thing for your hopes of playing from this N. If you use one, I don't know if that has any merit at all, but just a thought, I guess. There's only one S on the board, and something that I'm thinking about long term here, Doug, is setups here, right? If you can land the last S at some point, and there we do see crown. I like this play by Saint, but I do feel like at some point you could see the last S start to loom large. But the fact that there are still two more in the bag, Saint has one, there's two in the bag. It feels like that we could easily be headed towards a situation where both players have an S on their rack at the end of the game, and there's no point in doing setups.
Yeah.
Anyway, Anti-Acne didn't get blocked, so
yeah,
let's see. Seems like Jackson has to play it here. I cannot imagine not playing it. There's the perfect number of tiles in the bag, too. Sorry, it's not updated. I have to update this for you all. There are currently 8 tiles in the bag, so it is the perfect number. Jackson can go ahead and play this. It leaves 1 tile in the bag, so he doesn't auto lose if Saint has a bingo in response. Everything about it makes total sense, Doug.
Absolutely, he has to do that. And it looks like the problem I had with crown is just drawing duplicates. I don't know. I mean, you can't really avoid that.
There were a lot of duplicates out there. Yeah, it's tough. But now there's 1 tile in the bag, and it's going to be very difficult for Saint. This is a classic situation here where if Saint's going to bingo, oh, look at this. That is phony. I think Jackson for sure is going to challenge that. I'd be very surprised if he didn't. Right? Am I crazy? No.
No.
It is phony. So let's see. He's thinking. I feel like he's having to think about this.
I'm a bit surprised that Saint made this play.
Can Jackson even lose if this stays on the board? I guess he can. But yeah, that is surprising, I guess. So I must be thinking about it, trying to see what do I risk by challenging this, but this is not a word.
I felt like that was a turn that Saint could have made a fish under with PE something like pet or something or PEA.
It loses to pesto if he's wrong. So if Jackson challenges and this word is valid, Saint will draw an O from the bag and win with pesto, collecting all these tiles. Good time for a little extra bluff. Second of the game. But yeah, I'm surprised.
Yeah.
Wow. Okay. So Jackson is seemingly, I don't know, maybe the hold is still continuing. It's hard to say. We're going to give him credit for this play. It's only 30 points, so I feel like you'd have to be so sure to risk the game on it. And Jackson's just going to win easily here with pretty much any play. So I totally get not challenging it, Doug, but I guess I am still a little surprised.
I don't know if he's still thinking about it or not. I don't see that he's lifted the hold necessarily. I mean, he certainly can make any play and win. So, but he's also probably pretty close to 100% sure it's not a word. So,
yeah, he's at this point, I'm going to guess that he has grudgingly not challenged this word and just needs to figure out, what do I want to do? Looks like maybe the best thing he can do to shed as many tiles as possible would be to play O-gives here. I feel like this is a very useful Scrabble word, Doug. O-give. Don't we see this one a lot?
This comes up a lot. The G and the V together is just a good way to get rid of some clunky things. So,
And an O hook to the common word give. That's just there's a lot going for this word. I really feel like in my mind, I really compare Scrabble to other like collectible card games and stuff like Magic the Gathering, where every word is like a different Magic card that has different abilities. It can be a hook, it can use crappy tiles, it can be a bingo and all of that stuff. And this one would be a real handy one because it uses those crappy consonants, 3 vowels. It has a hook. This is an overpowered card.
I like the way you put that. Yeah, I definitely agree with that. It's a very useful word, a mid-range word, 5 letters, and goes in a lot of places, and it can score quite well if it's in the right spot. So he is going to challenge.
Ah, okay. Risking the game, potentially, right? I feel like, is that not true? If he passes, so let's see. If he were to pass his turn here, and Saint plays Pesto, he wins by 1 point. Saint would win by 1 point. If Datas were valid, Saint would have won after that challenge by 1 point. So Jackson with a ballsy challenge, risking the game, but he just knew correctly that Datas is not valid.
So now,
off it comes.
What if Saint had just fished and the O's in the bag, and he could draw Tostada?
Yeah, I guess you got to fish your S, right? If you fish your S here, where else could you successfully do it?
That would work.
You fish your S and draw Tostada in 2 places. That's kind of interesting. I wonder what happens if you do that. Anyway,
it may not be enough points, but
yeah, let's just pass the turn. Go back to Jackson. We got to take Saint's Data's points away. Isn't that funny? Data's points, not data points, but Data's points. Okay, so yeah. So let's say he does draw Tostada, right? How does that look? I'm pretty sure it should be pretty trivial for Jackson to just outrun. Yeah, he's going to outrun it. He can just play Ojives. Let me try to say it correctly. Right here. And that's all she wrote. But that would certainly be nice to end the game with an unblockable bingo. Would have saved a little bit of spread for Saint there. So
he probably went through and figured out that if Data's is good, then he can win with an O draw. So
sure.
A great play by Saint just to try it.
Yeah, if this play is good and gets challenged, I can win. That actually might be, frankly, that's more realistic than any other winning pathway, as you suggest. So yeah, we'll see. All right, so yeah, Jackson doesn't have too much to consider here. I feel like, again, this word that we've been talking about is still going to come down and outrun anything that Saint may have. Jackson getting set to play Olive. I wonder, what's he thinking about for that G? What does the G do?
I don't know.
Oh, maybe he's thinking, no, he can't draw an A. He just saw both of them because you would draw A, G, S, right? That would be a good outplay, but you can't draw the A. You've seen them both. Okay, there we go. He might be switching over.
Yeah.
This looks good to me to just dump all of this stuff now while you got a chance. Seeing in the chat, Nigel beat Trip Payne 600 to 350, Doug. So that runs his record to 7-0 plus 928 on day 1 of the Word Cup. I would say he is not having any issues with lexicon matters. Not that anybody could have expected that.
So he's winning by 150 on average or more.
Yeah,
right.
Pretty hefty. Pretty hefty for sure.
Almost, yeah. not quite, but 130 per game, something like that.
So Saint very quickly playing Tads up here, pluralizing Kudus. That was his best endgame play. So nicely spotted. And now Jackson is going to make his best play. And a big win for Jackson here. Much needed to finish day one with a winning record as he continues his title defense. But he is going to have his work cut out for him with Nigel at the top of the standings on a absolute tear, winning games, as you said, Doug, by 150 points a game. This will be a truly impressive feat if Jackson can work his way back up there, and maybe we will look at this win as his first step on that journey.
I mean, there's even little nuances, like instead of playing Ogive, and he played Olive for 3 fewer points, but he kept G and potentially saw that he was going to get an O, and that allowed him to use the Dyson's hook. I mean, that's a nice insight there, and it could have been the best way to approach that play.
That's very cool. Yeah, that's very cool. If he was inferring that there's no way that Saint would have an O there and that the O was likely to be coming, and that gives you a play here, whereas keeping the L does not. Very impressive. I would not put that past Jackson whatsoever to come up with that rationale. Maybe we'll cut to overhead and see what the players are saying.
Scroll and scroll.
Oh, I see.
Then I set up my pass.
So what you had like LST with that?
TSA. Like
TSA.
TAS. So I thought this is okay. Because this is the only.
I mean, you're still going up by 10. You want to be able to outrun me as well. But that's not the last S as well.
Yeah. So I can't bet on it being the only one. So you can still have Satan type of rap.
Yeah.
The worst case, I thought this is harder than that is easier.
Yeah.
I think.
Oh, for sure.
So I have to like score to keep the high game. This I almost did Gion, but I didn't want to keep QOA, and then I do 2 U's. And I really just kidding. Because Gion would be like then the different game. Where you need to.
Yeah, I wouldn't have any bingo.
And then I would draw the 2 U's.
I was gonna check how it leaks to make sure.
I like that.
I like it as well. Oh, it's no good.
Oh.
Man, it looked good to me.
Yeah. Well, I had to clear my rack and keep you block outrage here for 81. I was trying to distract you and then hit, but you said it's still too easy to hit here.
Yeah. No good.
Rampager is good, right?
Rampager is good. Yeah, it takes DR.
I still draw the E's.
Yeah. I could play Rampage a couple times, but it was never worth it.
Because I was like, I can do rest instead to score a bit more, but I need to distract you and open another.
That was good,
Z.
yeah.
Because Z, and then I have 2 blanks. Right? If I hit this for 100,
I know. That's why I was worried about that.
So I have to hit one of them. And this got close. Because this got close, and then this is tie game.
Yeah, I mean, I hate how I was playing this game. With high, I want to do something more. I could have done toil just to outscore. I probably should have done that. Probably. I don't know. It was good. I wasn't expecting you to bingo for that much. I was expecting if you bingo to the O, it would be like 60,
the
70.
best one I could
Yeah.
get, right?
That was crazy.
G on turn.
No, that's a huge swing. That's about
But
as big
what
of
do
a
you
swing.
do though?
What was your last rack? What was your last?
QOA. I feel like I can't.
So you
I
had-
can't keep QOA.
So you kept JOO?
Yeah.
Oh, I definitely played Q.
So you would still eat the Q like.
It's 12 points difference.
I know.
Plus JOO is pretty bad.
I know. That's why I was deciding between the two.
The big thing is it gives back so much more. Queen, because at the S, because at the N, it gives back so much more. Whereas Gion's really defensive. I would definitely play Gion.
Because I thought Gion would be exchanged. Like if I don't get the Gion would be cat or exchange next turn.
That's not
It's
so
just
bad.
annoying. Yeah, like
It
that
is,
was
it's
the only
annoying.
one.
But if I want to do anything good on the board, I have to open stuff up as well. Because again, you're not giving me anything back with Gion.
Yeah, maybe that's better because then you might have to go like HE something.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. And here, then you
Hero
get
on
a,
air, maybe.
here, yeah. I might end up doing the GIR, and then you get Aki and QI. Obviously, might work out.
I hated JOO. I just couldn't stomach the Q. At first, it's like really cute. And I was just frustrated. I think that will probably sim which one.
Yeah.
You think your is?
I think John will sim 10 more.
Ah.
I think it'll be a 10-point difference.
I was like almost played it first, and then
Yeah.
I just couldn't take it.
I don't think it's
Oh,
close.
we all understand.
Yeah.
We've all been there.
Well done.
Yeah, thanks for always fun.
This I don't know what to do. Like, I have to score. I think this is 30. It's tie game because
I think
I can't just.
No. You can outscore me so easily.
Because Nancy is still there.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know what to do.
Obviously, some I bingo, but some you bingo as well. Like you bingo decent man.
And do I fish for Tostada? Like that's the only one. Like do I win?
You know, you don't. There's no way you win. No way you win. If you pitch down here, then I score a whole bunch of.
Yeah, the thing is this score too much. Like Peso and Tostada.
Yeah.
But you score too much here, I lose.
Yeah, for sure. You get
And
like what?
they were on top of everything there.
176 is 394, and I'm at 385. I get O guys for 39. I'm up 30. Yeah, I win by 28.
Yeah, like as long as you hit here, but just like you can hit for sure. Like I can't. What if I think the best thing that can happen, you only lose is I have Tostada and then I have the in the back. That's the only lose.
It's the only way I lose.
That's the only
Yeah.
lose.
Even then, I might not lose. I don't know.
Really? Because this is 90 and then I get the
It's
last
83.
83. But then I had another one.
83, 96. You're up 11.
I had another
wait.
30. You got a
Like-
block, right?
You're up 11. But let's see. No, but I have an S. I'd have.
Oh, so
Yeah.
2 S's, so I'm done then. So you
Yeah,
as
yeah,
long
yeah.
as you hit the S, I'm done.
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, so I have no win.
You have no win.
Because there are not 2,000 of X.
No,
It's not
exactly.
possible.
No, exactly.
Okay.
Good game, man. How do we? That's good. I feel so bad.
I don't know. I had really bad, like, I had to keep something possible for this to keep going. Like Algeria.
All right, maybe we can bring it back to the booth here and wrap this thing up. As I think the most impressive thing to me, Doug, is that they were on top of every nuance that we mentioned, right? Pretty much everything we were like, well, do they see this? Do they see that? Yeah, they seem to see literally everything that we proposed.
I mean, yeah. Are we surprised? Not really. Like this is two of the best players in the field, and not surprised whatsoever. So, what a cool game to end on.
Yeah, for sure. A lot of fun. It seemed like Jackson was second guessing some of his defensive moves there, but we were right with him for most of those, feeling like they were completely called for. It's funny how that works when, your opponent manages to squeak that bingo through, as Saint did with Ranchero there. Sometimes you doubt yourself for going all in on defense, having it not work out, but I really feel like it was warranted there for Jackson, who gets a huge win, moving to 4-3 on the day as he tries to go for an unprecedented fourth straight World Cup title. But he's going to have to contend with Saint, who dropped his first game of the day, 6-1, and more importantly, with Nigel Richards, who has an undefeated 7-0 plus 928 record on day one. Incredible stuff from Nigel, Doug.
I mean, we're not surprised. It's just getting started here, and we're all here to see that. So we want the best of the best, and the competition is very high as always, and even without you in the field.
I'm a fly speck on the radar here with all the good players here.
You've literally won the nationals, right? So,
it's been a while since that happened, and since then, not a lot of wins coming my way. But maybe we'll get some more of those this year. So we'll see. Thank you for that. But I feel like there's way too many good players here for me to even think about that. But yeah, that's going to do it for day one here. Thank you so much, Doug, for joining me in the afternoon session. And thank you as well to Heidi Robertson for coming aboard with me this morning. We've got a great cast of more commentators coming up. Hesitate to name them all or else I might forget some, but we got Matt Canick coming aboard. We got Sam Rosen coming aboard, Jesse Matthews, Rafi Stern, Jason Adalski, Morris Greenberg, tons of amazing players that are going to join me in the booth. But yeah, I just want one final thank you to you, Doug. Any last thoughts before we sign off for the day?
Thank you, Will. Not really. I mean, I was just so thrilled to see some of the highest level Scrabble I've seen on stream, and to be able to commentate and see it live, that's just a thrill for me. So I'm very happy to have been able to participate today, and look forward to doing more of these in the future. I know a lot of people have asked me to do these, and I'm really happy to actually have a chance to do it. So what better time to be involved in this? And I have to just shout you out for like always doing so much for Scrabble and streaming and making this, as well as the rest of the team that's today and throughout this event, helping us behind the scenes and putting on such a good show and making Scrabble, carrying us to the next whatever it is in the future of Scrabble. And I really enjoy being part of the next little time of our favorite game, and seeing what we can do to make it better and better. And I'm just really excited for us. So thanks to you, Will.
Well, thank you for that. It's, of course, always a pleasure. But remember, we are barely at the beginning of this thing, day one in the books, and we have 4 more days to go. I better go drink some hot water and tea or whatever it is, keep myself loose. But thank you, everybody, for watching throughout the day. Really appreciate having you all aboard. And yeah, same time, same place for day 2 tomorrow from the Word Cup 2025 from St. Louis, Missouri. Hope to see you all then.